Martial Peak Chapter 2895 to Chapter 2928. Yang Kai chuckled. Do you want to withdraw all of your avatar's power? Against a true saint, I shouldn't have much power to fight back. No need. Moto coldly snorted. Against an existence equivalent to a demon king, using 70% of his strength was the bottom line he could accept. If he really was forced to use all of his strength, that would be a disgrace. He was a mighty demon saint and had his own pride. As he spoke, a pitch-black metal hook suddenly appeared in his hand. The metal hook was suffused with a dense and pure demonic chi. Just looking at it made one feel uncomfortable, as if the evil hidden in the depths of one's heart could be awakened. Yang Kai stared at the metal hook, his heart thumping. The feeling this metal hook gave him was somewhat similar to the demonic warhammer that his avatar currently possessed. Although their forms were completely different, they truly had the same aura. A divine artifact. This should be the divine artifact that Bao Qi and the others had spoken of. In demon territory, only demon saint-level experts could use it. In other words, this metal hook was in existence on the same level as the demonic warhammer. Yang Kai's expression turned stern as he inwardly raised his guard. Moto had suddenly taken out a demonic Dao divine artifact. Clearly, he was about to do something big. He had no choice but to be on full alert. To Yang Kai's surprise, Moto did not immediately attack him after taking out the divine artifact. Instead, he raised the metal hook and slashed it through the air. East, west, left, right. There seemed to be no order to it at all, as if he was doing it on a whim. His expression and actions were extremely casual, but they were extremely arrogant and conceited. However, it was this extremely casual action that caused Yang Kai's expression to sink. He suddenly sensed that the space around him had inexplicably become isolated. It was as if a large part of the world had been separated from this great world by Moto and isolated into another space. He could still see the scenery outside, but in this isolated world, he could no longer casually teleport. The space divine technique was an extremely troublesome ability for a demon saint, so Moto had to break this ability first. His actions just now were the way to break it. After doing this, Moto turned around. He looked coldly at Yang Kai, slightly raised the iron hook in his hand, and pulled it into the void. A huge hook shadow suddenly appeared, as if it was a sharp weapon that could reel in one's soul. He hooked his finger in the direction of Yang Kai. A strange phenomenon appeared in the entire world under this hook, and an extremely gloomy aura suddenly filled the air. Yang Kai hurriedly retreated. His face was unprecedentedly solemn. He didn't dare to be negligent. He clapped his hands together. Under the power of the law of space, a massive moon blade suddenly took shape and slashed toward the hook shadow. That was not the end of it. He murmured, and the law of time began to flow. His hands quickly formed a seal, and the flowing time Great Emperor followed closely behind the moon blade and blasted forward. Space and time, the two profound laws of space and time came one after another, making the already ever-changing heaven and earth even more mysterious and unpredictable. A look of shock appeared on Moto's face. He had clearly seen some clues and revealed a look of disbelief. A person who cultivated both the law of space and the law of time was something he had never heard of before. Since ancient times, there had been 3,000 great Daos and countless laws of heaven and earth. However, whether it was the law of space or the law of time, they were both in the territory of a very small number of lucky people, and almost no one had ever been able to touch these two territory at the same time. This was no longer something that could be described as just luck. Perhaps only those who were blessed by the heavens would have unparalleled luck. And this kind of person. Since ancient times, all of them were experts who ruled the heavens and ruled the earth. Boom. A loud sound rang out as the moon blade and the flowing time Great Emperor collided with the huge hook shadow. They directly scattered in the void, and violent energy swept out in all directions. It caused the isolated heaven and earth to tremble, giving people the illusion that the end of the world had arrived. The shockwaves from the collision spread out for hundreds of kilometers. Whether it was the barbarian race or the demon race, they were all knocked back, unable to stand steadily. As for Yang Kai, he was sent flying back dozens of meters by the force of the recoil. His expression was dispirited, but he still stubbornly said, "Moto, 70% of your strength is probably not enough. Hurry up and show me your full strength. Don't hide it anymore. As he spoke, he madly swallowed pills, cutting an extremely wretched figure. Moto's usual elegance and gentleness had completely vanished. After being mocked like this by young Kai, he finally revealed a look of anger. He turned his head to glance at the evergreen god tree. While he and young Kai had been entangled for a while, this strange tree had grown several hundred meters taller. It was simply unreasonable. Let's see how many times you can block. Moto roared angrily, once again hooking at young Kai. The massive hook shadow appeared a second time. The corners of young Kai's eyes twitched. He cursed, but his movements were not ambiguous at all. Just now, he had clashed head-on with Moto, making him deeply realize the difference between him and his opponent. Even though Moto had only used 70% of his strength, he was not his opponent at all. Blocking once was a fluke, but it was impossible to block a second or third time. You only know this move? Can't you do something new? Young Kai had a look of mockery. Moto sneered. It doesn't matter if it's new. It's fine as long as it's effective. He clearly saw where his advantage lay. He prepared to use his divine technique to directly crush young Kai. The hook shadow slashed through the air, causing the void to crack. The sun, moon, and stars all paled under this hook. Young Kai let out a muffled groan. A resounding dragon's roar rang out, and golden light erupted. A massive golden dragon head appeared behind him. Its majestic dragon eyes looked down at the world, as if everything in the world was insignificant. The golden dragon phantom only appeared for an instant before returning to young Kai's body and disappearing. Young Kai's originally dispirited aura suddenly soared, reaching a new height. He seemed to be much stronger than when he was at his peak. This is... Moto was greatly shocked. He stared behind young Kai as if he wanted to see more clearly, but the phantom had already disappeared. He revealed an expression of disbelief. Holy Spirit? How do you have a Holy Spirit source? Even in ancient times, Holy Spirits were synonymous with power, especially the dragon race. It was an existence that even a demon saint could not ignore. There was also a dragon race in demon territory. They were demon dragons, and each one was an expert comparable to a demon saint. Each one had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. You're meddling too much. When the golden light faded, young Kai's figure reappeared. At this moment, he was no longer that weak human. Instead, he was 6 feet tall and covered in scales. He had short horns on his head, and his hands had turned into sharp claws. His face was covered in scales, and one could vaguely make out traces of his past. The hook shadow attacked. Young Kai raised the myriad sword and slashed down. After dragon forming, young Kai's strength had clearly increased. Under the myriad sword, the seemingly invincible hook shadow suddenly paused, as if there was an unbreakable barrier in front of it that was blocking its advance. Young Kai stumbled back. He used all his strength to activate the myriad sword's sword light. It collided with the hook shadow, creating a rumbling sound. Moto sneered. The hook in his hand silently slashed out, targeting young Kai. A moment later, young Kai's eyes widened, a blank expression on his face. It was as if he had lost his soul. Even his movements to block the hook shadow became weak and powerless, allowing the hook shadow to lunge at him once more. A moment later, young Kai couldn't help but tremble. He angrily roared, "Soul hooking? Moto, you bully the weak because you're strong, yet you're so despicable. You call yourself a demon saint in vain." Moto clenched his teeth, becoming angry out of humiliation. What the hell are you? Just now, he had used the soul hooking technique. Not only could the hook in his hand use the powerful divine technique, but it could also directly affect the enemy's soul. That silent hook had transformed into a chain that hooked onto young Kai's soul. This was why young Kai had been dazed for a moment and almost lost consciousness. As long as Moto could hook his soul out of his body, young Kai would definitely be reduced to a walking corpse. The massive hook shadow that attacked the second time was just a pretense to attract young Kai's attention. However, Moto had never expected that his painstaking efforts would fail to achieve the desired effect. For an existence on the level of a demon king to barely block 70% of his strength in a head-on clash was already inconceivable. Even though he hadn't used his full strength, from a bystander's point of view, the other party had done well enough. The fact that the soul-hooking technique hadn't had any effect was what Moto found hard to accept. This fellow in front of him was definitely not just an existence on the level of a demon king. Even as a demon saint, Moto had never encountered such a monster. Xianxia coldly snorted and ignored him, still feeling lingering fear. Although the scene just now had been brief, it had been the most dangerous moment of his battle with Moto so far. If it weren't for a supreme treasure like the rainbow soul-warming lotus, his soul probably would have been hooked by Moto. Although his soul was powerful, it wasn't enough to block Moto's secret technique. At the crucial moment, the rainbow soul-warming lotus had pulled back his soul, allowing him to react. Xianxia was infuriated by his own weakness. The myriad sword chi soared to the sky, suppressing Moto's hook images in one fell swoop and shattering them while Moto was distracted. In the dazzling light, everything in the world lost their luster. Moto seemed to still be in a daze. This was extremely unusual for a demon saint. The main reason was that Xianxia's performance had been too shocking. At this moment, Xianxia had already charged in front of him with a ferocious expression. He clenched one of his dragon claws into a fist and smashed it down. Wherever the fist passed, the void churned and the universe collapsed. It was like a hot iron had left an imprint on delicate skin that didn't disappear for a long time. Moto raised his head, his eyes emotionless as he stared at Xianxia. He said indifferently, "You will pay the price for your rashness." As he spoke, he raised his fist to meet the attack. The demon race was the same as the barbarian race. They both placed great emphasis on body tempering, especially a demon saint like Moto. Even if his body was not indestructible, he had already cultivated it to the limits of his body. If Xianxia had competed with him in the divine technique, he might have had to expend a little more effort, but he had actually charged straight at him, as if he wanted to fight him in close combat. This made Moto feel both laughable and angry. Laughable was that his enemy was too stupid, and angry that he would be underestimated one day. Moto did not hold back when he attacked. When the two fists collided, Moto's body swayed, while Xianxia staggered back a few steps. Xianxia, who had used the dragon form secret technique, was still no match for the demon saint, who only had 70% of his strength. The strength of the demon saint was evident from this. The massive recoil was like the water of the pugilistic world, sweeping into his meridians and flesh. Xianxia felt unprecedented pain, causing his eyes to bulge. Before he could stabilize himself, Moto's counterattack had already arrived. A punch wrapped in a destructive aura heavily slammed into Xianxia's abdomen. As the demonic chi surged, Xianxia's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He instantly lost the ability to breathe. This was not the end. Moto punched Xianxia in the face again, sending him flying. He tumbled through the air, spitting out countless mouthfuls of blood. If not for the fact that his physical strength had greatly increased after using the dragon form secret technique, just these two punches alone would have been enough to take the life of a third-layer Emperor realm expert. Even so, Xianxia felt extremely uncomfortable. His stomach churned as the demonic chi that had invaded his body wantonly wandered through his meridians and flesh, causing his mind to become unstable and his vision to blur. After falling to the ground in a sorry state, Xianxia hurriedly got up. Before he could regain his balance, Moto had already appeared in front of him and punched him again. Xianxia's seemingly delirious face suddenly revealed a hint of slyness, and as his eyes flashed, he had already summoned the mountains and rivers bell. It directly enveloped the place where he was standing. Moto's eyes widened. He wanted to pull back his fist, but he was powerless to do so. Xianxia had used the mountains and rivers bell at the perfect time. It was when his attack had reached its peak. Clang! The destructive punch landed on the mountains and rivers bell. A layer of visible ripples spread out from the ancient bell, and a prehistorical aura spread out from it. Moto's fist that had smashed into the mountains and rivers bell was instantly reduced to a bloody mess. Even though he was a demon saint, it was extremely difficult for him to withstand the backlash of his full-strength strike. This was only secondary. Most importantly, as the mountains and rivers bell rang, Moto suddenly felt like he was being suppressed. It was as if countless towering mountains had descended from above, pressing down on him until he could not straighten his back. The sound of the bell suppressed the mountains and rivers, and the aura of the Emperor reversed the universe. This was the evaluation of the mountains and rivers bell by the apex experts of various eras. The greatest divine technique of this prehistoric treasure was suppression of all things in the world. Moto's aura plummeted. The mountains and rivers bell suddenly disappeared. Xianxia savagely lunged forward, his dragon claws sharper than the sharpest weapon in the world reaching for Moto's chest. At this critical moment of life and death, Moto angrily snorted. He circulated the demon's sovereign righteous technique with all his strength, dispelling all the discomfort brought about by the mountains and rivers bell. He grabbed at Xianxia's dragon claws as fast as lightning, clearly wanting to block his attack. But at this moment, the mountains and rivers bell that had disappeared reappeared. This time, it did not envelop Xianxia. Instead, it transformed into the size of a copper bell and was held in Xianxia's other dragon claw. With a flick of his finger, the mountains and rivers bell rang out again. The sound waves condensed into an invisible attack that charged at Moto. Moto's body shrank. The state he had just recovered from was instantly shattered. With a hiss, Xianxia's sharp claws pierced through his chest and came out from his back. Above the dragon claws, a fiercely beating demon heart, as red as blood. You. Moto stared at Xianxia, who was just inches away. He was enraged and opened his mouth to roar. An unimaginable force erupted from his mouth, condensing into a force visible to the naked eye that slammed into Xianxia's chest. The sound of bones breaking rang out. Xianxia flew high into the air like a kite. Moto staggered, blood spurting from his chest. A massive hole had pierced through his chest and back. His internal organs could be vaguely seen, but his chest was completely empty. He lowered his head to look, his expression savage and terrifying. Xianxia crawled up from nearby, spitting out blood. He held the demon heart in his hand and grinned at Moto. I heard that experts like you have more than one demon heart. As long as the demon heart is not destroyed, the demon race will not die. How many demon hearts do you have? Moto narrowed his eyes, revealing a cold light that had never appeared before. As his demonic chi surged, the flesh in his chest wriggled and quickly healed as if he had never been injured. Give it back, he said in a low voice. Although he had more than one demon heart, and losing one of them would not put his life in danger, the destruction of the demon heart would affect his strength somewhat. Xianxia had already displayed the strength to face him head-on. One less demon heart meant one less chance of victory. Xianxia grinned. What did you say? Did I hear wrong, or did you say something wrong? Didn't you just tell me to give it back to you? You didn't hear wrong. Give it back. Moto said coldly. Haha. Xianxia laughed loudly. You really like to joke. You and I fought to the death, each using our own methods to determine the victor. I stole your demon heart, and you actually want me to give it back to you? Let me ask you one question, are you a retard? Give it back to me, and I can give you a quick death. Otherwise, you will taste something even more terrifying than death. Xianxia's expression immediately became serious. Your demon heart is in my hands. It's fine if you don't beg me, but you actually want me to give it back to you and give me a quick death? Xianxia's expression turned to one of mockery. You really are a retard. Moto did not say anything else, his gaze fixed on the demon heart. The next moment, Xianxia's heart jumped as if he had sensed something. His expression changed, and he clenched his fist. With a loud bang, the demon heart exploded. There was no blood or flesh. The demonic chi contained within surged out, turning into a black fog that enveloped Xianxia. This black fog seemed to have a life of its own. Without any regard for anything else, it drilled into Xianxia's pores, entering his body through his orifices. Xianxia's expression was ugly. Although he wanted to stop it, he was powerless. No matter how he circulated his strength, he could not stop the corrosion of the demonic chi. Moreover, the explosion of the demon heart had not been caused by him, but by Moto's strange method of self-destruction. At the same time the demon heart exploded, Moto groaned. His aura weakened as if he had been heavily injured, but he still said, I know you have a way to resist the corrosion of ordinary demonic chi, but you definitely cannot resist my demonic chi. You will lose yourself and become my slave. I will fulfill my promise and let you taste everything in this world that is more terrifying than death. Wizard, kneel down and beg. Perhaps I will show you some mercy. As if confirming his words, Yang Kai's expression became extremely pained. His eyes bulged as if they were about to explode. An abnormal black color appeared on his body. Moto stood to the side and watched coldly. From time to time, he would look at the evergreen god tree in the distance as if he was considering when to destroy this strange tree. The demonic chi had already disappeared. It had all surged into Yang Kai's body, as if it had become one with him. Moto lost his patience. He raised his hand and pointed at Yang Kai. Although it was difficult for him to accept that an enemy like this had destroyed a demon heart and he wanted to torture him to vent his anger, he had more important things to do at this moment. The giant tree had already reached the sky and was not far from the passage between the two worlds. If this continued, it would be troublesome. Moto decided to kill Yang Kai first before dealing with the tree. But just as he was about to make a move, a shocking scene appeared. Yang Kai, whose face was contorted in pain, suddenly let out a long groan. Along with his groan, a thick, pitch-black demon chi gushed out from his mouth. It was endless, as if there was no end to it. Moto was stunned. This demonic chi was clearly the demonic chi contained in his demon heart. Logically speaking, it should have invaded this wizard's body and fused with him. Why had he spat it out again? More and more demonic chi was spat out. This seemingly alive demonic chi showed extremely flustered movements, as if there was something in Yang Kai's body that they were afraid of. Moto found it hard to accept what he was seeing. He instantly fell into a daze. After a while, Yang Kai finally spat out all the demonic chi. He patted his stomach and said in disdain, "What the hell is this? It's not delicious at all. How can you?" Moto wanted to ask for an explanation, but he knew that the other party would not answer him. This wizard had secrets, so he stopped mid-sentence. Yang Kai indeed had no intention of answering him. After spitting out all the demonic chi, he raised his hand, and the mountains and rivers bell flew toward Moto. As it spun, the mountains and rivers bell rapidly grew in size and covered Moto, intending to suppress him in one fell swoop. How could Moto just wait for death? He knew how powerful this small bell was, so when he saw Yang Kai's movements, he immediately dodged to the side. Yang Kai had already caught up to the mountains and rivers bell and slapped it with both hands. Clang. A visible sound. Wave gathered into an attack. Under Yang Kai's control, it cut through the air like a sharp blade, slashing at Moto. Moto could not dodge. The moment the sound wave touched him, his body froze, and he revealed a pained expression. The mountains and rivers bell had been able to suppress his movements before. After losing his demon heart, Moto found it even harder to block the mountains and rivers bell's power. With this pause, Yang Kai was already in front of him. He grinned at him, revealing a mouthful of white fangs. Moto instinctively leaped back, but Yang Kai grabbed his arm. A terrifying force came from his iron-like dragon claws, causing his arm to crack. XH 234-44 19 Moto's eyes widened as he gritted his teeth and looked at Yang Kai in front of him. However, what greeted him was a heavy punch. A huge force slammed into his face, distorting his facial features and causing him to tumble through the air. The feeling of being suppressed finally disappeared. Moto hurriedly stabilized himself, but just as he steadied himself, the strange bell rang in his ears again. The suppression that had just disappeared enveloped him once more, causing his power to slow down slightly. It was this pause that made it impossible for him to make a reasonable dodge. His chest was punched again, and the sound of bones breaking rang out. Moto's chest caved in, and he was sent flying. The mighty demon saint was like a sandbag being sent flying by a wizard king in the air, unable to fight back at all. This was a great humiliation. Moto's chest was like a volcano brewing, and his fury could erupt at any time. Even though the other party's attack was not fatal, Moto could not tolerate losing face in front of millions of members of the demon race. All of this was because of that strange bell. With the wizard's strength, Moto was not afraid at all, but that strange bell could even suppress the demon saint's power, causing him to lose the initiative at the beginning. After that, he made one wrong step after another, and he had no chance of turning the situation around. Every time the bell rang, the aura and power that Moto had just raised would be suppressed, and then Yang Kai would attack him like a storm. In just a short incense stick's worth of time, Yang Kai had already attacked Moto more than 1,000 times. Each time, he used his full strength, enough to instantly kill the Emperor realm. However, such concentrated attacks only made Moto look miserable. He did not even show any signs of being seriously injured. No matter how much his chest caved in, no matter how many of his bones were broken, he seemed to be able to recover in an extremely short amount of time. Demon Saint Moto had an incomparably tenacious vitality. Yang Kai was both physically and mentally exhausted, panting heavily. Although his strength had greatly increased after dragon forming, the consumption of his strength had also increased exponentially, not to mention that he had to use the mountains and rivers bell in advance every time he attacked, which was a heavy burden. If it weren't for his solid foundation, he would have long since died of exhaustion. However, he was still not in a hurry. He was waiting for an opportunity, a chance to win with a single strike. The opportunity came quickly. Moto had already gone berserk from the torture. His face was twisted as he gritted his teeth. His eyes were red as if he had lost his mind. The mountains and rivers bell rang again, and a visible sound wave surged towards Moto. But this time, Yang Kai didn't seem to have a good grasp of the timing. When the sound wave hit, Moto had already dodged ahead of time. Without the suppression of the mountains and rivers bell, he could finally deal with Yang Kai freely. He grinned and his demonic chi rolled as he flew at Yang Kai. A hint of panic appeared on Yang Kai's face as he hurriedly retreated, but he was unable to open up the distance between him and Moto. Moto flew above his head and slapped down with his palm. A destructive aura surged from his palm and enveloped Yang Kai. At that moment, Yang Kai suddenly raised his hand and the sealed world bead flew out. Under his control, the sealed world bead disappeared into the void. At the same time, a vortex-like passage appeared between him and Moto. His divine sense surged out like a tide and wrapped around Moto, turning into an invisible net. Moto was the big fish in this net. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan, his feet rooted to the ground. As he urged his spiritual energy to close the net and catch the fish. As long as he could capture Moto into the sealed world bead, he would be able to control Moto's life and death. Even if he was a genuine demon saint who could only display 70% of his strength should not be his opponent in the sealed world bead. The most important thing was to bring Moto into the sealed world bead. When the vortex appeared, Moto's expression changed slightly. Clearly, he had also realized something. Warning bells rang in his head. He hurriedly pulled back, wanting to retreat, but the space around him was viscous, as if he had fallen into a quagmire. He was unable to break free. This stickiness was caused by Yang Kai's soul and the space divine technique. Moto reacted quickly and poured out his demon saint-level spiritual energy, turning it into sharp awls that shot out madly in all directions. The large net condensed from Yang Kai's spiritual energy was instantly riddled with holes. Not only that, but his soul was also severely damaged, blood flowing out of his 7 orifices, a terrifying sight to behold. What a fool, competing with my spiritual energy. Moto had a confident look on his face, a look of ridicule on his face. He was in no hurry to escape this place. He found that this wizard bull had spun a cocoon around himself and wanted to use his spiritual energy to trap him. The invisible confrontation continued, and Yang Kai's soul was damaged more and more severely. The invisible net had long since been shattered, but he still refused to let go. Moto's ridicule turned into shock, because Yang Kai's persistence had exceeded his expectations. The soul was the source of wisdom for every living being. If the soul was too severely damaged, a living being would become a walking corpse. His attacks were violent and dense. Logically speaking, this Wunyo in front of him should have lost his divine sense and become an idiot, but he found that the truth was not as he thought. The Wunyo's face was ferocious, and he was obviously suffering from the pain of his divine soul, but he was still rational and clear-headed. Something was protecting his soul. Moto was a demon saint, after all. Although he did not know the existence of the soul-warming lotus, he guessed the truth in an extremely short amount of time. It was because of the existence of the soul-warming lotus that Yang Kai dared to use this method to fight to the death with Moto. Moto was also shocked and excited by his guess. He suddenly activated his spiritual energy and looked directly into Yang Kai's eyes. His deep gaze seemed to penetrate all barriers and see all the secrets in Yang Kai's sea of consciousness. A treasure that could protect a person's divine soul from being destroyed was worth a look to him. At this moment, a strange smile appeared on Yang Kai's pained face. His left eye suddenly turned into a golden light, revealing a dignified vertical pupil. Then a budding lotus flower flashed and rushed into Moto's sea of consciousness. Moto snorted angrily. Just as he was about to block the blossoming lotus secret technique, he was shocked to find that the net he had destroyed was suddenly pulled back. The power was so strong that he was almost caught off guard. He was quickly pulled toward the whirlpool. Moto was shocked. His body involuntarily rushed toward the entrance of the sealed world bead. The blossoming lotus secret technique exploded in his mind, giving him a splitting headache. If the other party succeeded, that would be a true humiliation. Although Moto did not know where this whirlpool led, seeing how Yang Kai was pulling him in without holding back, he knew that it was definitely not a good place. Perhaps he would never be able to come out after going in. He endured the pain in his head and roared, "Enough!" His angry roar shook the surroundings. The power pulling him paused slightly. At the same time, in the sky above the saint's battlefield, a pitch-black light flew over and disappeared into Moto's body. Moto's already terrifying aura exploded. Kai Yang's face changed greatly, his mouth filled with bitterness. It was as if he had eaten a gold thread. He had used all his methods and was about to pull Moto into his sealed world bead to do whatever he wanted, but at the last moment, Moto summoned back the power of his clone. At this moment, Moto was a true demon saint, a peak demon saint. The stalemate was instantly broken. Moto, who had recovered his strength, did not even need to use his full strength. Just his aura alone was enough to disperse Yang Kai's spiritual energy and space divine technique. On the battlefield, millions of demon race and barbarian race soldiers turned their heads and saw a scene they would never forget. A black shadow suddenly stood in midair, and then, like a balloon, it quickly grew bigger. 10 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters. This black shadow only stopped when it was 300 meters tall. Moto had transformed into a behemoth with two slightly curved horns on his head. The tips of the horns were sharp and seemed to be able to pierce through the sky. His feet had also transformed into two giant hooves that stood on the ground. Everything in the world seemed extremely small in front of him. His body seemed to be made of copper and iron, giving off a metallic luster. He gently exhaled from his nostrils, and a tornado visible to the naked eye immediately appeared in the air. Demon Saint Moto, after recovering all his strength, had transformed into a monster that looked like both a man and a cow. A thick demonic chi surrounded his mountain-like body, rolling and wriggling as if it was alive. Yang Kai had disappeared, and even the sealed world bead had disappeared. The moment Moto recovered his strength, he had hidden his whereabouts. Moto's window-sized eyes swept around casually, piercing through the void and finding Yang Kai's fleeing figure. He reached out and plucked a strand of hair from his body. He gently pinched it as if he was pinching an embroidery needle. Then, he threw the strand of hair forward, his movements extremely casual. With a whoosh, the hair pierced through the void and disappeared. A muffled groan came from 5 kilometers away. Then, Yang Kai's figure staggered out and fell to the ground. His abdomen was pierced through by a pitch-black energy, nailing him to the ground. The pitch-black energy was clearly formed from Moto's hair, and it possessed an extremely strange energy. Being fixed by this energy, not only did Yang Kai feel that his body could not move, but even thinking was extremely difficult. Dong dong dong. Moto strode forward. He seemed to be walking very slowly, but in fact, he was extremely fast. The distance of 5 kilometers was closed in just 3 breaths. Standing in front of Yang Kai, Moto looked down at him as if he was looking at an ant. To be able to force me like this, you can be considered very capable. When he first appeared, he had used 50% of his strength to deal with Yang Kai. They were evenly matched. Then, he used 70% of his strength and was actually not a match for him. After recovering to his peak, he finally crushed him. Hee hee. Yang Kai laughed bitterly. He looked up at Moto, who was like a mountain. You won. What are you going to do now? Kill me? Then hurry up and do it. Otherwise, there will be a surprise for you later. Moto's expression was cold. He raised his foot and stomped down on Yang Kai. For an enemy who had caused so much trouble for him, this kind of death was too easy. However, Moto had already wasted too much time on Xianxia. He did not have the time to torture him, so he could only kill him first. When his foot landed, the ground cracked for hundreds of kilometers, crisscrossing ravines appeared. Moto frowned slightly. When he raised his foot, he left a giant footprint on the ground, but there was no trace of flesh or blood. He had just sensed a spatial ripple. That wizard bull had clearly escaped again, and this time, it was even more secretive. Moto glanced around but could not immediately find any trace of him. Shaking his giant head, Moto strode toward the evergreen god tree. He no longer paid attention to that ant-like existence. After being hit by his divine technique and being heavily injured, that ant could no longer obstruct him. Now, the most important thing was to get rid of that giant tree. His massive body, which was 30 feet tall, rampaged through the battlefield. All creatures in his way became meat patties under his feet. Whether it was the barbarian race or the demon race, there was no difference to Moto. With every step he took, members of the two races died under his feet. At first, he did not walk very fast, but as he strode forward, he became faster and faster. Gradually, he began to run as fast as lightning. Dong, 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 dong. Like the beating of war drums, the sound echoed through the wilderness. Everyone's hearts began to beat violently. Wherever Moto passed, the barbarian demon race retreated. No one dared to stand in his way. The clansmen who had died under his feet were the best proof. The wizard bull tribe still had less than 8,000 people left. At this moment, they were all gathered around the evergreen god tree, using its power to block the attacks of the demon race. And the demon race around them numbered more than 800,000? With such a huge difference in numbers, if it wasn't for the protection of the evergreen god tree, the remaining members of the wizard bull tribe would have been wiped out long ago. When Moto rushed towards the evergreen divine tree, everyone saw despair appear on the faces of all the barbarians. The 6 demon kings who were still bitterly holding on became the first batch of deserters. Although Xianxia had previously ordered them to defend to the death, they still lacked the courage to face a demon saint head-on, especially an enraged demon saint. The demon king had escaped, but the barbarians could not. The evergreen divine tree was their only hope of sealing the passage between the two worlds. It was not easy for them to hold on until now, so how could they be willing to give up halfway? The wizard's bull tribe's defensive circle shrunk once again as they all retreated to the bottom of the tree roots. Low chanting sounds came from all over the tree trunk. The wizard of the snow frost tribe began to use their power. They wanted to borrow the power of the evergreen god tree to block the attacks of the demon Saint Moto. A layer of dark green light suddenly appeared, covering an area of 500 feet, forming a thick curtain of light. This curtain of light looked extremely sturdy, and all the demon race were blocked outside. The secret techniques used by the demon commanders, demon general, and demon kings could only create ripples on this curtain of light. They could not break through it at all. This gave the barbarians a bit of hope. But this hope quickly turned into fear. Moto charged over. His massive body was like a small mountain as he slammed into the dark green curtain of light. With a boom, the curtain of light trembled. The hearts of every barbarian surged to their throats as they looked up at where Moto had collided with the curtain of light. They forgot to breathe, and their faces were filled with worry. They were afraid that this curtain of light would be broken. Once it was broken, no one would be able to stop the destructive power of a demon saint. The evergreen god tree might be destroyed here, and the barbarians' last hope would vanish like smoke. The curtain of light was still there, but its color was clearly dimmer. The barbarians first let out a sigh of relief, but this was quickly followed by even more worry. The curtain of light could block one of Moto's collisions, but 2, 3, countless times? There would be a moment when Moto would break through this barrier and charge his massive body under the god tree. Under the worried and nervous gazes of the wizard bull tribe, Moto retreated a few steps, then tilted his head to look at the dark green curtain of light. He slightly pulled back a fist, and in the next moment, like a fully drawn bow, his fist shot out like a dragon. Boom! The curtain of light trembled again, and its color dimmed a bit. Without waiting for the curtain of light to stabilize, Moto's second punch had already arrived. Boom, boom, boom. Every time the house-sized fist smashed into the curtain of light, it produced an incomparable impact. The Wizard Bull tribe members felt their blood boil, and their chests felt stuffy. It was as if Moto was not smashing into the curtain of light, but into their chests. Crack. Finally, a crisp sound entered everyone's ears. All the barbarians' expressions changed. They could clearly see a crack appear in the curtain of light. Moto laughed sinisterly, as if he was proud of his masterpiece. His final punch landed right in the middle of the crack. With a crash, like a mirror shattering, the curtain of light provided by the evergreen god tree finally could not withstand the demon saint's repeated attacks and collapsed. Without the protection of the curtain of light, all the barbarians were exposed to the demon saint. No one could withstand his breath. Moto only needed to blow at them to wipe them all out. Moto did not care about these ant-like existences. He was the demon saint. There was no need for him to care about the life or death of these small fries. He only had one goal, the evergreen god tree. Taking large strides, Moto crashed into the tree. Amidst the terrified shouts and screams of the barbarian race, the 300 feet tall demon saint rammed into the trunk of the evergreen divine tree. Boom! The evergreen divine tree trembled violently and countless green leaves fell from the sky, turning into dried leaves before they could even touch the ground. At the same time, the wizard tribe members hiding in various parts of the evergreen god tree were struck by lightning. Countless groans rang out, and a dozen wizards were killed by this crash. They had been hiding in the tree the entire time. Although they could borrow the evergreen god tree's protection and activate its power, they were also closely related to the evergreen god tree's life and death. This was a secret technique that the Snow Frost tribe had developed after coexisting with the evergreen god tree for tens of thousands of years. The force of Moto's crash was dispersed to various parts of the tree. Naturally, some wizard could not withstand it and died suddenly. However, Moto was extremely dissatisfied with this attack. A hint of anger appeared on his face. It was as if he believed that he should have crashed into the tree with this crash, not just a few leaves. Before he could attack a second time, the Snow Frost tribe's counterattack arrived. Soft branches drooped down from the crown of the tree, turning into long whips that lashed at Moto. Previously, the wizards of the Snow Frost tribe had relied on this method to help the Wizard Ox tribe survive the encirclement of hundreds of thousands of demon race until now. They had killed countless demon race members. However, this kind of attack was clearly a little weak against a demon saint. The seemingly destructive whips did not have any effect on him. Instead, they only stimulated Moto's ferocity. He reached out and grabbed the branches, pulling viciously and snapping them. After snapping dozens of branches, Moto was a little tired. He ignored the attacks that were lashing at him and slammed into the tree. Boom! 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 With each collision, the evergreen god tree would shake violently. More leaves would fall, and more Snow Frost wizard would die. However, no matter how hard Moto tried, the evergreen god tree was still like a pillar that supported the heavens. Moto was finally enraged. He no longer slammed into the tree. Instead, he used his hands and feet to climb up the tree. As he continued to ascend, he displayed his powerful destructive power. He tore off branches one by one and threw them to the ground. The Snow Frost wizard could no longer stop his destruction. Wherever Moto passed, only the main trunk of the evergreen god tree was left. The side branches were all destroyed. When the nearby demon race saw this, they all followed Moto and rushed toward the evergreen god tree. Those who could fly flew high and destroyed everything they could. Those who could not fly climbed along the tree trunk, using their mouths to bite and weapons to chop. They did everything they could. The evergreen god tree, which was the guardian of the Snow Frost tribe and had existed for tens of thousands of years, was instantly filled with the demon race. It was like a candied haw on the ground that attracted countless ants. Looking down from the sky, it was a magnificent sight. The wizard of the Snow Frost tribe could only do limited things. Even with the power of the evergreen god tree, they could only wipe out a few ordinary demon race and provide some protection for the remaining Wizard Ox tribe members who were still bitterly holding on. From a certain perspective, they had already done enough. Without them, the Wizard Ox tribe would have been wiped out long ago, and the evergreen god tree would not have been able to grow steadily until now. But this was their limit. Defeat was close at hand. Every barbarian was filled with sorrow. The Yulu twins searched the battlefield, wanting to find that figure. Although they felt that they could not stop the current situation with that person's power, they did not have any more hope. But they could not find him. After that figure had been heavily injured, he had not appeared again. Perhaps he was already dead, or perhaps he was hiding somewhere. They would rather that person was dead than believe that he had run away. Bang! A loud sound suddenly came from the sky. After the sound was heard, the evergreen god tree rustled like it was raining. Countless demon race members that were climbing up fell down. The huge tree trunk suddenly became much cleaner. Hearing this familiar voice, the Yulu twins were shocked. They all looked up. Even though their vision was blocked by the huge tree crown and they could not see anything clearly, they knew that the figure they had been searching for had returned. Xianxia reappeared in the air. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper, as if he was an arrow at the end of its flight. The mountains and rivers Bell had also transformed into a massive object that floated in front of him. It constantly emitted an ancient and desolate sound. Sound waves surged down the bell, knocking down countless demon race clinging to the evergreen god tree. The weaker demon race exploded into bloody mist before they even hit the ground. Only the slightly stronger demon race could resist. However, even the demon commanders bled from their orifices. Their minds were muddled and they were heavily injured. Only the demon king level experts could barely hold on. However, they constantly fell to the ground, pulling away from the mountains and rivers bell. The bell rang a dozen times, and the demon race on the evergreen god tree were all purged. Only Moto's massive body continued to rise. The sound waves gathered by the mountains and rivers bell slammed into his body, creating ripples. However, they could not stop him. "Bastard, are you looking to die?" Moto roared angrily. He climbed even faster. Through the layers of leaves, his massive eyes stared in Xianxia's direction. Finally, he passed through all the obstacles and saw the puny barbarian. Moto grinned viciously and reached out to grab him. Xianxia did not dodge, or rather, he could not dodge. The demon saint's casual strike contained the principles of the great Tao. It did not seem fast, but it was the essence of his cultivation. It was not something that could be easily dodged. The large hand grabbed Xianxia as if he was an unremarkable bug. Moto brought him in front of him and applied some force. There was a cracking sound. It was the sound of bones breaking. Even with the dragon form's secret technique, his body could not withstand the demon saint's brute strength, especially when the demon saint was at his peak. However, Xianxia did not show any pain. Instead, he was calm. Moto was extremely displeased when he saw this. "What other moves do you have? Let's see if you can stop me." Moto snorted coldly. The air that came out of his nostrils formed a gust of wind. "You really do have a move." Xianxia smiled at him. Moto was speechless. He did not expect this puny barbarian to still have a move up his sleeve. However, his expression quickly became indifferent. No matter what move the other party had, it would not be effective in front of him, who had recovered his peak strength, unless he had the same strength as him. Moto did not say anything else. Moto instinctively had an extremely bad feeling. This feeling made him extremely uncomfortable, as if something big was about to happen. The demon saint was extremely sensitive to danger, so he trusted his instincts. The power in his hand suddenly increased, but at that moment, Moto's expression changed. His already large eyes widened even more, as if he had seen something inconceivable. An inexplicably powerful resistance appeared in Moto's hand. This resistance gave Moto the feeling that it came from the same source as his demonic aura, but it seemed to be even more ancient. It came from an even more distant era, which shocked Moto. The pitch-black energy spread out from between his fingers like glue, gradually gathering in one place. It gave off an aura that made one's heart tremble. The right eye of the puny barbarian in his hand suddenly turned pitch-black. It was like a black hole that could devour everything in the world. When he suddenly met that pitch-black eye, Moto was dazed for a moment. He felt uneasy, and his soul trembled. The next moment, his expression changed. He shouted, "Why do you have the aura of an ancient devil?" He finally understood what was going on with this barbarian's aura. It was clearly the extremely pure ancient demonic chi. The ancient devils were even more ancient existences than he was. They were the ancestors of the demon race, the first creatures born in the demon territory. It was these ancient devils who opened up territory in the demon territory, creating a space for the demon race to exist. After thousands of years of reproduction, the demon race was born. The ancient devils had not gone extinct. To this day, there were still ancient devils living in the demon territory. Every ancient devil was an extremely powerful existence. Even the demon saint had to treat them with respect. But although the ancient devils were powerful, their intelligence was pitifully low. They were like a group of uncivilized beasts. They relied on their instincts to act. Even the great demon god could not command them. In the demon territory, there were very few ancient devils. Not to mention the ordinary demon race, even the demon saint level powerhouses might not see an ancient devil in their entire lives. They lived in the worst and most hidden environments. They would not easily appear in public. Moto had been lucky enough to see one once. At that time, he had accidentally entered a place where several ancient devils lived. In the end, he had been treated as an intruder and chased for hundreds of thousands of miles. He had almost died. His memory of the ancient devil's aura was still fresh. How could Moto not be shocked to suddenly see the ancient devil's demonic chi in this world? However, he finally understood why the demonic chi formed by his demon heart did not work on this barbarian. He had the ancient devil's aura inside him, so he could naturally resist the corrosion of his demonic chi. But, why was this? How could the ancient devil's aura appear on an outsider? Xianxia did not answer. He did not know if he did not want to answer or if he did not hear him. At that moment, he only felt his soul become restless. After undoing the gold and silver seals on the dantian, he immediately felt an unimaginable power surge out of the dantian. It surged through his body. With the support of this power, he could not help but feel like he was omnipotent. It was as if he could pick the stars and capture the moon just by raising his hand. As he obtained this great power, the various evils hidden deep in his heart were awakened and magnified. He gradually lost his mind. His perfect left eye twitched violently, up and down, left and right, as if it was not under his control. However, his right eye, which had turned pitch black, was still empty. It was a stark contrast to the liveliness of his left eye, making it seem even more strange. A pitch-black aura inexplicably swayed in his sea of consciousness. This aura seemed to have a strong infectious power. Wherever it passed, everything dimmed. The light balls of memories were dyed pitch black, losing their previous colorful brilliance. Xianxia hid his soul on the island created by the colorful soul-warming lotus, relying on this treasure to maintain his last trace of consciousness. It was not the first time that he had become the demon race, but this time it was a little different than before. He found that the power he obtained was even stronger. It was as if he had gradually adapted to the unsealed demonic chi in his body. He was able to exert its effect to a greater extent, but correspondingly, he had to pay a higher price. This was his last resort. He would not dare to use it unless he had no other choice. Because every time he used it, there was a real danger of becoming the demon race. He might lose himself, become a demon, and not recognize his own family. But in the face of a demon saint's aggressive pressure, Xianxia had no other choice. His body, which was originally only 6 meters tall, grew even taller after becoming the demon race. The immense power directly pushed Moto's hand away, only stopping when he was 10 meters tall. The short horn on his forehead had also grown a bit longer. Then, Xianxia discovered a phenomenon that gave him a pleasant surprise. The dragon form secret technique seemed to have a restraining effect on becoming the demon race. Even though his sea of consciousness was in chaos, he was still able to maintain his consciousness. This was not only due to the colorful soul-warming lotus, but also because of his dragon form body. He did not understand why this was, but he could vaguely guess that it had something to do with the golden divine dragon origin energy. His dragon form was a secret technique that relied on the golden divine dragon essence power as a foundation. Up until now, he had not even unleashed 1% of its full power. If there came a day when he could unleash the full extent of the golden divine dragon essence power, he would most likely transform into a dragon and roam the myriad worlds of the universe. He would no longer be in his current dragonman form, which was only 30 feet tall. The golden divine dragon origin energy had a divine nature, while the ancient demonic chi had a demonic nature. The two were originally opposing existences, but now they were coexisting in Yang Kai's body and being used at the same time. This produced an inexplicable phenomenon. Yang Kai thirsted for power. The ancient demonic chi gave him an advantage, allowing him to become the demon race. However, he did not want to lose his consciousness. Thus, his dragon form body and the colorful soul-warming lotus protected a trace of clarity in his sea of consciousness, preventing him from completely losing his sense of self. A heart-wrenching pain was transmitted from every part of his body. Kai Yang felt as if his whole body was being shattered and then reassembled. This wasn't just the reconstruction of his flesh and bones, but also his 5 viscera and 6 bowels. No one would be able to endure this kind of pain. However, Yang Kai, who had maintained a sliver of clarity, felt it 10 to 20 times more. He had long since surpassed his own limits. He raised his head and roared, his body trembling violently. His left eye twitched even more violently. Moto's expression changed even more. He discovered that no matter how much strength he exerted, he could not close his hand again. He could not crush this unremarkable little bug to death. This outsider had, in an extremely short amount of time, gained the strength to fight against him. Moto could not accept this outcome. He used his feet to stabilize his body, then reached out with his other hand to grab Yang Kai's head. His expression was savage and vicious. Kai Yang's angry roars came to an abrupt end, stopping without the slightest warning. The cracking sounds coming from his body also stopped. As far as the eye could see, he had been completely enveloped by a ball of black chi, making it impossible to see his figure clearly. However, the most bizarre thing was that the pitch-black area around his right eye could be seen clearly. It was extremely abrupt. This was a very unusual phenomenon. Ancient demonic eye. Moto finally discovered what was special about this eye. He was greatly alarmed. The ancient devils in the demon territory came in all sorts of shapes and sizes, but all of them were strong. Mo Duo knew that there was an ancient devil whose body was incomparably huge. It was like a mountain and had a single eye. That eye could unleash an unimaginable divine ability. So, when he saw the abnormality in Yang Kai's right eye, he couldn't help but recall all sorts of memories of this ancient devil. His heart jumped, and he prayed that his guess wasn't true. If it was, then this outsider might really be able to fight him. Black pupil purgatory, eternal darkness. The outsider's low chant made Moto feel as if he had fallen into an ice cavern. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire world suddenly turned pitch black. The dark clouds above his head disappeared, and the colors around him disappeared as well. The entire world was enveloped in darkness. And in this dark world, a giant eye hung high in the sky. In this pitch-black world, it was the only thing that seemed so unique. Everyone could see it clearly. In this pitch-black environment, every creature could clearly sense that gigantic eye. It was like a black moon that hung high up in the sky, looking down on everything under the heavens. All the members of the demon race couldn't help but stop what they were doing and look in the direction of the eye. Panic appeared on their faces, and then they bowed down in worship. Even the Demon King was no exception. They suddenly became dazed, forgetting what they were doing. Like the other members of the demon race, they looked at the giant eye with worship. The eye hanging high in the sky seemed to have turned this world into a cage. All the members of the demon race who were trapped inside seemed to have lost themselves. Moto was shocked, because he realized that things were developing in a direction he didn't want to see the most. That single eye really was the ancient devil. He knew and this so-called black pupil purgatory was the ancient devil's divine technique. This outsider had actually obtained the ancient devil's black pupil? How had he obtained it? How had he fused with it? Since he had fused with it, why hadn't he been assimilated? All sorts of questions rolled through Moto's mind, but he could not find a reasonable explanation. At this moment, Yang Kai's attack arrived. The giant eye hanging in the sky suddenly blinked, and then a profound light came from above. Caught off guard, it struck Moto's head. Moto's expression went blank for a moment. Even though he was a demon saint, he could not help but hallucinate after being hit by such an attack. He seemed to have returned to demon territory. Sitting in his own palace and enjoying a comfortable life, far away from conflict and slaughter, such a life made his heart calm and his will to fight gradually lost. The big hand that had been clenched loosened a little. Xianxia took the opportunity to jump out. However, Moto was a demon saint in the end. Even though he was affected by the black pupil, it only took him a short moment to dispel the illusion in his mind. Without any hesitation, he swung his fan-like hand at Xianxia. Xianxia stretched out his hand and grabbed the void, summoning a warhammer into his palm. He did not care about Moto's attack. He raised the warhammer and smashed it at Moto's head. With a boom, their attacks were effective at the same time. Xianxia's 10-foot-tall body was sent flying by Moto like a rag sack. However, Moto's head was also smashed by the demon weapon warhammer. His head immediately began to bleed, and the enormous force penetrated his body. Looking down at the impact, he could no longer maintain his climbing posture. His enormous body plummeted to the ground like a meteor. With a rumble, the demon race on the ground, who had lost their minds and were still worshipping the black pupil in the sky, were crushed and rolled by Moto's body. A large number of them were instantly killed. Moto stood up, shaking his head. Blood flowed down from his forehead, blurring his vision, but his expression became ferocious. He closed his eyes, resisting the various illusory powers of Black Eye in the sky. He searched for Xianxia in the darkness. Xianxia had no intention of hiding. After becoming the demon race, his temperament had changed greatly. Even though he had the dragon transformation and the rainbow soul-warming lotus protecting his soul, the release of the ancient demonic chi and the use of the divine technique still had a huge impact on him. The desire to kill in his heart was magnified infinitely. He only had one goal in his eyes. Kill that 300-foot-tall demon saint. For this, he would pay any price he could. After being sent flying by Moto's slap, Xianxia quickly stabilized his body. He raised the demon weapon warhammer high and charged at Moto aggressively. He instinctively activated his spatial laws and appeared in front of Moto. With such an obvious attack trajectory, Moto naturally easily grasped it. Moto raised his fist and charged forward. The demon weapon warhammer collided with the huge fist. Violent energy swept out, turning into sharp blades that reaped lives. A large number of the surrounding demon race members instantly died. Moto's fist bones cracked, and Xianxia was sent flying. He spat out blood in midair, cutting a sorry figure. However, he did not seem to feel anything. After stabilizing his body, he pounced at Moto again. In an instant, the two of them were entangled in a fierce exchange of blows. Moto's huge body held some advantage at this moment. Although Xianxia injured him every time, the demon saint's physique was extremely good, so these injuries did not affect him much. On the contrary, every time Xianxia pounced, he would be met with a storm-like counterattack, sending him flying again and again. However, at this moment, Xianxia was like an unkillable cockroach. Relying on the divine technique of the Black Eye Purgatory, even though he was at a great disadvantage, he still fought with Moto to the death, unwilling to retreat at all. The shockwaves from their battle caused the demon race to suffer greatly. Beside the evergreen god tree, millions of demon race members were gathered. When Xianxia used the Black Eye Purgatory, it surrounded them all. Facing the ancient devil's black eyes, they prostrated themselves in worship and fell into all kinds of illusions. They did not know how to dodge or retreat. The shockwaves of the battle caused them to fall in droves. In less than half an hour, half of the millions of demon race members had been killed or injured. Blood flowed on the ground, and corpses piled up into mountains. It was like a true hell. Moto was already furious. He could only watch as the giant tree continued to grow, but he could not stop it. He had never felt so vile before. If possible, he did not want to tangle with Xianxia like this. He only had one goal, and that was to destroy the evergreen god tree so that the giant tree would not block the world path. Before Xianxia had become the demon race, he had not felt that this mission was very difficult. It was just a giant tree that only knew how to grow. He could destroy it with a wave of his hand. However, after Xianxia became the demon race, he found that this mission was almost impossible to complete. Unless he could kill that outsider called Wizard Ox first, but if he could kill him, he would have done so long ago. Why would he wait until now? After a dozen more exchanges, Moto's body was covered with a dozen wounds of varying sizes. While Xianxia was sent flying, he raised his head and looked up. Then, his face turned ashen. This was because he discovered that after delaying for so long, the giant tree was about to reach the bottom of the world path. The giant tree crown was almost about to block off the existence of the world path. Based on the tree's growth rate, in just 15 minutes, it might really be able to block off the world path. Moto roared angrily. Ignoring Xianxia's entanglement, he strode toward the evergreen god tree. When he was 1,000 feet away from the evergreen god tree, he leapt up. His 300-foot-tall body displayed unimaginable agility. In an instant, he leapt several hundred feet into the air and grabbed onto a tree trunk. Then, he used his hands and feet to climb up. Before he could advance much, Xianxia mysteriously appeared above his head. The demon warhammer was wrapped in thick demonic chi and exuded an aura that could destroy all things. It smashed down at his head. Moto's expression changed slightly. He raised his hand to block. The warhammer smashed into his arm, breaking his bones. Moto's massive body suddenly shrank, almost falling down. However, he was still unwilling to let go, doing his best to stabilize himself. A second hammer came down, followed by a third, a fourth. Boom, 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 boom. Moto was like a punching bag. He no longer had the dignity of a demon saint. The arm above his head had long since been twisted out of shape. It was like a noodle, the bones shattered. In the end, he could no longer hold on and was struck down from the tree by Xianxia. But during the process of falling, he grinned maliciously. Because another Moto had appeared in the sky at some point. Although it was not 100 feet tall, it was still a dozen feet tall. This was clearly a clone. No one knew when Moto had created this clone. Even Xianxia did not sense it, or perhaps he could not sense it at all. After becoming the demon race, Xianxia's senses had greatly weakened. He only had one target in his eyes, and his reactions to other things were extremely weak. Moto had used this to easily send his avatar out. At this moment, this clone was standing in front of Black Eye, its hands constantly forming seals as it muttered to itself. An extremely profound aura emanated from its body, making it seem very mysterious. Looking at the clone's posture, it had clearly been in this state for some time, and it was only now preparing to end it. Moto's clone suddenly stopped and raised his hand to point at Black Eye. A dot of light suddenly appeared above Black Eye. This light seemed to have an extremely strong infectious power. As soon as it appeared, it rapidly spread in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it occupied half of Black Eye, and it showed no signs of stopping. Xianxia finally felt that something was wrong. He stopped in midair and turned to look at Black Eye. Then he roared and pounced at Black Eye, as if he wanted to stop the light from spreading. But it was too late. When the light filled Black Eye, the light of the entire world returned. The pitch-black illusory world was broken. Xianxia, who was flying away, let out a miserable cry as if he had been struck by lightning. A large amount of blood seeped out of his right eye. He fell to the ground, smashing a hole in the ground. Black Eye Purgatory's divine technique had been broken by Moto. Xianxia suffered a backlash, his blood roiling, his head splitting, and he howled in pain. Moto used this opportunity to finally break free from Xianxia's entanglement. He leaped up from the ground and flew up. In a few short breaths, he had climbed thousands of feet and was about to reach the top of the tree. But at this moment, Xianxia suddenly and strangely appeared in front of him. Holding the demonic warhammer in one hand, his demonic chi surged as he smashed it at him. Moto hurriedly jumped onto a nearby tree and dodged Xianxia's attack. The two looked at each other from afar. Moto's expression was furious. Xianxia was wrapped in demonic chi, so his expression could not be seen. However, his eyes were even more spirited and clear than before. He rested the demonic warhammer on his shoulder and raised his head. He said coldly, "I really have to thank you for letting me regain my senses. Otherwise, I probably would not have been able to break free from that state." Moto's expression changed slightly. He said coldly, "Without Black Eye's divine technique, how can you stop me?" He could also tell that after Black Eye's divine technique had been broken, Xianxia's aura had withered greatly. Although he had regained his senses, he was definitely not his match. Xianxia smiled and pointed at the skyway. Perhaps I cannot stop you forever, but I just need to delay you for a while. Hearing this, Moto's expression sank. Xianxia was speaking the truth. Even though he was no longer Moto's match, he could still create some trouble for him and delay him. As long as he had this bit of time, the evergreen god tree would have a chance to seal the world path. The tree crown was already directly below the world path, completely covering it. As long as it continued to grow, it could grow into the world path. Try it. Moto roared angrily. He stomped on the branch he was on and shot up like a cannonball. In midair, he suddenly punched to the left. Strangely enough, Xianxia actually appeared right in front of his fist. It was as if he had bumped into it. Xianxia's face was filled with shock as he was caught off guard by this punch and was sent flying. However, his reaction was also extremely fast. The instant he was sent flying, he executed the spatial divine technique. With a teleportation, he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already above Moto's head. The demonic chi on the demonic warhammer churned and wriggled as it smashed down at Moto with world-destroying power. Despicable! Moto roared. He raised his hand to block. A loud sound rang out. Moto's massive body fell more than 100 feet before stabilizing again. His two window-sized eyes were about to spit fire. After the Black Eye Purgatory was broken, Xianxia's strength had indeed dropped greatly. This could be seen from the power of the hammer. If Xianxia had used this hammer before, it would have been enough to send Moto crashing to the ground. However, Moto had only fallen 100 or so feet. Even so, Xianxia was still the sturdiest obstacle in front of him. If he did not break through this obstacle, he would not be able to break through it. Moto felt that he might not be able to continue forward, but how could he have the time to tangle with this outsider? He had underestimated him. All the Demon Saint had underestimated him. If they had known that this outsider was so powerful, they would have sent 2 Demon Saint to deal with him. Moto let out a long howl, wanting to summon helpers. However, he received no response. The other 4 Demon Saint were currently fighting with the 4 Barbarian Wizard Saints. They were evenly matched, and no one could easily escape. Everything rested on him. Crack! A strange sound rang out. Moto's eyelids twitched, and he looked up. At the entrance of the world path, the enormous tree crown had already surged into the world path. It was being squeezed by the world path's power, and the tree crown began to distort. However, it gradually filled the passageway between the 2 worlds. It was too late. Everything was too late. Moto's heart was ashen, and his entire body was cold. Xianxia laughed loudly. Although he was in a sorry state, his laughter was incomparably savage. This laughter entered Moto's ears. It only made him feel that it was incomparably ironic and mocking, and the suppressed volcanic anger in his chest completely erupted. Xianxia's laughter suddenly stopped, as if someone had grabbed his throat. It was extremely abrupt. Moto's expression also turned cold. He had clearly sensed something. The 2 of them looked up at the same time. Their gazes pierced through the void and reached the depths of the world path. Inside the world path, above the treetop, a black cloud suddenly appeared strangely. The black cloud slowly pressed down. It seemed slow, but it had a very strong oppressive force, as if nothing in the world could stop it from falling. In the process of falling, the black cloud gradually twisted and changed, transforming into the shape of a big hand, and covered the treetop. Demon God Master! Moto exclaimed. Great Demon God! Xianxia roared. In the demon territory, the strongest person was Great Demon God. He was an existence even more powerful than the Demon Saint. It was he who tore apart the barrier of the great world and opened the passageway between the demon territory and this world, bringing destruction and disaster to this world. The Demon Saint was already powerful enough, so how powerful was Great Demon God above him? Xianxia had been pondering this question before, but he had been unable to come up with an answer. It was just like how he had been unable to imagine the terror of a Dao Source Realm Master when he was still in the Origin Returning Realm. Without reaching a certain level, no matter how rich one's imagination was, it would still be lacking. Great Demon God stood at a completely different height, one that Xianxia could not fathom at all. However, at this very moment, he easily experienced the horror of the great demonic god. Just a palm formed by the black clouds seemed to be able to destroy a part of the world. It was a power that even the great demonic saints and shamans would tremble in fear. As the gigantic hand pressed down, cracking sounds rang out from the crown of the evergreen divine tree. It was actually unable to continue growing. Instead, it was showing signs of being pressed down. Moto watched this scene without the slightest hint of joy in his eyes, instead filled with fear. Large beads of sweat dripped down his cheeks as his 300-meter-tall body began to tremble. As a demon saint sent to this world by Great Demon God, he had failed in his duty and failed to organize the plan to seal off this world in time, causing Great Demon God to personally suppress it. After this battle, even if the demon race won, he and the other 4 demon saint would not be able to escape punishment. And the punishment of Great Demon God was not something he could bear, even if he was a demon saint. Whoosh! A strange sound rang out. Moto turned his head to look, and his expression immediately changed. You dare! Just as Xianxia was lost in thought, Wunyo actually flew up with a solemn expression and rushed towards the world path. Looking at his posture, it seemed he wanted to block the Great Demon God's attack all by himself. This caused Moto to pale with fright. It was not that he was afraid the wizard bull had the ability to do this. Since Great Demon God had already made his move, no matter how strong the wizard bull was, he was just an ant struggling. It was just that he could not allow the wizard bull to hinder Great Demon God in the slightest. He followed closely behind, wanting to stop the other in advance, but his body was too large and his movements were not as nimble as the other. He could only watch as the other charged into the world path and disappeared. Moto was in a panic. His demonic chi surged wildly as he used his hands and feet to climb up. He had not been able to reach the top of the tree no matter what before, but now he reached it in less than 10 breaths. Moto had no intention of staying here. He also charged into the world path, wanting to capture Xianxia. The world path was filled with nothingness and chaos, making it impossible to determine one's direction. It gave off an uneasy feeling. Even the demon saint could not easily get rid of this feeling. This was because this was the endless void. No matter how powerful an expert was, if they lost their way here, they could be trapped here forever. An unimaginable pressure came from above. Moto looked up and just happened to see Great Demon God's giant palm pressing down, but that wizard bull had disappeared without a trace. That palm was Great Demon God's attack. Even though there was a world between them, it still felt invincible. He did not dare release his divine sense to search for Xianxia's figure here because the surrounding chaotic streams of space would devour all of his divine sense. Just as he was searching for Xianxia suddenly and strangely appeared beside him, slamming into him like a cannonball. A terrifying power spread out. Moto could not stand steadily and was sent flying. Xianxia stuck close to his waist. The power of space law surged from his body. Chaotic streams of space surged, bringing him and Moto toward that palm. Moto's face was pale. He tried his best to resist, but in this void, where space law dominated everything, he found that he could not break free from Xianxia's push. He was getting closer and closer to Great Demon God's palm. What are you doing? Moto was both shocked and angry. A terrifying thought appeared in his mind. I'll lend it to you. Xianxia grinned at him, but Moto clearly did not see it. These words made Moto's face turn green. His massive body began to tremble. He resisted with all his might, almost breaking free from Xianxia's push several times. Xianxia waved his hand impatiently, causing countless streams of turbulent void to appear around him, transforming into ropes that bound Moto. This time, Moto became much more obedient. Do you know what you're doing? Moto realized that he could not break free. He could only hope to persuade Xianxia to change his mind. You'll die too. Xianxia did not say a word. He used all his strength to push Moto toward that giant palm. Madman! You're a madman! Moto cursed. I won't be used by you. It's my honor to die at the hands of Great Demon God. What you're doing is meaningless. You have the ancient devil chi and the ancient devil black eyes. Although you're from the barbarian race, you can be considered half a member of the demon race. Besides, you've already proven your strength. Give up. Great demon god will forgive you. You'll get whatever you want from the demon race. Why aren't you stopping? If you don't stop now, it'll be too late. Moto continued to roar, the panic on his face growing more and more apparent. Xianxia turned a deaf ear to him. Finally, when Great Demon God's giant palm descended on his head, Moto shut his mouth. He knew that it was too late to say anything now. Even if Xianxia let him go, he would not be able to dodge Great Demon God's attack. The giant palm above his head pressed down, and a destructive aura swept over him. Moto sighed, closed his eyes, and thrust out his neck. At this moment, Xianxia's furious roar exploded in his ears. Why aren't you attacking? Do you want to die? This roar was like a decree filled with magic. Moto suddenly opened his eyes. Driven by his survival instincts, he activated the power of the demon saint and raised his fists to meet the attack. He suddenly realized that the power restraining him had disappeared, and the space turbulence restraining him had also disappeared, allowing him to unleash his full strength. But the moment he attacked, Moto regretted it. He asked himself, just what was he doing? As a demon saint, he was actually resisting the great demon god? All of his actions were instinctive, without any thought. They were driven by his desire to live. On the brink of life and death, no one could think too much. No matter what, this was the full power of his demon saint strength. At the same time, Xianxia, not far from him, had a solemn expression. He raised the demon warhammer in his hand, poured his demonic chi into it, and smashed it down at the giant palm. Space laws swirled around the demon warhammer. Wherever the hammer passed, the void shattered. Not only that, Xianxia had also mixed in some time laws. At this critical moment of life and death, Xianxia unleashed an attack that surpassed his own limits. This attack was stronger than anything he had ever displayed before. It was an attack he had never imagined before. In the passage between two worlds, one was intentional, the other was unintentional. Xianxia and Moto worked together perfectly, unleashing a stunning counterattack. The giant palm paused for a moment, and then a giant hole appeared in its center. Endless demonic chi poured out of the hole. It flowed in all directions. But a moment later, the giant palm pressed down on Xianxia and Moto, as if it had destroyed two insignificant ants. It continued to press down. Moto's groan was extinguished as soon as it appeared. His 300-foot-tall body instantly collapsed. It turned into pieces of flesh that floated through the endless void. Xianxia also felt like he was shattering. His body had completely disappeared. Only his soul continued to fall, as if it would fall into the endless abyss. Was he dead? Xianxia didn't know what death was like, but if even the demon Saint Moto couldn't block this attack, he definitely couldn't survive. He probably really was dead. In a daze, he suddenly felt like he had forgotten many things, and then he remembered something. He could feel that he was still falling. This kind of falling seemed to have no end, as if it would continue on endlessly. For no reason, he felt his whole body relax, as if he no longer had to think about some things that annoyed him. It was not bad to continue falling like this. Suddenly, the feeling of falling disappeared and his vision changed. When Xianxia came back to his senses, he was already in the middle of a starry sky. He turned his head and looked around. He lowered his head. Then his eyes widened. He saw a massive tree that connected the heavens to the earth. It towered over the battlefield covered in blood and corpses. The majestic tree crown reached into a crack in the sky and was in the process of growing. He saw a few strong humans hiding under the tree to avoid the slaughter of the demon race. He also saw millions of humans and demon race engaged in a bloody battle in the vast wilderness. On the other side of the sky, 8 powerful experts were fighting. These were the saints of the two races. They seemed to be evenly matched. He shivered. He suddenly remembered what he had just forgotten, and recalled something even more distant. He was the Wizard Ox, the wizard king of the barbarian race's southern barbarian tribe. He commanded an elite army called the Wizard Ox tribe. He was also the Xianxia, the palace master of the High Heaven Palace in the northern territory of the astral boundary. Especially his second identity, he didn't know when he had actually forgotten it completely. When he had just arrived in this world, he would still remember it from time to time. He remembered that he was just a passerby in this world, and that he had only come to this mystic realm to gain experience. But as the war between the two races broke out, his memory of this identity became more and more blurry. He gradually got used to the identity of the wizard ox. In the end, he completely forgot the name of the Yongkai. Just now, he had dragged a demon saint and launched a suicidal attack on the great demon god. Was he trying to imitate the sacrifice of the evergreen god tree? If he remembered his identity as the Yongkai, he definitely wouldn't have been so reckless. After all, this was just an arcane realm. Everything could be just an illusion. But if he looked at this matter with the identity of the barbarian wizard ox, it would seem normal. The wizard ox would definitely make such a choice. Any barbarian would not hesitate to make such a choice. Even if they would die, as long as there was even the slightest chance of success, their death would be worth it. The only thing he couldn't understand now was what was going on. Was everything here an illusion? Was he really dead? Isn't it amazing? A voice suddenly came from behind him. Yongkai was startled. He didn't expect someone else to be here, but he didn't immediately turn around because he recognized the owner of the voice. He stood in the void and pointed below. Is this all real or fake? It's real, but it's also fake. A petite figure slowly walked to his side and stood still. Her beautiful eyes stared down as she looked at the scene below, together with Yongkai. Yongkai turned to look at her and curiously asked, "Answer me. There's falsehood in the truth, and truth in the falsehood." The woman winked at him, looking a little mischievous. This was an expression she had never shown before, which made Yongkai stunned. Yongkai continued to look at her and didn't say a word. The woman said, "This battle is real. In ancient times, there was a war between the two races. It wasn't much different from what you are seeing now, but the scale was bigger." Yongkai frowned. "Then what about the wizard ox?" "It's because there were countless wizard ox in that battle. This land was preserved. And the demon race was forced to retreat." Yongkai suddenly said, "The wizard ox I saw and experienced was just a miniature version?" "Yes." Yongkai said, "I understand. Everything I experienced was just an illusion, but this illusion wasn't an empty fantasy. It was something that happened in ancient times. Moreover, this illusion lasted a little too long. It lasted for a full 2 years." However, Yongkai believed that this was a war in ancient times. It definitely couldn't have ended in just 2 years. Perhaps it was 20 years, or perhaps it was 2 centuries. It was just that the miniature version he saw shortened the time. "That's right, so congratulations on your contribution in this battle." The woman smiled. Yongkai sneered. "I'm already dead. There's nothing to congratulate me about. It's just that you're in this world. You're still alive." The woman smiled. Yongkai shook his head and said, "I want to see the final result of this battle." The woman nodded and stretched out a hand. A moment later, it was as if Yongkai had become the incarnation of a god. With a single thought, everything below him could be seen clearly, down to the smallest detail. First, it was the passage between the two worlds. After the great demon god's attack destroyed the demon Saint Moto and Wizard Ox's resistance, it continued to press down. However, Moto and Wizard Ox's sacrifice was not in vain. A hole appeared in the giant palm. A large amount of demonic chi leaked out and was absorbed by the surrounding void, greatly reducing the power of the giant palm. Moreover, as the giant palm pressed down, its power decreased. In the end, when the giant palm slammed into the crown of the tree, heaven and earth trembled. The huge treetop suddenly shortened by a bit. Countless broken branches and leaves flew through the air. Countless cracks appeared on the towering tree trunk, as if it could collapse at any moment. However, the evergreen god tree only swayed for a while before stabilizing again. Green light blossomed from every leaf and every branch of the evergreen god tree. An astonishing burst of life energy erupted. The tree crown, which had already entered the passage between the two worlds, suddenly expanded as if it was glowing with the light of spring. It immediately sealed off the crack in the sky. Immediately afterward, countless green lights flew into the sky like fireflies. They rushed into the sealed world passage and disappeared. Soon, the realm path was filled with green light as well. The life essence that the evergreen god tree had gathered for tens of thousands of years rapidly shrank. All of the life energy turned into green light and was used to seal off the world passage. When the world passage was completely filled with green light, the evergreen god tree suddenly shook. The side branches fell one after another, leaving only a bare main trunk. The world passage gradually shrank under an inexplicable force. In the end, it closed and disappeared. The entire process lasted for a very long time. After the world passage disappeared, the evergreen god tree seemed to have lost its life force. The tree trunk that connected heaven and earth turned into fine powder that fluttered in the wind. The evergreen god tree sacrificed itself for a righteous cause. The world passage was finally sealed. When they saw this scene, all of the barbarians cheered in surprise. However, the demon race that was fighting the barbarians looked as if they had lost their parents. After losing their connection to the demon territory, the low-level soldiers and the demon king seemed to be greatly affected. Their strength was greatly reduced and they could no longer fully display their strength. The barbarians fought back and killed countless enemies. The battle of the holy saints that had been in a stalemate finally changed. The four demon saints were gradually not a match for the barbarians. Under the relentless pursuit of the wizard saints, they fled pathetically. In less than half a day, 2 demon saints were killed on the spot. The other 2 demon saints knew that the situation was hopeless and began to flee. The wizard saints chased after them separately. The demon saint either died or fled. The demon race below could not do anything. The battle was over, and all that was left was to clean up the battlefield. Xianxia retracted his gaze and let out a soft sigh. He had already foreseen the outcome of the war between the 2 races. Just as he had expected, the barbarian race had won after paying a huge price. The invaders had been exterminated, and as for the 2 great demon saints who had escaped, even if they were omnipotent, there was no place for them to hide in this vast world. In a way, this experience was very successful. Xianxia himself also gained a lot, especially his understanding of the ancient wizard's magic. This was something that no ancient book could compare to. The only flaw was that the wizard bull died. But in that situation, as a wizard bull, Xianxia couldn't think of a better way to deal with the great demon god's attack. Now there was only one last problem left. Xianxia turned his head to look at the petite woman beside him and asked seriously, "Who are you? What should I call you? Or should I call you like before?" Dai. Dai smiled as if she sensed the dissatisfaction in Xianxia's heart and softly said, "I am a witness to history, a recorder. What you have experienced is only a drop in the ocean that I have recorded. This illusion was created by you?" Xianxia raised his eyebrows. Dai shook her head, "I am only responsible for witnessing and recording. What kind of illusion one encounters after entering this place is completely the choice of the person undergoing the experience." Xianxia frowned, "I don't remember choosing anything. After entering this place, he woke up as Sangnan village's Anyo. When did he ever have the chance to choose?" Dai smiled, "Something in your body will help you make a choice." Xianxia thought for a bit, "Ancient demon chi?" Only the ancient demon chi could be related to the illusion of the war between the 2 races. As soon as he said this, he was shocked. He remembered that he had unlocked the gold and silver seal on the Dantian. He had already become the demon race, but now he didn't feel any discomfort at all. He wanted to check his condition, but now he didn't even have a body. He appeared here in a similar way to a soul and communicated with Dai, so he couldn't check his condition. Butterfly seemed to have sensed his thoughts and said, "Don't worry. Everything is at a standstill here. You can deal with your own difficulties after you get out." Xianxia nodded and pondered for a moment before saying, "You said that you are a witness to history, a recorder. Can I understand that you are the illusion itself?" Butterfly looked at him with bright eyes and said, "You're really smart." "That's right, I am this illusion itself." Xianxia said, "Everyone who comes here will experience different illusions, right? What I experienced was the invasion of the demon race. The war between the 2 races, if other people came, they might experience something else. That's it." Butterfly chuckled, feeling that it was never tiring to talk to smart people. "Furthermore, what you experienced this time was a war between 2 races. Perhaps the next time you come here, you will experience something completely different. Everything is changing, and everything has its own cause and effect. Does this mystic realm have a name? Xianxia asked curiously. Thousand Illusionary Dream Realm. Butterfly replied, her petite body suddenly turning around and exploding with a bang. Xianxia was slightly startled. But soon he calmed down and stared at a huge butterfly in front of him with blurred eyes. The place where Butterfly originally stood was now occupied by a five-colored butterfly as tall as a person. This butterfly was brightly colored and gave off a feeling of extreme beauty. It gently flapped its wings, causing fluorescent light to flow around it, dazzling those who looked at it. Butterfly's voice came from the other side, I am the Thousand Illusionary Butterfly, the master of this mystic realm. So you are the key to opening this mystic realm. Xianxia suddenly realized. Princess Lan's son had once told Xianxia about this before. There were many mystic realms in the five-colored treasure pagoda's fifth layer, some of which required specific keys to open. For example, the Great Illusionary Dream Realm she once mentioned required the Golden Armor Heavenly Book to open. Star Soul Palace's elder Tanjun Hao was killed by Xianxia in Flowing Shadow City. The Golden Armor Heavenly Book also fell into Xianxia's hands, causing some of Star Soul Palace's disciples to be trapped inside the Great Illusionary Dream Realm, unable to leave. In order to recover the Golden Armor Heavenly Book, Star Soul Palace had no choice but to agree to Xianxia's request to enter the five-colored treasure pagoda for a month. The key to the Great Illusionary Dream Realm was the Golden Armor Heavenly Book, and the key to the Thousand Illusionary Dream Realm Xianxia experienced was Butterfly. It was also the Thousand Illusionary Butterfly she had transformed into. Butterfly chuckled, Key? I am not just the key, I just told you, I am the mystic realm itself. Xianxia didn't know what the difference was, but he instinctively felt that this so-called Thousand Illusionary Butterfly was of a higher level than the Great Illusionary Dream Realm Lan Sun spoke of. Nodding, he said, I roughly understand, but since you are the master of this mystic realm, why appear beside me as Butterfly? Are you monitoring me? Butterfly said, I can easily see everything in this mystic realm, so there is no need to monitor anything. As for why? I just felt like it. I had been in a deep slumber for many years, and this time I was awakened by you. Oh? Xianxia raised his eyebrows and said with some interest, so you are saying that there is something special about me to you? Can I take you with me? After pausing for a moment, he changed his words, are you willing to come with me? If he could take Butterfly with him, then he would be able to control a mystic realm. Moreover, this mystic realm was ever-changing and suitable for any cultivator to enter. He was now the palace master of the High Heaven Palace, so he had to consider many things. Every great sect had its own foundation, such as Star Soul Palace's five-colored treasure pagoda, Azure Sun Temple's Divine Ascension Mirror, Orthodoxy Temple's Astral Winds, Heavenly Marshal Holy Land's Martial Intent Hall. Each of them had their own irreplaceable role and contributed unimaginable strength to the development of their own sect. The strength of a sect wasn't just limited to having a few masters in charge, it also had to consider the future development and the growth of its disciples. Currently, the High Heaven Palace didn't lack masters. The Monster King was a guest elder, and he was also under Xianxia's command. There were also Emperor Ray Masters, Emperor Alchemists, and Emperor Artifact Masters in the palace. There was also a territory crossing space array that connected the north and south, so cultivation resources weren't a problem. Xianxia was still thinking about Tianyan. If he could help Tianyan reconstruct his physical body and free him from the Divine Ascension Mirror, then the High Heaven Palace would have a master on the level of great emperors as a backer. Even if it wasn't a sect of great emperors, it wouldn't be far off. What the High Heaven Palace lacked was a foundation that could help several or even several dozen generations of disciples grow. The Thousand Illusions Dream Realm was undoubtedly an excellent choice. That was why Xianxia really wanted to take it with him. The Thousand Illusions Dream Realm was one of the many sealed realms in the fifth layer of the five-colored treasure pagoda. Butterfly was the key to this sealed realm, so as long as he could take Butterfly away, the High Heaven Palace would have its own sealed realm in the future. As for whether or not Star Soul Palace would discover or stop him, Xianxia didn't think there was anything to worry about. There were many sealed realms in the fifth layer of the five-colored treasure pagoda, and there were some sealed realms that even Star Soul Palace couldn't open or find. If he took one of these sealed realms, Star Soul Palace definitely wouldn't know. What's more, even if they found out, what could they do? This was a benefit that Xianxia had gained from his experience. Star Soul Palace couldn't bully the weak and force him to stay, as that would be a blow to Star Soul Palace's reputation. With this in mind, Xianxia asked. At the same time, his mind was rapidly thinking about how to persuade Butterfly if she refused. He wasn't very confident in this proposal. Sure. Butterfly said softly. WH. What? Xianxia froze for a moment, not having expected Butterfly to agree so readily. The few words of persuasion he had just prepared were immediately swallowed back into his stomach. I said sure, Butterfly repeated. Xianxia was speechless for a moment, Butterfly agreeing. So easily made him a little unable to respond. On the other hand, Butterfly saw his concerns and chuckled, I can see the changes and interpretations of history in you, so I need to record them. It's not convenient to stay in this place. Xianxia grinned, I don't know what the future will be like, but I think my future should be very exciting. You may record a lot of things. I hope so. Xianxia stretched out his hand to her and Butterfly gently flapped her colorful wings, her beautiful body suddenly turning into a stream of light and flying into Xianxia's hand. Xianxia gently grasped it and looked down to find a butterfly-like hairpin in his hand. It was small and exquisite, looking exactly the same as the 1,000 illusionary butterfly that Butterfly transformed into, except its size was countless times smaller. Butterfly disappeared and turned into a butterfly-shaped key that remained in Xianxia's hand. All of a sudden, everything around him began to distort, becoming grotesque and variegated. Then, Kai Yang felt an irresistible suction force pulling him in an unknown direction, as if it wanted to throw him into hell. He couldn't resist and could only guard his mind. With a loud rumble, Xianxia felt as if his soul had traveled through an endless space-time tunnel and arrived at a familiar residence. He opened his eyes and immediately confirmed that his soul had returned to his body. However, his body's situation was extremely bad. A rich demonic chi wrapped around him and his physique was pulsing, transmitting an extremely dangerous aura. This aura impacted his soul, causing it to become turbulent, as if he could be demonized at any time. After becoming the demon race in the 1,000 illusionary dream world, his body really gave a very realistic response. In other words, although what one experienced in the 1,000 illusionary dream world was only an illusion, it was still inextricably linked to the person who experienced it. For example, in the current situation, Xianxia had become the demon race in the illusion, which meant that he had really become the demon race. Without time to think too much, Xianxia hurriedly urged the power of the 7-colored soul-warming lotus in his knowledge sea to protect the clarity of his soul before immersing himself in the sealed world bead and guiding the sealing power of the gold and silver trees in the medicine garden into his body. Gold and silver light quickly gushed out and flowed through his meridians throughout his body. Under the mysterious power of the gold and silver tree, the demonic chi that was surging in his limbs and muscles seemed to have encountered nemesis and was forced back towards the dantian, like a rabbit avoiding the pursuit of a falcon, revealing a sense of panic. After spending some time, Xianxia finally resealed his demonic chi and returned to normal. However, this action consumed the sealing power that the Tsang tree had accumulated with great difficulty. In the medicine garden of the small sealed world, the Tsang tree no longer had its gold and silver colors. Instead, it looked a little withered. Obviously, Xianxia had absorbed too much of its power before. Sighing slightly, Xianxia stretched out his hand and took out a jade bottle. A drop of mercury-like liquid slowly rolled in the bottle. Supreme divine water. Xianxia had exchanged this treasure with a master from the Emperor realm who went to Azure Sun Temple to participate in the coronation ceremony a few days ago. He didn't expect it to come in handy so soon. Supreme divine water could promote the growth of spirit plants and greatly shorten the growth period of spirit plants. However, this thing was rare and valuable, so very few people could obtain it. With the Tsang tree's sealing power exhausted, Xianxia had to make plans to use the supreme divine water to supplement its consumption. Otherwise, if he was forced to become the demon race again, he wouldn't have any extra sealing power to resolve his crisis. After becoming the demon race several times, Xianxia found that he needed to use more and more sealing power. According to his estimation, He was afraid that he could only become the demon race 2 or 3 more times at most before he could no longer seal the ancient demon chi in his body. At that time, he might be reduced to a demon forever and lose his mind. Perhaps, the dragon transformation secret technique was a way to delay it. This time, while becoming the demon race, he maintained the dragon transformation secret technique, so his mind was much clearer than the previous 2 times. It could be seen that the dragon transformation secret technique had some restraining effect on becoming the demon race. At the very least, it could keep him sane. Should I find Zhu Qing and go with her to Dragon Island? There were a lot of dragon blood flowers on Dragon Island. He could collect them and refine them into dragon blood pills, which could help him perfect the dragon transformation secret technique. However, Zhu Qing had gone to the northern frozen earth. So far, there was no news of her and he didn't know whether she was dead or alive. Shaking his head, Kai Yang didn't want to think about it anymore. Once again, he checked his condition. There wasn't much of a problem with his physical body. After the demonic chi crisis was resolved, he only felt a little weak. This kind of weakness would only require a few days of rest to recover. However, Yang Kai was shocked by the injury to his divine soul. In the dream world of 1,000 illusions, although everything he experienced was just an illusion, after all, he participated in it with his soul. Moreover, in that lifelike environment, Yang Kai completely forgot his original identity and thought of himself as a wizard. All the damage that the wizard bull suffered would be directly reflected on his soul. The heaven-shaking battle with Moto had already left him heavily injured. At the last moment, the great demon god had struck him across space, causing his soul to scatter. This was an unimaginable encounter. Yang Kai suspected that if he didn't have the protection of the rainbow soul-warming lotus, he would have died in the illusion. This was the rainbow soul-warming lotus, a treasure of heaven and earth. It had protected his soul and allowed him to return to reality. If it had been anyone else who encountered such a thing, they definitely wouldn't have been able to wake up at this moment. All illusions had the ability to pass off as reality, let alone a top-level secret realm like the dream world of 1,000 illusions. Only now did Yang Kai feel a sense of lingering fear. At the same time, an indescribable exhaustion swept over him, making him want to immediately fall asleep. However, he still remembered that this was the other party's territory. Moreover, he had been in the 5-colored treasure pagoda for more than 2 years, completely breaking the agreement with Star Soul Palace. He didn't know what kind of questions he would face after leaving. Opening his palm, the butterfly-shaped key was still in his hand. The cold touch let Yang Kai know that everything he had experienced before was not a dream, but had really happened. Butterfly had turned into a butterfly in front of him. Then it had turned into this key. He called out softly, but he didn't get any response. The lifelike butterfly in the illusion had now become a cold dead object, without the slightest spirituality. Yang Kai couldn't even see what was special about it. At this moment, the butterfly key was like a street stall. Other than the novelty of its design, there was nothing eye-catching about it. However, this was still a secret realm. With it, the future development of High Heaven Palace would be even better. Yang Kai held it and then put it into the small sealed world bead. Slowly getting up and looking around, Yang Kai found that he seemed to be in a somewhat familiar hall. The hall was empty, with only a door emitting a faint light not far away. Thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai couldn't remember when he had been to this place. However, the door emitting a faint light should be the exit. He took a deep breath, and then walked forward with light steps. Passing through the door, Yang Kai's vision blurred and he arrived in another place. Extremely fierce fluctuations of power were fluctuating all around, startling Yang Kai. He instinctively thought that he was about to be attacked, but in the next moment, a familiar voice entered his ears. "Brother Yang, you're out." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes slightly and looked in the direction of the voice, a beautiful and refined face imprinted in his eyes. He couldn't help but be dazed for a moment, as if he still hadn't gotten rid of his identity as a wizard. 2 years was neither long nor short, but in that ancient world, Yang Kai had gone through a cycle of life and death, from weak to strong. This was an extremely wonderful life experience, diluting his memory of other things. At this moment, the boundary between reality and illusion was blurred. Princess Lansun? Yang Kai saw the person's face and a name popped up in his mind. This name gradually overlapped with the figure in front of him, allowing him to finally determine the other party's identity. The smile on Lan Sun's face slowly faded as she obviously felt Yang Kai's abnormality and asked worriedly, "Brother Yang, are you injured?" At the same time, Lan Sun also noticed Yang Kai's estrangement. This estrangement was not deliberate, but unintentional. It was as if she and Yang Kai had just met for the first time, the kind of estrangement that came from not being familiar with each other. This made Lan Sun feel very strange. Although she had never been close to Yang Kai, they had dealt with each other several times. Last time, when the golden armored heavenly book was recovered, she was the one who handled it. It stood to reason that Yang Kai's attitude towards her should not be like this. All around, majestic gazes focused on Yang Kai, scrutinizing him from top to bottom, but they did not find anything special about him. They only felt that Yang Kai was too weak and should be seriously injured. This was inevitable. The five-colored treasure pagoda was the foundation of Star Soul Palace. Although the disciples could obtain great benefits by gaining experience in it, it was also accompanied by a certain amount of danger. Every few years, some disciples would fall in it. It was normal for Yang Kai to be injured and weak. "It's just a small injury, nothing serious." Yang Kai forced a smile as his previous memories slowly recovered and he gradually got rid of the wizard bull's influence on him. He looked at Lan Sun and asked, "Has junior sister Lan been waiting for me here?" Hearing him call her junior sister again, Lan Sun also showed a smile and said, "I just came out not long ago, I wasn't waiting for you." Yang Kai was startled. Junior sister Lan just came out not long ago? He couldn't help feeling a little confused. He had been delayed in the Thousand Illusions dream realm for more than 2 years, so what had happened to Lan Sun? She had just come out not long ago. Suddenly, Yang Kai seemed to realize something and turned his head to look around. Where are Brother Lei and Brother Xiao? He remembered that many people had entered the five-colored treasure pagoda to gain experience. Originally, the five-colored treasure pagoda had not yet opened, but because of the agreement with Yang Kai, it had opened ahead of time, allowing many disciples of Star Soul Palace to benefit from it and enter the pagoda to gain experience in advance. At this moment, many people had already come out and gathered around, whispering in groups of 3 to 5. Those who looked happy obviously had gained a lot, while those who looked depressed probably didn't get any benefits and wasted an opportunity to come here. Seeing Yang Kai chatting with Lan Sun, many disciples of Star Soul Palace glared at him, wanting to come over and beat him up. Yang Kai did not see Xiaochen or Lei Lei. Lan Sun said, "They are still inside and should be coming out soon. The pagoda is about to close, so they will have no choice but to come out." Yang Kai was slightly surprised and asked casually, "How long has it been since we entered the pagoda?" Lan Sun looked at him curiously, not knowing why he asked such a question, but she still replied, "It's been exactly 1 month." 1 month. Yang Kai couldn't believe his ears. He had clearly spent more than 2 years in the Thousand Illusions dream realm, but in this real world, it seemed like only 5 days had passed. Because he remembered that when he entered the 5th layer of the secret realm, there were only 5 days left until the deadline. 1 month referred to the time the five-colored treasure pagoda opened and closed. He subconsciously clenched his fist, but there was nothing there. The Thousand Illusions dream realm had the magical effect of stretching time. Just 5 days had been stretched to 2 years. This was simply incredible. Even in the illusion realm, it was not something that could be achieved by ordinary means. He had thought that the Thousand Illusions dream realm was extremely extraordinary before, but now it seemed that he had underestimated this secret realm. Just the time principles involved made the value of the Thousand Illusions dream realm immeasurable. Yang Kai's silence made Lan Sun a little worried. "Brother Yang, are you okay?" "I'm fine, just a little tired." Yang Kai showed a smile, but it was extremely forced. He was really tired. The damage to his soul and physical exhaustion were not things that could be recovered in a short time. He suspected that this fatigue was caused by doing what he had done for 2 years in just 5 days. To avoid letting Lan Sun see through him, Yang Kai changed the topic. "What are Elder Xiao and the others doing?" As soon as he walked out of the five-colored treasure pagoda, Yang Kai noticed that the several Third-Order Emperor Realm Elders of Star Soul Palace seemed to be joining forces to cast a spell on the five-colored treasure pagoda. Looking at the expressions of Xiao Yang and the others, it seemed that this had been going on for some time. Even if they were strong, they could not hold on for much longer. Lan Sun said, "There seems to be a problem with the fourth layer of the pagoda. Many of the small worlds are broken, which has some impact on the structure of the pagoda. Uncle Xiao and the others must stabilize the pagoda and wait for everyone to come out, otherwise, once the void shatters, the people inside may be trapped." A drop of cold sweat quietly dripped down Yang Kai's forehead as he asked awkwardly, how could there be a problem with a supreme treasure like the five-colored treasure pagoda? Lan Sun looked in the direction of the pagoda and shook her head, "I don't know, I've never encountered such a thing before." Yang Kai chuckled dryly, "Then my luck isn't very good, encountering it on my first time here." He didn't dare to say too much. Fortunately, his current state was not good, so even if his expression was a bit strange, it wouldn't attract too much attention. There was a problem with the fourth layer of the five-colored treasure pagoda. Many of the small worlds were broken, and Yang Kai didn't need to think to know it was related to him. He had used the sealed world bead to devour the world principles of a large number of small worlds in the fourth layer, causing them to break apart, but he hadn't expected such a consequence. Fortunately, the consequences didn't seem to be irreparable or too serious. While the two were talking, a figure flashed in front of the entrance of the pagoda and Xiao Chen and Lei Ting walked out together. These two had also entered the fifth layer of the five-colored treasure pagoda, but each of them had their own opportunities. At this moment, it was easy to guess what they had gained and lost just by looking at their expressions. Xiao Chen had a smile on his face, brimming with confidence. Clearly, he had gained some benefits on the fifth floor. Lei Ting's face was gloomy and his aura was unstable. It seemed that his injuries were more serious than Yang Kai's, probably due to some setbacks. However, for a cultivator, whether it was setbacks or benefits, they were all necessary experiences on the road to growth. Only those with weak will would be beaten down by setbacks and be unable to move forward. Those with high fighting spirit could often turn setbacks into motivation to move forward, allowing them to go further and further. Xiao Chen and Lei Ting were the last group to come out. After the two appeared, Xiao Yuyang shouted, "Everyone, leave this place." Many Star Soul Palace disciples received the order, bowed in the direction of the four elders, and withdrew. Yang Kai, Lan Sun, and the others also left. After walking for a short distance, Yang Kai suddenly felt an extremely strong energy fluctuation coming from the void. When Yang Kai turned his head to look, he saw a beam of moonlight coming from somewhere in the Star Soul Palace and striking the body of the five-colored treasure pagoda. This ray of light was not an attack, but had some other kind of magical effect. After this ray of light appeared, Xiao Yuyang and the others' expressions brightened. The five-colored treasure pagoda began to stabilize. Yang Kai's expression turned cold. He knew that the moonlight was the work of the great emperors. Speaking of which, he had also fought against great emperors in the Thousand Illusions dream realm. The demon Saint Modo was an existence comparable to the great emperors. This could be considered the first time Yang Kai had truly fought against the great emperors. Last time, in the Shattered Star Sea, when the heaven-devouring great emperor and the great emperors of the secular world fought, he had just happened to be there and watched from the sidelines. What's more, at that time, the two great emperors could not display their full strength. However, the experience in the illusion was different, even if it was just an illusion. Everything was based on reality. In other words, the power Modo displayed was truly at the level of the great emperors. Yang Kai had used all his means without holding back, but he was still not Modo's opponent. If Modo had not underestimated his opponent in the beginning, giving Yang Kai the opportunity to use his secret techniques, and if he had not focused on stopping the evergreen divine tree, his chances of winning would have been less than 30%. Even so, Yang Kai could not do anything to him, so in the end, he could only rely on shameless methods. He dragged Yang Kai along to resist the great demon god's attack. This was an extremely precious memory and a rare experience. As long as he could absorb the experience of that battle, Yang Kai believed that he would grow even further. At this moment, the great emperor's attack was extremely mysterious, and Yang Kai could not compare it to Modo's, but he could feel that the great emperors of the bright moon were stronger than Modo. Lan Sun also stopped and turned her head to look at the moonlight. Suddenly, she pouted, an aggrieved expression on her face. She had not seen her father for a long time. Junior sister Lan, Yang Kai suddenly spoke, "This matter is over, so I should take my leave." He had destroyed many of the small worlds in the fourth layer of the five-colored treasure pagoda, so Xiao Yang and the others were definitely suspicious of him. When Yang Kai walked out just now, the third-stage Emperor Realm Elders had been observing him. However, as long as Yang Kai did not admit to this kind of thing, they could not blame him, so they let him leave. However, Yang Kai still held the butterfly key in his hand, which was the key to the Thousand Illusionary Dream Realm and should have belonged to one of Star Soul Palace's sealed worlds. To put it nicely, this was Yang Kai's opportunity, but to put it bluntly, he had stolen it. Yang Kai had taken someone else's things, so he naturally did not want to stay any longer, lest Star Soul Palace discover something, not to mention he still had matters to attend to. Lan Sun looked at Yang Kai and asked in amazement, "Brother Yang, are you going to leave?" I have an appointment with someone." "But Brother Yang, you seem to be injured, do you want to rest here for 2 days before leaving?" Lan Sun asked with concern. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head, "No need, my injuries are not serious, I just need some time to recuperate." There were no wounds on his body, and the injuries to his soul could not be healed by rest alone. He had the 7-colored soul-warming lotus, so he only needed time to heal. "Is that so?" Lan Sun saw that he had made up his mind and did not urge him to stay any longer, so she smiled and said, "In that case, junior sister will not keep brother here, Brother Yang, please be careful." Yang Kai said, "The elders." Lan Sun smiled slightly, "When they are done, I will tell them." "Many thanks." Yang Kai kept his fists and bowed before turning around and flying out of Star Soul Palace. Lan Sun stood in place and watched his back disappear from sight before leaving. Not far away, Xiao Chen, who had been silently observing the situation, breathed a sigh of relief. After leaving Star Soul Palace, Yang Kai identified the direction and flew towards Thousand Leaf Sect. His soul had yet to recover, so he did not fly very quickly. As he hurried along, he recalled the various scenes of his fight with Moto, deducing the various changes in his mind. This trip to the Thousand Illusions Dream Realm had given him a great harvest, and the fight with Moto was just one of the many. Moreover, he had not had time to digest most of the things he had learned, so he needed to spend some time sorting out the memories in his mind. In a trance, Yang Kai seemed to have noticed something and suddenly came to a stop, squinting his eyes as he looked ahead. In the void in front of him, a person was standing high up in the air. This person did not look very old, about 20 years old, with red lips and white teeth, and a handsome face. One of his hands was behind his back while the other was naturally placed on his abdomen. This kind of calm posture did not match his appearance at all. Yang Kai's expression was extremely serious because he found that this person's aura was erratic, and even with his eyesight, he could not see through the depths of this person's cultivation. Even though Yang Kai's soul was injured, his powerful spiritual energy was still there, and the average cultivator of the Emperor realm could not hide in front of him. But just now, he had not noticed anything, and it was as if this person had suddenly appeared in front of him, causing him to be on guard. In this kind of situation, either the other party's cultivation was much higher than his or he had a particularly useful artifact. Yang Kai looked at the other party, and the other party looked back at him with an unfathomable smile. This smile gave Yang Kai a bad feeling, so he frowned and asked, "Friend, do you need something?" The person opened his mouth and spat out a word that caused Yang Kai's soul to leave his body, "Bind." With one word, 10,000 laws followed. Yang Kai's body suddenly tensed up, and he inexplicably felt that the space around him had been imprisoned, as if a thick rope had tied him up, causing his body to become stiff, and even moving a finger was extremely difficult. Yang Kai turned pale with fright. He did not feel that the other party had used any secret technique or divine technique at all. The other party had only casually spat out a word, and it had caused such an effect. Even a third-order Emperor Realm Master could not do this, and there was only one kind of person in the world who could do this. And this place was near the Star Soul Palace, so the identity of the person in front of him was obvious. "You." Yang Kai was both shocked and angry. He never thought that this person would actually intercept him here, and even attack him. What is he doing? If he wanted to attack me, he would have had plenty of opportunities when I was in the Star Soul Palace, so why did he have to intercept me outside? What's more, with his identity and status, what good would it do him to act so sneakily? Yang Kai did not understand, but he did not have time to think about it. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yang Kai's vision blurred as the young man who was 1,000 meters away from him suddenly appeared in front of him like a ghost, giving Yang Kai a fright. He finally understood what it was like to be shocked by his space divine technique. The two were so close together, but the other party did not make a move. Instead, there was still a calm smile on his face as he quietly looked at Yang Kai. As their four eyes met, his eyes seemed to have transformed into two full moons, blooming with an astonishing light. Under the shroud of this light, everything about Yang Kai was revealed, as if all of his secrets were laid bare before this man's eyes. Yang Kai was furious. Although he knew who the other party was, he would not allow others to pry into his secrets. He could not move his body, and his thoughts were not as fast as usual, but he still managed to launch a powerful counterattack. Pushing his spiritual energy madly, in his knowledge sea, the island transformed from the seven-colored soul-warming lotus began to spin fiercely, like a spinning top being whipped, spinning faster and faster, more and more violently. The seven-colored radiance burst out, filling the entire knowledge sea. Above his knowledge sea, moonlight poured down. Originally, everything would be revealed wherever the moonlight passed, but at this moment, the seven-colored radiance swept over and scattered the pure and clear moonlight. The other party let out a soft cry of surprise, obviously not expecting Yang Kai to still have the strength to fight back. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan as blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. His already weak face suddenly became as pale as paper and his body swayed, as if he could fall at any moment. The young man was stunned for a moment and quickly withdrew his divine technique. He had no malice towards Yang Kai, but there were some things he needed to investigate. However, it was somewhat inconvenient for him to investigate this matter with his status, so he had come here to intercept him. Originally, he thought that with his own methods, he would be able to capture Yang Kai easily, but he did not expect that his counterattack would be so effective. This made him feel quite embarrassed. Since his first move had failed, he could not attack again. His figure fluttered as he retreated 1,000 meters, as if he had never moved. 1,000 meters away, Yang Kai glared angrily as he madly urged the power of the seven-colored soul-warming lotus, driving his soul to guard his knowledge sea. He would not reveal any of the secrets in his knowledge sea unless the other party defeated him. The other party definitely had the strength to do so, and Yang Kai would not easily surrender. This scene was like a rabbit facing a falcon swooping down from the sky. Even if the rabbit bared its fangs, it would not have much effect. The falcon would still catch the rabbit in the air, fly to a high altitude, and then throw the rabbit to its death. The young man looked at Yang Kai for a while before suddenly sighing softly and then looking up at the sky, as if he was talking to the air. "The weather is good." After saying this, he took a step forward and suddenly disappeared from Yang Kai's field of vision. Just as he came without a trace, he also left without anyone noticing. Yang Kai maintained a vigilant posture for a long time, his divine sense constantly moving back and forth within a radius of 1,000 meters before he was sure that the young man had really left. It was not until this moment that he breathed a sigh of relief and let down the vigilance in his heart. An unimaginable feeling of exhaustion swept over him like a tide, causing him to involuntarily stagger in midair and almost fall down. Barely stabilizing himself, he reached out to wipe the blood off his face and frowned. That person had suddenly come to intercept him and even used the divine technique to investigate his secrets. In the end, it was all bark and no bite. Yang Kai was very puzzled and surprised. Did he come all the way here just to say nice weather? This was obviously impossible. After thinking for a while, the depression on Yang Kai's face gradually melted away, and he slowly smiled. The more he smiled, the more carefree he felt. The last layer of worry and burden in his heart was completely put down. He had a rough idea of what that person meant. He had taken the 1,000 Illusions dream domain from the 5th floor of the 5-colored treasure pagoda. As the master of Star Soul Palace, the existence that controlled the 5-colored treasure pagoda, the great emperors must have discovered something, but they were unable to fully understand it. That was why he needed to investigate. However, Yang Kai was not a disciple of Star Soul Palace and had only entered the 5-colored treasure pagoda because of a previous agreement, so neither the great emperors nor the elders could ask Yang Kai to take the initiative to explain his experience in the 5-colored treasure pagoda. If Yang Kai was just an ordinary disciple of the emperor realm, Star Soul Palace would have used many secret techniques to make him unknowingly reveal the existence of the Thousand Illusions dream domain, but now Yang Kai was an elder of Azure Sun Temple. Star Soul Palace was the overlord of the Southern Territory and the guardian of the Southern Territory, so they naturally could not bully the weak. Therefore, the great emperors personally took action, and the location was not inside Star Soul Palace, but outside, indicating that all of this had nothing to do with Star Soul Palace. He did not report his origins because of this consideration, and Yang Kai guessed it but did not point it out. To a certain extent, the two of them maintained a tacit understanding, which allowed them to turn big matters into small ones and small ones into nothing. The matter was over, and the great emperors personally took action but still failed to find any useful information. In other words, the great emperors did not force Yang Kai, so after this matter, Star Soul Palace would no longer pursue Yang Kai's experience in the five-colored treasure pagoda and the benefits he obtained. In other words, no matter what Yang Kai took away from the five-colored treasure pagoda, Star Soul Palace and Mingyu would pinch their noses and admit it. It was precisely because he understood this point that Yang Kai's mood suddenly became very comfortable. Previously, he had been a little worried. If he took it without asking for permission, it would be considered theft. Even if he brought Dream World Thousand Illusions back to Towering Palace, he could only use it in secret. He could not reveal it openly. But after the experience just now, the Thousand Illusions dream domain could be exposed to the world, and even if Star Soul Palace found out later, they would not be able to say anything. Thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai felt that he should thank the great emperors. Moreover, the great emperors seemed to be quite good people. With his methods and ability, it was not impossible for him to forcibly break through Yang Kai's knowledge seized defenses just now, but he had only touched it briefly before withdrawing, displaying the demeanor of a master. This gave Yang Kai a good impression of him. The words "the weather is good" were probably the great emperor's words of helplessness and embarrassment. After smiling for a while, Yang Kai could no longer smile. He touched his nose and found that it was bleeding profusely, as if it could not be stopped. The consumption of his soul during this period was simply too great, far exceeding his body's capacity. If it were not for the protection of the rainbow soul-warming lotus, he would have long since become an idiot. A journey that should have taken several days took Yang Kai more than 10 days to arrive. The old site of Thousand Leaves sect was still a scene of desolation, with broken walls everywhere. Yang Kai arrived at the mountain valley with ease, activated the space principles, and entered Thousand Leaves sect's Emperor Heaven Valley. The Emperor Heaven Valley was a small independent world. In this world, other than Yang Kai, no one else could enter and exit it freely. But at this moment, there was a figure near the entrance of Emperor Heaven Valley. This person had the cultivation of the Emperor realm and was currently drawing in an open space. Sometimes, he would frown, sometimes his eyes would widen, and sometimes a smile would appear on his face. He seemed to be immersed in his own world and was unable to extricate himself, not even noticing Yang Kai's arrival. It was only when Yang Kai lightly coughed that he seemed to wake up from a dream. First, he frowned in displeasure, a clear look of anger appearing on his face. Obviously, he was annoyed that he had been tricked, but when he saw Yang Kai, his displeasure immediately disappeared and he greeted him with a smile. "Palace Master." N. Yang Kai nodded lightly and casually glanced at the things he was drawing on the ground, discovering that they were somewhat related to the space-traversing array. To be able to immerse himself in the world of spirit arrays and appear here, there was no one else in the entire High Heaven Palace other than the Chief Array Master, Nan Dejun. When Yang Kai sent Bian Yuqing back to the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory, he had asked her to pass a message to Nan Dejun to come here. Now, it seemed that this Array Master had been here for some time, but Yang Kai had not been able to find him, so he decided to come here and study his own matters. "Have you brought the things?" Yang Kai asked. Nan Dejun was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted and took out a jade slip, handing it to Yang Kai. "Palace Master, I have sealed all the information about the spirit array inside, you can take your time to look at it on the way. However, Palace Master, I have to remind you that this spirit array is a bit evil and vicious. The person who arranged it is definitely not a good person, so you must be careful." "I'll remember." Yang Kai nodded. Nan Dejun took out another object and spread it on his palm. It looked like a smooth spindle shape, surrounded by a brilliant light, looking extremely extraordinary, and handed it to Yang Kai. "What is this?" Yang Kai asked curiously. Nanda June smiled. "Didn't Palace Master ask Hou Yu to refine a flight-type artifact for you? Here it is." "So fast?" Yang Kai took the flight-type artifact in surprise, feeling it for a moment before showing a shocked expression. An Emperor-grade artifact. It hadn't been long since he brought Hou Yu back to High Heaven Palace, and although he had assigned her the task of refining a flight-type artifact, in Yang Kai's opinion, refining a flight-type artifact would take at least a few years, but how long had it been? It seemed less than half a year, maybe 3 or 4 months. Nanda June smiled. "Although Little Ho's character isn't very good, she does have some skill in artifact refining, and our High Heaven Palace doesn't lack materials right now. If we throw a lot of materials at her, how could she not be able to refine anything? Little Ho said that this thing still has room for improvement, so when Palace Master has time, he can help you upgrade it. She's not thinking of running away, is she?" Yang Kai smiled slightly, slowly immersing his mind into the flight-type artifact in his hand, showing a look of fondness. Nanda June snorted and gloated. "The 3 monster kings take turns guarding her. If she dares to run away, they will break her legs. The monster kings aren't very nice to talk to." The monster king's respect was only for Yang Kai, or it could be said that it was because of Tian Xing and the Holy Spirit source. They didn't care about others. What Emperor-grade array master, Emperor-grade alchemist, or Emperor-grade weapon refiner? In the eyes of the monster kings, there was no such thing as monster kings. Whoever had the most power would dominate everything. With the 3 monster kings taking turns guarding Hou Yu, she would never be able to escape from High Heaven Palace in her lifetime. Yang Kai's mind flashed with Hou Yu's painful expression, and he couldn't help but laugh. However, Hou Yu lived up to her name as Master Hou. Yang Kai hadn't even started to refine this artifact, but he could already feel that this thing was extraordinary. If he could completely refine it, it should be able to display a good function. However, to Yang Kai, the other functions of this artifact didn't matter. The most important thing was that it could fly. As long as it was fast enough, nothing else mattered. "Did Hou Yu give it a name?" Yang Kai asked. Nanda June thought for a moment, then replied, "Flowing Cloud Shuttle." She said that if Palace Master didn't like it, he could just give it a name. "Let's call it Flowing Cloud Shuttle." Yang Kai smiled slightly. As he spoke, Yang Kai suddenly took out an item and handed it to Nanda June, saying, "Take this back." "What is this?" Nanda June curiously took it and found that the item that Yang Kai handed over looked like a rouge box, but it was obviously not an ordinary rouge box. This was because the box had an ancient aura flowing on it. It was obviously a very good artifact. Heavenly Note Treasure Box. Yang Kai reached out and tapped on the box. Immediately, the Heavenly Note Treasure Box emitted a tinkling sound, like a clear spring in the mountains or a ghost in an empty valley. Anyone who heard it could not help but feel refreshed. The tinkling sound continued as the box rose layer by layer, gradually turning into the shape of a pagoda. There were a total of 9 levels, and each level was rotating. Some were up, some were right, some were fast, and some were slow. Different sounds were transmitted, and these sounds gathered together to compose a beautiful melody. Not only that, as the Heavenly Note Treasure Box rotated, a layer of light blue mist began to spread and gradually spread in all directions, filling a large space. The light blue mist was like a star field without any impurities. It made people feel like they were in a star field, and everything around them was beautiful. "This is good stuff." Southgate Dajuan's eyes lit up. Although he felt that the Heavenly Note Treasure Box was not very useful to him, for a cultivator below the level of the Emperor realm, this magical melody could definitely assist in cultivation, making it easier for people to enter a state of selflessness. Cultivating in this state would definitely yield twice the results with half the effort. "You should be able to use it." Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. Southgate Dajuan's eyes lit up. In his mind, he had already begun to plan to use the Heavenly Note Treasure Box as the core of the formation, supplemented by a few other secret treasures, to set up a Heavenly Note Palace. This was not difficult for him. Once it was set up successfully, the entire Heavenly Note Palace would be filled with the sound of the Heavenly Note Treasure Box, which would be of great benefit to the disciples who were cultivating in Seclusion. Yang Kai was right. This heavenly note treasure box could only play a greater role in front of an emperor array master like Southgate Dajuan. After being amplified by the formation, the heavenly note treasure box would definitely be another foundation for the High Heaven Palace. It would be a blessing for disciples below the level of the emperor realm. Leave it to me. Southgate Dajuan carefully put away the heavenly note treasure box, looked at Yang Kai with concern, and asked, "Palace Master, are you all right?" He had noticed earlier that Yang Kai's condition was not good. His face was abnormally pale. He had experienced how powerful Yang Kai was. Even the sect masters of the top sects in the Northern Territory, Mi Chi and Li Jiao, couldn't do anything in front of him. The three great monster king were even more obedient to him. For such a powerhouse to be so pale, the only explanation was that he was severely injured. The Southgate army couldn't think of anyone in this world who could injure Yang Kai like this. Naturally, they couldn't think of Yang Kai's rich experience in the dream world. Yang Kai shook his head. The Southern Gate army asked again, "Do you need me to accompany you?" "Although I don't know what you're going to do, Palace Lord. But I think it has something to do with that array formation. If I go with you, it will be of some help in breaking the array formation." "No need," Yang Kai waved his hand, "I'm fine, and it's not convenient for me to take you there." He was responding to Xiaxing's request. He was accompanying Hua Yulu to explore an ancient cave dwelling. Hua Yulu had said that she could only find one helper. If he suddenly brought another helper, it might cause some conflict. Yang Kai refused, and the Southern Gate army didn't insist. They reported to him the development of the High Heaven Palace during this period of time, and then returned to the Northern Territory through the spatial array. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he sat down cross-legged. He first took out some spirit pills to repair the soul, and then began to refine the flowing cloud shuttle. He found that he had underestimated the effect of the experience in the dream world on his soul. He originally thought that with the protection of the rainbow soul-warming lotus, no matter how severe the damage to his soul was, it should be more or less healed in half a month. But in fact, more than 10 days had passed, and his soul hadn't improved much. He guessed that this was because his soul was overdrawn. It wasn't just because of the injury in the dream world, but also because of the time distortion. 2 years and 5 days was a huge burden on the soul. It was equivalent to Yang Kai using up 2 years of soul power in 5 days, and he wanted to replenish it. It definitely wasn't something that could be done in 10 days or half a month. Emperor-grade artifacts weren't easy to refine, and Yang Kai's current soul power was somewhat difficult to sustain. However, he still spent a few days to leave a simple imprint of his own on the flowing cloud shuttle. Just like that. It was enough to drive the flowing cloud shuttle, but he couldn't use most of its power. This was enough. For Yang Kai, the flowing cloud shuttle's greatest use was as a means of transportation. He set off again, and after thinking carefully for a while, he determined his destination. After going through the dream world, his memories of the past were a bit blurry. The southern swamp was a dangerous place in the Southern Territory. Although it wasn't as dangerous as the frozen earth in the Northern Territory, there were still many masters who died there every year. What attracted these cultivators to the southern swamp was the rich and abundant precious treasures and the various cave mansions hidden in unknown corners. Rumor had it that a long time ago, the southern marsh was the place where the martial artists of the southern region prospered. Countless sects and forces established their own sects here and developed and grew. However, a calamity of the heavens and the earth caused this bustling area to become a marsh, and the martial artists of the southern region gradually abandoned this treasured land. During that disaster, countless sects were destroyed, and many cave mansions were hidden. Often, there were cultivators who risked their lives to discover the ruins of ancient sects and the inheritances of masters here. And from then on, they soared to the sky. In the southern swamp, there were also many special spiritual flowers and herbs. These were treasures that couldn't be found anywhere else in the star boundary, and any one of them could be sold for a sky-high price. In front of all kinds of benefits, some dangers could no longer stop the cultivator's pace of exploration. Hundreds of years ago, the southern swamp had become very lively, but as more and more benefits were discovered, this place once again quieted down. However, there were still some people who didn't fear death who came here every few days. Yang Kai had heard of the southern swamp before, but this was the first time he had entered it. He was bold because of his skill, so he wasn't afraid of anything. Even if his divine soul hadn't recovered, he wasn't a soft persimmon that could be easily pinched. By the time Xianxia arrived at the southern swamp, it was already half a month later. He found that this place was just as the rumors said. There were swamps everywhere, and there were extremely dangerous auras hidden under the swamps, like cheetahs waiting for their prey to walk into a trap, ready to pounce on them at any time to deliver a fatal blow. The southern swamp had many poisonous barriers. Looking down from above, these poisonous barriers were colorful, and under the reflection of the sun, they converged to form a colorful spectacle. Under the colorful appearance, however, there was a murderous aura at every step. The existence of these poisonous barriers alone was enough to stop any cultivator below the Tao Source realm. Only cultivators of the Tao Source realm and the Emperor realm could resist the erosion of these poisonous barriers and safely explore the southern swamp. However, there were strong and weak poisonous barriers. Even the Emperor realm couldn't easily resist the powerful poisonous barriers. Once eroded by the poison, even the masters of the Emperor realm could die. Xianxia took out his communication artifact, found Hua Yulu's mark on it, and sent a message. Half a day later, there was a response from the communication artifact. After immersing himself in investigating, Xianxia turned around and flew away. 2 hours later, Xianxia sensed the existence of several auras in the distance. One of them was Hua Yulu's, so he immediately flew in that direction. The few people there obviously also noticed Xianxia's existence. Before he approached, they all released their divine senses to investigate. In the next moment, everyone showed a look of surprise. Because they sensed the existence of the Flowing Cloud Shuttle. The Flowing Cloud Shuttle was a flight-type Emperor artifact, and its value was immeasurable. Such an Emperor artifact was extremely rare even in the Emperor realm. If it weren't for Hou Yu refining it for Xianxia, he wouldn't have his own flight-type Emperor artifact now. After a short while, the Flowing Cloud Shuttle flew in front of everyone. After a flash of light, Xianxia's figure appeared. Hua Yulu looked at him with a joyful expression, then was stunned. Because she saw an extremely unfamiliar face, one that wasn't Xianxia's face at all. But soon, she realized that Xianxia was wearing some kind of disguising artifact to change his appearance. An appearance-changing artifact was something Xianxia had obtained in the solitary void-sealed world, but it wasn't of much use. It basically couldn't hide the traces of an appearance-changing artifact in front of an Emperor Realm Master. Anyone could tell that he was wearing an appearance-changing artifact, but it could cover up his weak appearance. Without this artifact, Xianxia wouldn't have been able to hide his pale face. Hua Yulu didn't think too much about why Xianxia did this, but since Xianxia intended to hide his identity, she naturally had to cooperate. "Brother Yang." Hua Yulu greeted. "Palace Master Hua." Xianxia gently nodded to her, sorry for being late. Besides Hua Yulu, there were already 4 people gathered here. Obviously, all of them were present. Back then, Hua Yulu said that she discovered the ancient secluded mansion with 2 other people. Although they broke some of the barriers inside and each of them gained some benefits, they were blocked by the last barrier and couldn't enter. Then, the 3 of them discussed going back to find helpers. Each of them could only find 1 helper below the second-order Emperor realm, and they would come back half a year later to explore. Hua Yulu looked for Xiaxing, but unfortunately, Xiaxing was stationed at the Spirit Lake Palace and couldn't leave, so she could only ask Xianxia for help. Since Xiaxing asked, Xianxia couldn't refuse, not to mention he was also very interested in the ancient secluded mansion. Because Hua Yulu obtained a small flower drum inside. That small flower drum was the same as the Mountains and Rivers Bell, an ancient exotic artifact, but it wasn't very powerful. According to Hua Yulu, one of the other 2 people's cultivation increased greatly inside. Originally, that person's cultivation was the lowest among the 3, but when he left, his aura was the strongest. As for the other person, he learned a secret technique, but no one knew how powerful it was. The path of cultivation wasn't like building a chariot behind closed doors. All kinds of experiences and opportunities were also necessary. Often, these experiences and opportunities were easier to improve one's strength than bitter cultivation. Unfortunately, this exploration of the ancient secluded mansion was a bit unlucky. Xianxia had just experienced the 1000 illusionary dream world and needed to rest, but since he had already made an agreement with someone, he could only bite the bullet and continue. Yang Kai secretly made up his mind. This time, safety was the priority. As long as he could bring Hua Yulu back in one piece, he wouldn't let down Xiaoxing's trust. In the wilderness, after Yang Kai greeted them, four strange gazes immediately converged on him, scrutinizing him. There were 3 men and 1 woman in the group, 2 First-Order Emperor Realm Masters and 2 Second-Order Emperor Realm Masters. Each of them was in pairs, and there was a clear separation between them. Before Yang Kai arrived, only Hua Yulu was alone. Although the appearance-changing artifact allowed Yang Kai to hide the paleness of his face, it couldn't hide the weakness of his aura. Furthermore, many of the people present were from the Emperor realm, so it only took a little investigation for them to know the depth of his cultivation. A First-Order Emperor Realm Master. This made the 4 people inexplicably breathe a sigh of relief. One of the short men coldly snorted and said with a displeased expression, "Palace Master Hua, is this your friend? He sure is arrogant. We've been waiting for a long time." He didn't hide his true thoughts at all. Obviously, he was a little annoyed by the long wait, so he bluntly criticized her. Moreover, it was true that Yang Kai didn't arrive at the agreed time. He was delayed for a few days on the road. If it was a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master, he wouldn't say much, but since it was just a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, he wasn't afraid. Facing the man's criticism, Hua Yulu smiled apologetically and said, "Brother Wu, please calm down. My brother Yang had something to do a few days ago, so he was delayed on the road. This mistress will apologize to you." Although she didn't know why Yang Kai was delayed for a few days and couldn't arrive at the agreed time, she knew that Yang Kai wasn't someone who deliberately missed an appointment. Otherwise, Xiaoxing wouldn't have asked him for help. As the one who invited him, Hua Yulu naturally had to speak up for Yang Kai. The man coldly snorted, "Your 100-flower palace only has women, so where did this brother Yang come from? I've never heard of a man in your 100-flower palace. Moreover, this brother Yang doesn't have the guts to show his true face? Or does this brother Yang have other motives?" He seemed to dislike Yang Kai very much, and after discovering that Yang Kai was wearing an appearance-changing artifact, he immediately opposed him. Logically speaking, this was a temporary treasure-hunting team. There was no need to delve into each other's backgrounds. Each of them had their own ulterior motives. When it came to treasure hunting, they would cooperate if they could. If they couldn't work together, then they would go their separate ways. If they really found some treasure, then they might have to fight. Everyone was well aware of this. Hua Yulu didn't ask who the helpers of the other 2 were. No matter where they were born, they still maintained this tacit understanding. At this moment, this short man was obviously targeting him. His last sentence was even more suspicious. In the vastness of the star boundary, there were hundreds of millions of cultivator, each with different natures and temperaments. It wasn't strange to wear an appearance-changing artifact in the star boundary, but when it came to this man surnamed Wu, he deliberately magnified the matter, as if he wanted Yang Kai to take off the artifact and reveal his true face. Hua Yulu frowned, obviously a little displeased. She was the palace master of 100-flower palace, so lowering herself to apologize was already a sign of sincerity. The other party's incessant chatter naturally annoyed her, but the current situation was worse. She and Yang Kai were both First-Order Emperor Realm Masters. The other 4 were all First-Order Emperor Realm Masters and Second-Order Emperor Realm Masters. If a conflict really happened, it wouldn't end well. She had the honor of witnessing Yang Kai's abilities. At the Azure Sun Temple's coronation ceremony, Yang Kai had fought against a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master. Being able to block the attack of a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master showed that Yang Kai couldn't be judged by common sense. However, Hua Yulu noticed that Yang Kai's aura was a little weak at the moment and secretly guessed that he might have suffered some kind of injury, which was why he was covering his face. She didn't want to start a conflict with the other party. Just as she was thinking about what to say, Yang Kai spoke. "How should I address you, friend?" The man surnamed Wu snorted, "Wu Kuang-yi." "So, it's Brother Wu." Yang Kai nodded gently and smiled. "There's no deep meaning behind this disguise, it's just that, my appearance is a little strange. If I reveal my true appearance, I'm afraid that I'll scare that girl." While speaking, Yang Kai raised his head and glanced at the other woman besides Hua Yulu. This woman wasn't with Wu Kuangyi, but was standing with another old man. She was a second-order Emperor Realm Master and was obviously a helper that the old man had invited. The woman wasn't beautiful, but her temperament was extremely refined. Her figure was graceful, and she wore a light yellow palace dress, which accentuated her beautiful figure. Since Yang Kai appeared, this woman had been silently observing Yang Kai like everyone else, but when the conversation suddenly turned to her, she was taken aback for a moment and smiled. "My courage isn't that small." Her smile had a very strange charm that seemed to be able to affect the mood of others, but there was no trace of any kind of bewitching technique. It was a natural and innate ability, so Yang Kai couldn't help but take another look at her while secretly becoming vigilant. "How should I address you, little brother?" the woman asked. "Yang Kai." Yang Kai replied. He was ranked 9th in the old Yang family, so this name was not just made up, there was some basis to it. Seeing that this woman was chatting with Yang Kai, Wu Kuangyi's brow furrowed even more. Just as he was about to say something, the old man who was standing with the woman took a step forward and said with a smile, all right, it's only a few days. At our cultivation level, a few days is nothing more than a blink of an eye. Brother Wu doesn't need to worry too much about it, just treat it as meditating and resting." His smile was very amiable, as if he was an amiable grandpa next door, making people involuntarily have a good impression of him. Since the old man had said so, Wu Kuangyi couldn't continue to harp on it. Moreover, it wasn't a big deal to begin with, so if he continued to harp on it, he would appear to be narrow-minded and lose his demeanor. What's more, Huayulu had already apologized, so Wu Kuangyi took the opportunity to step down. However, his face was still sullen, as if he was telling others that he was very unhappy. After waiting for a while, Wu Kuangyi said, "Since everyone is here, let's set off. As for the specifics of our cooperation, we'll discuss it in detail on the way." Huayulu and Yang Kai naturally didn't have any objections and nodded in agreement. To be honest, Huayulu was relieved at this moment. She wasn't familiar with Yang Kai and hadn't seen Yang Kai for the past few days, so she thought that Yang Kai was going to miss the appointment. Now that she finally saw Yang Kai, she naturally felt relieved. "Wait a moment." The amiable old man raised his hand. Everyone looked at him together, not knowing what he meant. The old man said, "There's one more person coming." "One more?" Wu Kuangyi's face sank, and the anger he had suppressed surged as he quickly said, "Yang Tai, what do you mean? Half a year ago, we agreed that each of us could only find one helper, and that helper had to be below the second-order Emperor realm. You've already found one, are you saying there's a second one?" This time, even Huayulu's face sank. Compared to Yang Kai being a few days late, if this old man, Yang Tai, really did what Wu Kuangyi said, it would be treacherous and unforgivable. Yang Kai glanced at the woman standing next to Yang Tai and found that her expression didn't change and was still smiling. Obviously, she was already aware of this and wasn't surprised. Yang Tai hurriedly said, "Brother Wu, please calm down. This old man didn't break the agreement between us. I only found one helper, Madam Chen. The one coming is not my helper." He had an innocent look on his face, as if Wu Kuangyi had wronged him. Wu Kuangyi angrily said, "Brother Yang, please explain clearly. If you can't satisfy us, even if I agree, I'm afraid Palace Master Hua and Brother Yang Kai won't agree." The existence of the ancient cave mansion was discovered by him, Yang Tai, and Huayulu, so it was shared by the three of them. Wu Kuangyi and Huayulu both kept the agreement and only brought one helper, but Yang Tai still wanted to wait for another person, which made Wu Kuangyi burn with anger. Yang Tai smiled bitterly, "Brother Wu will understand when you see that person. When the time comes, Brother Wu and Palace Master Hua can decide whether to bring him along. This old man won't have any opinion." Wu Kuangyi sneered, "It sounds like Brother Yang thinks that person must go. Or is that person of some use to us? I'd like to know who that person is." Yang Tai didn't say anything this time and just smiled, looking extremely unfathomable. At this point, even if Wu Kuangyi was angry, he couldn't really have a conflict with Yang Tai, so he could only suppress his temper and wait. Yang Tai spoke so confidently, and to be honest, he was also very curious about who they were waiting for. Yang Kai and Huayulu looked at each other and both felt that this treasure hunt was going to be full of troubles. They had just met up, yet there were already so many conflicts. 6 people in 3 small groups obviously couldn't sincerely cooperate, so it would be a good thing if they didn't fight when the time came. However, this was also normal. Yang Kai was already mentally prepared for this, but Hua Yulu showed a worried expression. While waiting for the others, Yang Kai and Hua Yulu secretly communicated with each other and asked for the names of the other party. Yang Kai already knew about Wu Kuangyi and Yang Tai. Both of them were First-Order Emperor Realm Masters. Half a year ago, the two of them had explored the ancient cave mansion with Hua Yulu. Wu Kuangyi's cultivation had greatly increased in that cave mansion. Although they were all First-Order Emperors, Wu Kuangyi's aura was the weakest among the three of them, but now, it seemed that his aura was comparable to a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master. Obviously, he had reached the peak of the First-Order Emperor realm and was the strongest of the three. The helper Wu Kuangyi found was a man of few words. Yang Kai hadn't heard him say a word since he arrived. He seemed to have a naturally cold face, as if he wanted to die immediately. According to Wu Kuangyi's introduction, this person was called Fang Zhua. The woman standing with Yang Tai was called Shenbing Ru. Hua Yulu didn't know the origins of Fang Zhua and Shenbing Ru, but she knew the details of Wu Kuangyi and Yang Tai very well. While secretly communicating, Hua Yulu told Yang Kai all this information. After waiting for half an hour, the 6 people present suddenly felt a strange and powerful aura flying in their direction. Wu Kuangyi, Hua Yulu, and the others frowned secretly, but Yang Tai was overjoyed and looked in that direction. After a while, a white-haired old man arrived in front of them. He stood in the air and nodded slightly at them. "Brother Gong." Yang Tai immediately cupped his fist and greeted him warmly. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Brother Yang," the old man responded with a smile. Apparently, he was familiar with Yang Tai. It's fine, it's fine. We've only just met." Yang Tai chuckled. This was indeed the case. They had been waiting here for Yang Kai for several days, and only when Yang Kai arrived did they truly reunite. He turned around and said to Wu Kuangyi and the others, "This is the one I've been waiting for. Brother Wu, do you know who he is?" Wu Kuangyi frowned and looked at him. He recalled Yang Tai's words and guessed, "Your Excellency's surname is Gong. Are you related to the Gong family of the Heavenly River Valley?" As soon as these words were spoken, Hua Yulu's eyes lit up as she sized up the old man surnamed Gong with great interest. If this old man was really from the Gong family, he would be a great help to them. Yang Tai smiled and said, "Brother Wu is really knowledgeable. Brother Gong is indeed from the Gong family of the Heavenly River Valley." Wu Kuangyi said coldly, "The Gong family of the Heavenly River Valley is famous. Although I am ignorant, I have heard about it." He was still angry with Yang Tai's behavior and felt that Yang Tai had betrayed their agreement. He looked up at the old man and asked, "How should I address you?" The old man smiled and said, "Gong Yu." "Gong Yu." Wu Kuangyi thought for a while. Suddenly, he was shocked and cupped his fist and said, "So you are the former master of the Gong family. Please forgive my rudeness." Obviously, he had heard of Gong Yu's name and knew his origin. He didn't dare to be careless and gave him the respect he deserved. Gong Yu smiled and waved his hand, "I am just an old man who has nothing to do. You don't have to be so polite." Yang Tai said, "A few days ago, I went to the Gong family in the Heavenly River Valley to ask for advice on the restriction formation. Coincidentally, Brother Gong came out of seclusion and saw this restriction formation. Brother Gong liked it very much, so he wanted to come and take a look. Brother Gong's request was really hard for this little old man to refuse. That's why this happened today. This little old man will first apologize to everyone. Brother Wu, please don't be angry." Wu Kuangyi said with a cold face, "There is no such thing, Brother Yang, you worry too much." Gong Yu said, "It was OL Gong who came uninvited. Everyone, if you want to blame someone, blame me." Brother Yang was also forced into a corner. "Of course, I'm only interested in the ancient restriction formation and want to see it with my own eyes. It would be best if I could participate in breaking it. However, if you feel that there is something wrong, then this Gong may as well return home." Although the Gong family in the Heavenly River Valley was not a top force, it was also very good. Its fame was related to the way of array, because this family specialized in the study of array. There were many array masters in the family, and many sects in the southern territory had to ask the Gong family for help when they were setting up array. Huayulu also wanted to go to the Gong family to ask about the ancient cave mansion's restriction formation, but it was just a thought and she didn't really go. Now it seemed that Yang Tai had the same idea as her. Moreover, Yang Tai seemed to be somewhat familiar with this Gong Yu, so he could talk to him. The people of the Gong family were obsessed with array, especially the strange array that had been lost in the ancient times. It was reasonable that Gong Yu would be interested in such a restriction formation and come uninvited. After they understood this point, everyone immediately knew why Yang Tai had said those words before. If Gong Yu was here, it would be very helpful for their treasure hunting trip. After all, he was the former family head of the Gong family in the Heavenly River Valley. His attainments in the way of array had reached the peak, and few people in the world could be compared with him. If they could get his help, it would be easy to break the ancient formation. Wu Kuangyi pondered for a long time and glanced at Huayulu from the corner of his eyes. He was secretly communicating with her through voice transmission. He didn't hide it. Therefore, everyone could see clearly and guess what they were talking about. After a while, Wu Kuangyi said, "Family head Gong, dare I ask, did you come here just for the ancient formation? I think you also know what we are going to do. If we get something good in the ancient cave mansion." Gong Yu said immediately, "The array is the great way for me. It is the only and eternal way." This answer was enough. There were 3,000 great ways in the world, and Gong Yu pursued the way of array. No matter how precious the other things were, they were not as precious as the ancient formation. Yang Tai chuckled and said, "Brother Gong just wants to take a look at the array formation and participate in cracking it. He doesn't have any other requests." Of course, if everyone feels that it's inappropriate, Brother Gong just said that he can go back home and won't force everyone. Well, the premise is that someone among us can break the array. Otherwise, we will have to go back empty-handed. He, Wu Kuangyi, and Huayulu had been preparing for half a year not only to find a reliable helper, but also to make a lot of preparations for the array. Huayulu wanted to go to the Gong family in the Heavenly River Valley to ask for advice, but a few months ago, Yang Kai took over the array, so Huayulu didn't go to the Heavenly River Valley. On Wu Kuangyi's side, the cold-faced man who was invited obviously had some knowledge of the array, because at this moment, Wu Kuangyi was looking at him and seemed to be asking for his opinion. The man called Feng Zhuo was silent for a long time and then nodded gently. Wu Kuangyi understood, and said, "Since no one has any objection, then please come with us, old Master Gong. We'll have to rely on you this time." Well, I will do my best." Gong Yu smiled and stroked his beard. At this moment, Yang Kai took a step forward and said, "Are you really the Gong family's patriarch? Can you prove your identity?" Hearing this, everyone's face turned cold, and Wu Kuangyi seemed to be awakened. The reason why he trusted the identity of Gong Yu was that he had heard of Gong Yu and knew that he was the former master of the Gong family. Secondly, Yang Tai's words gave him a preconceived idea, so he didn't doubt it. Now that Yang Kai mentioned it, he suddenly became alert. He had never seen Gong Yu, so he didn't know what Gong Yu looked like. The man in front of him might be Gong Yu, or maybe not. If he was really the former master of the Gong family, he could trust him, but if he was an impostor, then he had to be careful. Thinking of this, Wu Kuangyi leisurely glanced at Yang Tai. Yang Tai was still smiling. He turned to Yang Kai and said, "Little brother Yang Kai, you really like to joke. Is there anyone who can impersonate Brother Gong?" "You asked the wrong question. If you don't understand something, you should ask clearly." "What's wrong?" Yang Kai also turned to look at him with a smile on his face. Yang Tai frowned and said, "I guarantee in my name that Brother Gong is Brother Gong, the former master of the Gong family in the Tianhe Valley." Yang Kai smiled but didn't say anything. Yang Tai seemed to know that his guarantee didn't have any weight. Before this, he hadn't even met Yang Kai, so how could he guarantee anything? Wu Kuangyi seemed to be a little suspicious, so he said with a bitter face, "Oh, what should we do? Should we go to the Tianhe Valley to verify it?" Obviously, this was impossible. The Tianhe Valley was very far from here, and it would take at least 2 months to go there and back. Who had the time to delay? His suggestion was tantamount to not saying anything. The more Yang Tai said, the more suspicious Wu Kuangyi became. He kept looking at Yang Tai and Gong Yu, as if he was trying to find some clues. But to his disappointment, Yang Tai didn't look suspicious. Although Gong Yu was being questioned, he was still calm and graceful, showing the demeanor of a big shot. Wu Kuangyi couldn't help but wonder if Yang Kai was a little too careful. Gong Yu said, although I have the Gong family's keepsake on me, I don't think it will be useful even if I take it out. Since this little brother has doubts, then this Gong will have to prove himself. But how can I prove it? Little brother, do you have a suitable method? Yang Kai smiled and said, since it's about arrays, then prove it with arrays. Who here has studied arrays? When he said this, everyone vaguely understood what he meant. Wu Kuangyi hurriedly looked at Feng Zhua. Although Feng Zhua was taciturn, his mind was extremely sharp and he immediately understood what Yang Kai was thinking. Taking a step forward, he took out a few array flags without a word and threw them into the void one by one, disappearing into thin air. His movements were natural and smooth. Sure enough, he had studied arrays, and his attainments were extraordinary. Gong Yu's smile didn't fade. He seemed to have guessed Feng Zhua's plan and let him do as he pleased. Under Feng Zhua's actions, a large part of the void suddenly became distorted. When he threw the last array flag into the corresponding position, Gong Yu's position suddenly changed and he disappeared. Everyone used their divine senses to investigate, only to find that there was an array blocking them. They couldn't see anything with the naked eye. Oh? So Brother Feng Zhua is also proficient in arrays? Yang Tai looked surprised. Feng Zhua was a man of few words. I know a little. Then he put his hands behind his back and squinted at his array. This was obviously a trapping array. Although it didn't have any killing power, it could trap someone in a certain position and make them unable to move. If Gong Yu was really the former patriarch of the Gong family, then it shouldn't be too difficult to crack the array. But if he was an imposter, then he definitely didn't have the corresponding knowledge of arrays. This test was simple and clear. Although it couldn't completely confirm Gong Yu's identity, it could at least eliminate everyone's doubts about him. For a moment, everyone focused on the array, wanting to know the final result. The result shocked everyone, and Feng Zhua's indifferent expression suddenly changed. Because less than 10 breaths after he finished setting up the array, the void distorted again and then returned to its original state. Gong Yu's figure appeared, holding a bunch of array flags in his hand, which had clearly been put into the void by Feng Zhua. It only took him 10 breaths to break Feng Zhua's array, which showed just how profound his attainments in the Tao of arrays were. Gong Pei stood in the void with a smile, giving people an unfathomable feeling. He opened his mouth and said, there is no big problem with this friend's method of setting up the minor universe reversal formation. It's just that the formation flag is a little rough and can't exert its full power. If it can be refined, its power can be improved a lot. As he spoke, he tossed the array flags to Feng Zhua. Feng Zhua caught them, lowered his head and pondered seriously for a while, then solemnly cupped his fists to thank Gong Yu for his advice. Yang Tai laughed heartily and said, Brother Gong's attainments in the Tao of spirit arrays are truly superb, truly an eye-opener. It is our great fortune to be able to obtain Brother Gong's assistance this time. He then turned to Yang Kai and asked, Little brother Yang Jiao, do you have any other questions? If you do, ask them all. Yang Kai shook his head, no. Yang Tai said, in that case, no one should have any objections to Brother Gong accompanying us, right? After what happened just now, naturally no one had any objections. Originally, they were very happy to have someone like Gong Yu to help them, but Yang Kai's question made them worry, so they tried to verify Gong Yu's identity. Now that Gong Yu's reputation as a great array master and with the golden name of the Tianhe Valley's Gong family behind him, no one doubted him anymore. Wu Kuangyi even glared fiercely at Yang Kai, probably thinking that he was making a fuss over nothing and had implicated him in making a wrong judgment. Kai Yang's tardiness had already left him with a bad impression of him, and now his impression of him was even worse. If it weren't for the fact that they had made an agreement beforehand, he would have been in a very bad mood. He was afraid that he would have to drive Yang Kai away. Since no one had any objections, this matter was naturally settled. As for Yang Tai, who had invited such a powerful helper like Gong Yu, he seemed to have leaped up as well. He became the leader of this small group and enthusiastically called for everyone to start on their way. The southern swamp was vast, and the agreed meeting point was very far from the ancient cave mansion. It would take about 3 to 4 days to arrive. The 7 from the Emperor realm flew together. His aura spread far and wide, but no ferocious creatures dared to show themselves. Gong Yu and Yang Tai were at the front, chatting enthusiastically. They seemed to be very close friends, and from time to time, they would laugh heartily. The woman called Shenbing Ru, Wu Kuangyi, and Fang Zhuo were in the middle, while Yang Kai and Hua Yulu were at the back. They were intentionally or unintentionally excluded, which made Hua Yulu a little worried. In the team, except for the leaders Yang Tai and Gong Yu who were talking loudly, the others were silent. Yang Kai was multitasking. While following the group, he was also digesting his experience in the Thousand Illusions dream world. The various experiences in the Thousand Illusions dream world were extremely valuable, and they were the cornerstone of his growth, especially the knowledge inheritance from Qing and what he saw in the wizard temple. Hua Yulu wanted to talk to Yang Kai several times, but when she saw his unapproachable look, she did not want to disturb him. After all, she was not familiar with Yang Kai. They had only met a few times, and they were not close friends. Among the 7, she was the only one who was very nervous about this treasure hunt. The others were all in pairs, but Yang Kai completely ignored her. If they really ended up in a conflict while searching for treasures, she didn't know to what extent Yang Kai would be able to help her. She even regretted coming here again. If she had known, she would have given up this opportunity instead of taking this risk. Time passed as she was worried about her gains and losses. The 7 from the Emperor realm shuttled through the poisonous miasma of the southern swamp. After 4 days, the leader Yang Tai suddenly stopped. Wu Kuangyi's face lit up, and an expectant expression appeared on his face. "Have we arrived?" Gong Yu asked curiously. He looked around but did not see anything special. Yang Kai also stopped thinking and looked around. Like Gong Yu, he did not see anything special. However, he was a little concerned about the large poisonous miasma in front of them. The southern swamp was full of poisonous miasma. The 7 of them had been shuttling through the poisonous miasma for the past few days. However, their cultivation was good, and they had a strong resistance to the poisonous miasma, so it was not a big problem. However, the poisonous miasma in front of them was obviously different. Yang Kai felt a trace of danger from it, as if they would die if they rushed in. Just as he was about to release his divine sense to investigate, Hua Yulu hurriedly came to his side and whispered, "Be careful, the poisonous miasma is very poisonous." Yang Kai was suddenly surrounded by a fragrant wind, and the tip of his nose itched. He gently nodded. Hua Yulu suddenly noticed and took 2 steps back with a red face. Yang Tai said in a timely manner, "We've arrived. The ancient cave mansion is hidden in this poisonous miasma, but this poisonous miasma is so strong that even the Emperor realm cannot resist it. So, everyone, don't be reckless." In order to prove that he was not lying, he suddenly raised his hand and sent out an attack towards the poisonous miasma in front of him. When the light flashed, a 300-meter-long gap appeared in the poisonous miasma. In the middle of the gap, there was a blackened skeleton lying on the swamp grass. It seemed to have been dead for a long time. Speaking of which, when we found the cave mansion last time, there were 4 of us, and one of us was a second-order Emperor Realm Master. But look, he's lying there now, Yang Tai pointed at the skeleton and said with a smile. Shenbing Ru's pretty face changed when she heard this. Fang Zhuo, who had been calm all this time, also twitched his face. Just by looking at the state of the skeleton, everyone thought that this person had been dead for a long time, but after listening to Yang Tai's words, they found out that this person had only died half a year ago. However, because the poison in the poisonous miasma was too strong, it caused some unexpected changes to the skeleton. As for the cause of death, there was no need for Yang Tai to say anything. Even a second-order Emperor Realm Master could not resist the corrosion of the poisonous miasma, which showed how dangerous it was. The world was big and full of strange things. In front of the ferocious power of heaven and earth, no matter how strong an individual was, sometimes, they would appear insignificant. After Yang Tai's voice fell, the poisonous miasma that was split by his attack fiercely closed in the middle and returned to normal in the blink of an eye. It was as if there was a mysterious force that kept the poisonous miasma in place, preventing everyone from moving forward. Gong Yu frowned slightly and exclaimed, "What a strong poison." "Brother Yang, how did you enter the cave mansion last time with this poisonous miasma blocking the way?" Yang Tai smiled and said, "It was a coincidence. Everything has its counter. Although this poisonous miasma is strong, there is something here that can restrain it, just like where a poisonous snake appears, there must be an antidote. And, when the time comes, everyone will know for themselves." He kept everyone in suspense and did not explain too much. Gong Yu just smiled and did not take it seriously. "Our time is just right. Everyone will be able to enter tonight, so let's take advantage of this opportunity to rest. We don't know what dangers there are in the ancient cave mansion, but it will be easier to deal with them after resting." Naturally, no one had any objections to his words, so everyone found a place to meditate and rest. Hua Yulu naturally stayed with Yang Kai and took out 2 spirit pills to consume. Although she was a first-order Emperor Realm Master and could travel for a few days at full speed, staying in this poisonous miasma for so long had consumed a lot of her Emperor Qi. Naturally, she needed to take this opportunity to recover. Everyone else did the same. Yang Kai suddenly raised his head and said, "Old Patriarch Gong, you are experienced and knowledgeable. This junior has something to ask of you." Gong Yu was looking around and turned to look at Yang Kai when he heard this and said with a smile, "I wouldn't dare to say I am experienced and knowledgeable, but I have lived a long time. What does little brother want to ask?" "If this Gong knows, he will definitely tell you." Yang Kai said, "It's like this. I have a friend who obtained a flowing time great emperor fruit. He doesn't know how to take it to maximize its efficacy." "Flowing time great emperor fruit?" Yang Tai's eyes lit up and he stared at Yang Kai with a burning gaze. "Is it the flowing time great emperor fruit that can prolong one's life?" "That's right." Yang Kai nodded. Yang Tai's eyes lit up even more. He was a first-order Emperor Realm Master and had a long lifespan, but he still couldn't resist the corrosion of the flowing time great emperor. In other words, he was old, but he hadn't lived long enough. In the past 100 years, he hadn't been engrossed in cultivation and had only wanted to find a way to live longer. His 100 years of hard work did have some effect and had increased his lifespan by a lot, but he had tried ordinary methods and pills, and none of them worked for him. The reason why he took the risk to come to the southern swamp was to find some precious treasures that could prolong his lifespan. That was how he, Hua Yulu and the others accidentally discovered the existence of the ancient cave mansion. At this moment, when he heard Yang Kai mention the flowing time great emperor fruit, he was naturally very excited. He had naturally heard of the flowing time great emperor fruit. It was very useful to him, so it was inevitable that he would care about it. The flowing time great emperor fruit is a very good thing. Gong Yu stroked his beard and smiled, "But little brother, I'm afraid you've asked the wrong person. This Gong focuses on the Tao of spirit arrays and isn't proficient in pills, so this Gong has no better suggestions than to ask someone to refine the flowing time great emperor fruit." Yang Kai agreed, "It seems that this is the only way, but if you want to refine the flowing time great emperor fruit, you need an Emperor Realm Alchemist, but if you want to ask an Emperor Realm Alchemist to refine a pill..." Everyone knew how difficult it was to ask an Emperor Realm Alchemist to refine a pill. Even if you prepared enough materials and remuneration, if you didn't have the right connections, it was normal for you to wait a few years or more before it was your turn. Gong Yu smiled slightly, "I hope your friend doesn't need it urgently. He's still young, there's no need to rush." Yang Kai also smiled. "That's good." Gong Yu didn't say anything more and turned around to continue observing the poison barrier in front of him with a calm expression. Yang Tai seemed to be very interested in the flowing time great emperor. At this time, he put aside Gong Yu and stayed by Yang Kai's side, trying to find out the identity of Yang Kai's friend. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't tell him the truth. With the topic cleverly changed, Yang Tai didn't want to appear too eager, so in the end, he could only leave the matter unsettled and walk away resentfully. The scene suddenly quieted down as the 7 people sat in meditation, waiting for the arrival of night. A wisp of divine sense suddenly extended towards Yang Kai, followed by Yang Kai hearing Hua Yulu's whisper, "Is there a problem?" Although she was a woman, as the palace master of 100 Flowers Palace, she was naturally not an innocent little girl. Yang Kai's previous performance had given her some clues, so she quietly asked. Yang Kai responded calmly, "After entering the ancient cave mansion, don't leave within 10 meters of me." Hua Yulu was slightly surprised. Is there really a problem? If there was no problem, Yang Kai wouldn't have warned her like this, but she couldn't see anything wrong no matter how hard she tried, so she couldn't help feeling suspicious. Yang Kai said, "You should have heard about the opening of the Four Seasons realm many years ago, right?" Hua Yulu replied, "I've heard about it. I also heard that Brother Yang refined the extraordinary treasure pill there." The Four Seasons realm was not a small sealed world. It was a palace left behind by the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor. Every time it opened, only the most outstanding Dao Source Realm cultivator in the Southern Territory could enter and experience it. Each time it opened, it would bring many benefits. Recently, the Four Seasons realm had become a hot topic. Firstly, it was because Yang Kai refined the extraordinary treasure pill, a heaven-defying spirit pill, which made Yang Kai's reputation soar. Secondly, it was because an ancient divine spirit had appeared in the Four Seasons realm, the vicious beast Xianxia. No one could ignore the birth of a holy spirit, not to mention that it was a ferocious beast that was famous for its savagery in ancient times. It was said that Xianxia was the mount of the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor. After the fall of the great emperors, Xianxia had been sleeping in the flowing time temple until the recent opening of the Four Seasons realm. In the following years, the experts of the Southern Territory were on tenterhooks. They were afraid that Xianxia would do something evil. However, to everyone's surprise, there was no news of Xianxia after that, and his whereabouts were unknown. As time passed, everyone's attention on Xianxia gradually decreased. Because Hua Yulu had experienced the power of Yang Kai several times, and this time she was going to explore the ancient cave mansion with him, she deliberately inquired about Yang Kai and learned some information about the Four Seasons realm. Thinking back, at that time, she was already in the Emperor realm, and Yang Kai had only just entered the Dao Source realm, but now Yang Kai was on equal footing with her, and she even had to rely on him for her safety. After some comparison, Hua Yulu's mood was inexplicably complicated. "I once met a descendant of the Gong family in the Four Seasons realm, and we each obtained a flowing time Great Emperor fruit," Yang Kai replied. Hua Yulu was surprised. "You're so lucky." Yang Kai chuckled, "The world only knows that the flowing time Great Emperor fruit can prolong one's life, but they don't know that there are two kinds of flowing time Great Emperor fruits. One of them can indeed prolong one's life, but the other is poisonous. If eaten accidentally, it will cause the flowing time Great Emperor to age rapidly. The two kinds of flowing time Great Emperor fruits look the same on the surface, but the effects are completely opposite." "There's such a thing?" Hua Yulu was slightly surprised. Although she was in the Emperor realm, she really didn't understand much about pharmacology, but thinking about how Yang Kai could even refine the extraordinary treasure pill at that time, he must have extraordinary attainments in the alchemy Dao, so he naturally wasn't unfamiliar with the flowing time Great Emperor fruit. He said that he and the descendant of the Gong family each had a chronological fruit, and with his knowledge of pharmacology, he was able to obtain a chronological fruit. With his attainments in pharmacology, he would definitely choose the flowing time Great Emperor fruit that could prolong one's life. In other words, the descendant of the Gong family brought back the poisonous flowing time Great Emperor fruit. Perhaps someone in the Gong family was deeply harmed. But this was unlikely, because even if the people of the Gong family didn't know the power of the flowing time Great Emperor fruit, they would definitely find someone to refine it first. And the alchemy master must have some understanding of the flowing time Great Emperor fruit. If this was the case, the Gong family should know the information about the flowing time Great Emperor fruit like the back of their hand. But what Gong Yu said just now? Thinking of this, Hua Yulu was shocked, and immediately understood where the problem was. Of course, this is just my suspicion. This Master Gong seems to have been cultivating in seclusion. Maybe he doesn't know what happened in the Gong family, but it's always right to be careful. Hua Yulu nodded in agreement and stopped talking to Yang Kai, so as not to be found out by others. After cutting off the communication with Hua Yulu, Yang Kai raised his eyes slightly and looked at another person. If his suspicion was right, then there was something wrong with this person, too. It was a moonless night, and the sky was full of stars, shining brightly. But in the southern swamp, this night scene couldn't be appreciated, because the poisonous miasma shrouding the ground covered everything. When it was midnight, everyone suddenly sensed something and opened their eyes at the same time. "Shoo!" Yang Tai put a finger to his lips, indicating that everyone should be calm. Then he concealed his aura and used the art of concealment. If one didn't look at him with the naked eye, no one would discover his existence. Apparently, Huayulu and Wu Kuangyi also knew what was going to happen, so they also concealed themselves like Yang Tai. The others followed suit and retracted their auras. Bubbles appeared in the puddles in the swamp, as if something was going to jump out from the bottom of the swamp. In everyone's perception, there was indeed the aura of life rising from the depths of the swamp. After a short while, a figure of a few feet long suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was a strange creature that looked like a crocodile and a lizard. It had 8 claws, a long tail, and 2 big eyes on the top of its head, which were bulging like a toad's. When it crawled, its long tongue moved in and out of its mouth, as if a poisonous snake was looking for its prey. Not only that, but it also exuded an unpleasant smell, which made people want to vomit. This thing was extremely ugly. Even though the 2 women's cultivation was superb, they couldn't help but show a look of disgust. Yang Tai, on the other hand, was looking at it with great interest, as if it was a delicious delicacy. More and more monsters crawled out of the puddles in an endless stream. At first, there were only dozens or hundreds of them, but soon, they covered the sky and covered the earth. None of the people from the Emperor realm present recognized what this thing was. They should be a kind of monster beast, because there were traces of demonic chi on their bodies, but their strength wasn't very strong. At most, they were at the 5th or 6th order, and some of them might not even have condensed a monster core. Any one of them could easily exterminate a large number of such monster beasts. No one knew how they managed to survive in such a harsh environment. Although they had not encountered any danger along the way, they had sensed that there were many ferocious monster beasts hidden beneath the swamp. Their only advantage was their large number. These monsters crawled out of the swamp and headed towards the poisonous barrier in front of them. Rustling sounds could be heard as they climbed, causing goosebumps to rise on everyone's skin. Soon, some of the monsters at the front of the line arrived in front of the poison barrier. Under the close attention of Yang Kai and the others, these monsters stuck out their long tongues and licked them. A shocking scene occurred. The poison barrier, which could even kill a second-order Emperor Realm Master, was swallowed into the stomachs of these monsters. What's more, they were completely fine after swallowing it. They were actually feeding on the poisonous barrier, and the stronger the poison, the more delicious it was for them. A monster could only swallow a small amount of the poisonous barrier, and it would be quickly replenished by the surrounding poisonous barrier. But there were thousands of them, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. As the tongue swallowed, the poisonous barrier in front of them thinned at a visible rate. Even with the rapid replenishment of the surrounding poisonous barrier, it couldn't stop these monsters from swallowing it. More and more monsters moved towards the inside of the poisonous barrier, and wherever they passed, they gradually opened up a safe path for everyone to move forward. Several people who saw this for the first time showed a look of understanding. Only now did they understand what Yang Tai meant during the day. Of all things in the world, there was always a counter to another. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would have thought that these 5th or 6th order monster beasts could actually swallow the poisonous barrier that even the Emperor realm couldn't resist? And from what Yang Tai said before, these monster beasts didn't seem to move out every night. It seemed that they would only move at certain times, otherwise, Yang Tai wouldn't have said that everyone was just in time. It was a miracle that the ancient cave mansion could be found, and there were all kinds of coincidences. But if it weren't for that, the ancient cave mansion wouldn't have been left behind until now. If it was so easy to find, it would have been found by others long ago. Although the night was dark and there wasn't the slightest bit of light, everyone was strong, and the darkness couldn't hinder their observation. The poisonous barrier in front of them during the day gradually thinned in front of these densely packed monster beasts, and they gradually moved deeper into the swamp. But since Yang Tai didn't move, the others didn't dare to move either, and they all waited quietly. After waiting for about 2 hours, seeing that the sky was about to brighten, Yang Tai suddenly shouted, "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, he was the first to circulate his emperor's chi and fly forward, following the passage opened by the monster beast. Gong Yu and Shin Bingru, who were already prepared, immediately followed. Wu Kuangyi and Feng Shuo were in a better position and were the second group to rush in, less than 100 feet away from Yang Tai. Kai Yang and Huayulu fell behind again. Kai Yang gave her a push, allowing her to walk in front. This action warmed Hua Yulu's heart and increased her sense of security. As soon as the 7 of them moved, they immediately alarmed the monster beast that was swallowing the poisonous barrier. They changed their previous quiet disguise and let out sharp cries that reached everyone's ears. It was like metal rubbing against metal, scratching people's hearts. Not only that, but some demonic beasts also leaped up from the ground, their tongues sticking out as they rolled towards the group. From the looks of it, they seemed to want to drag the group down. The group of people from the Emperor realm didn't take the level 5 or level 6 monster beast seriously. They killed a large number of them in an instant. The monster beast's body exploded one by one, turning into blood that flowed into the swamp. Not only did this not scare off their remaining companions, but it also stimulated their ferocity. More and more monster beast pounced from the ground. The sharp screeches didn't stop for a moment. At some point, these chaotic screeches suddenly became unified. Thousands of screeches converged into a sound wave, forming a visible shockwave that shrouded the 7 people. Yang Tai, who was the leader, shouted as if he was facing a great enemy, "Run!" Hua Yulu and Wu Kuangyi's expressions also became more serious. Just as the others were puzzled, a strange scene appeared. After the sharp screeches resonated, the auras of the monster beast from the swamp began to be closely connected. From level 5 or 6, they quickly climbed to level 7, level 8, or even higher. Yang Kai casually launched an attack and glanced down. He immediately saw a scene that made him click his tongue in amazement. He saw that the overwhelming monster beast was gradually fusing together. It was as if they were originally disassembled parts of a huge monster, and now they had some kind of opportunity to reassemble. A monster that was more than 100 feet long suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. This monster had 2 horns on its head, covered in scales, and 8 claws. It looked like a flood dragon, but not a flood dragon. Its appearance was extremely strange. At this moment, it was no longer level 5 or 6. It was emitting the aura of a level 10 monster beast. More and bigger monsters circled below and chased after them. Yang Kai felt the aura of several level 12 monster beasts. Level 11 and level 10 beasts were everywhere. Those level 5 or 6 monster beasts that the Emperor realm didn't take seriously. They had the strange ability to fuse with each other and grow stronger. Moreover, the speed of their melting was beyond imagination. To be able to survive in such an environment, these monster beasts really couldn't be taken lightly. With a rumble, these huge monsters swam on the ground and chased after them. They raised their heads high and opened their mouths to bite at the people in the sky. An unpleasant stench came out of their huge mouths. After missing their attack, they actually spat out colorful balls of light from their mouths. Yang Kai saw clearly that those balls of light were the poisonous miasma that they had swallowed before. Yang Kai could even face a level 12 monster beast calmly, but he couldn't ignore the powerful poisonous miasma. The faces of the other 6 also changed greatly as they summoned their artifacts to protect themselves. Compared to the Emperor realm, the flying great ink dragon armor, although it was an Emperor artifact, it was mainly used to cover after dragonization. Yang Kai's left with no choice, he could only circulate his Emperor Qi to form a protective barrier around himself. The poisonous miasma flew over, and most of them were scattered by the combined efforts of the group. A few of them hit the group's artifacts and disappeared, but the strength of the poisonous miasma still made their scalps numb. Several Emperor artifacts flickered after blocking the poisonous miasma. Obviously, their spirituality had been damaged. The Emperor Qi that Yang Kai maintained outside his body was also corroded. He had no choice but to continue urging his energy to maintain his protection. He looked quite pitiful. The group fled, not wanting to be entangled with these monsters. It seemed like a long time, but also like a moment. When the group rushed into a dry land, the poisonous miasma around them was swept away. The monster beast that had been chasing them suddenly stopped, as if there was something in front of them that made them afraid. They kept wandering around the edge of the poisonous miasma, staring at the group with their huge eyes. "It's good that we're here," Yang Tai said with a smile, obviously relieved. Pointing at the monster beast, he said, "Those things won't chase us." "I don't know why." The monster beast that gathered at the edge of the poisonous miasma only stayed alert for a while before collapsing and turning back into 5th or 6th order monsters. They then wandered back to where they came from and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Everyone was looking at the place where they were. This was a dry land. It was extremely unusual for such a place to appear in the southern swamp, because the southern swamp was full of potholes. This land was like an isolated island in the vast sea. The island was not large, only about a few dozen miles in radius. It was surrounded by poisonous miasma that made even the Emperor realm a void. If the group had not entered through the path opened by the monster beast, they would not have had the chance to come here. Yang Tai's expression was solemn as he said in a deep voice, "The ancient cave mansion is here." Although his expression was serious, there was a trace of unconcealable fanaticism in his eyes. Wu Kuangyi's expression was also slightly excited. "Last time, Brother Yang, Palace Master Hua, and I obtained some benefits from it, but we were blocked by a restriction array. This time, we have more people, and with the help of Old Master Gong, it shouldn't be a problem to break the restriction array." Gong Yu smiled modestly. "This old man will do his best." "Thank you, Old Master Gong." Wu Kuangyi cupped his fists and said, "I want to remind everyone that when we enter the ancient cave mansion, don't touch anything, and don't wander around. We will follow Old Master Gong. There are still many remaining restrictions in the cave mansion. Although they have been there for a long time, they are still very powerful. If you accidentally touch them, it may cause unnecessary consequences." When he said this, he glanced at Yang Kai intentionally or unintentionally, as if he was deliberately saying it for him to hear. Yang Kai's absent-minded look made Wu Kuangyi's face a little ugly. Okay, we are not children, and we know what to do. Let's go." Yang Tai greeted everyone with a smile and led the team to the ancient cave mansion. The order of the team did not change. Yang Kai and Hua Yulu were still at the back. "Brother Yang, if there are any treasures, we will take them if we can. If we can't, we won't force you. Just treat it as an eye-opener." Hua Yulu secretly transmitted her voice to him. Yang Kai subconsciously replied, a little absent-minded. This made Hua Yulu worried. No one knew if there were any dangers behind the restriction array. If there were, Yang Kai's current state would not bode well for him. She wanted to remind him, but it was not appropriate for her to do so, so she could only secretly make up her mind to be careful. Yang Kai was indeed a little absent-minded. Since setting foot on this island, he had a very strange feeling, as if something was contacting him somewhere on this island, but when he tried to investigate it, he found nothing. He could not even find out where the connection came from. This made him puzzled. When Wu Kuangyi, Hua Yulu, and the others spoke to him, he was trying to figure out the situation, so he seemed a little absent-minded. The island was not big, so it only took a moment for everyone to arrive at a stone forest. There were more than a dozen stone pillars of different heights here. The surface of these stone pillars was mottled, and there were traces of erosion left by the flowing time Great Emperor. They seemed to be arranged in a disorderly manner, but if one looked carefully, they would find that there was a reason behind the arrangement of these stone pillars. After looking at them carefully for a while, these stone pillars were even moving slowly. Moreover, they were moving faster and faster, gradually becoming dazzling to the eyes. Anyone could see that there was a big problem with this stone forest. Perhaps in ancient times, this was an extremely hidden entrance. Even if an expert comparable to the Emperor realm passed by here, they would not be able to discover anything. However, the outermost restriction had been in disrepair for many years, so its effect had weakened greatly, revealing many traces. "Follow me." Yang Tai took the lead, and after calling out to everyone, he walked directly to the center of the stone forest. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he seemed to pass through an invisible wall, and after passing through the stone forest, he mysteriously disappeared. Interesting. Gong Yu stroked his long beard and looked on with great interest. His eyes were bright, and it was obvious that he had discovered something, but he did not explain it in detail and just walked forward. A moment later, Gong Yu also disappeared. Fang Zhua and Wu Kuangyi were next. When it was Hua Yulu's turn, she turned back and said, "Brother Yang, you have to follow me." Yang Kai smiled at her, "I will follow you closely." Only then did Hua Yulu feel relieved and walk forward. Finally, it was Yang Kai's turn. When he crossed the invisible boundary, he clearly felt a feeling of crossing through the void. The restriction in the stone forest should have the effect of a transmission array. The first few people to enter were all here, and this place seemed to be a stone cave. The cave was only a few dozen feet in radius, and the air was dry and there was an unpleasant smell, but it was not too unbearable. There was some dim light coming from the walls of the cave. It was a special stone that was used to illuminate the cave. However, the flowing time Great Emperor had been here for too long, and most of these stones had lost their effectiveness. Those that were still functioning were like candles in the wind, and it looked like they could be extinguished at any time. There was nothing else in this stone cave, and it was unknown what this stone cave was used for in ancient times. This was not the place we entered last time. Yang Tai, who was leading the group, looked around for a while and scratched his head with an awkward expression. Wu Kuangyi and Hua Yulu also nodded. When the three of them entered the stone forest last time, they indeed did not enter the stone cave. Gong Yu smiled and said, "The stone forest is the restriction that controls the entrance, and we don't have the method to control it. Even if we enter by chance, we will only enter a random place. We are still inside the cave mansion, so let's walk around and look around. We will find the right way, and maybe we will find something you didn't find last time." Yang Tai's eyes lit up and he nodded, "Brother Gong is right. Let's go." While speaking, he walked out first, and the others followed closely behind. After walking out of the stone cave, there was a deep tunnel in front of them. Just like inside the stone cave, there were some strange stones on the walls for illumination. Although the light was not good, it was better than nothing. A mirror-like artifact suddenly appeared in Yang Tai's hand. It was about the size of a human face, and its function was unknown. Yang Tai formed a series of seals and injected a few strands of Emperor Qi into the mirror. The next moment, the mirror shone brightly and a beam of light shot out from it. The area covered by the beam of light suddenly became clear. This beam of light seemed to have the effect of distinguishing between real and fake. It was obviously a detection artifact. The group of 7 continued forward, occasionally passing by some stone rooms, but they were all empty and did not find anything noteworthy. Moreover, there was not much danger in this ancient cave mansion, so everyone had been extremely safe along the way. However, Yang Tai still could not find the path they had taken last time. Half an hour later, Yang Tai, who was leading the group, suddenly stopped. Seeing him like this, the rest of the group also stopped. "What's wrong?" Wu Kuangyi asked. Yang Tai said, "There seems to be traces of a barrier. Let me take a closer look." As he spoke, he used the mirror in his hand to cover the area in front of them. Wherever the beam of light passed, a faint distortion would appear. It was a little different from normal, but it was not very clear. Yang Tai circulated his Emperor Qi and poured it into the mirror artifact, causing the beam of light to become even brighter. This time everyone could see more clearly. There were indeed remnants of a barrier in front of them. The barrier, which was originally invisible to the naked eye, was now completely visible under the light of the mirror. They could see with the naked eye that there was a barrier of varying strength in front of them, which seemed to follow some kind of mysterious law and formed a barrier that blocked their path. This barrier was extremely complicated and ancient, obviously from a very long time ago. Wu Kuangyi immediately turned his head to look at Gong Yu. Since they had encountered an ancient barrier blocking their path, it was naturally up to the former patriarch of the Gong family to take action. He was the most knowledgeable about this kind of thing. To everyone's surprise, Gong Yu just smiled slightly and did not say anything. He did not show any signs of taking the initiative to attack. Wu Kuangyi was about to point it out when Yang Tai suddenly said, "This should be just a small barrier. There is no need for Brother Gong to make a move. We will break it together." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and slapped towards the barrier. Everyone was startled and quickly circulated their Emperor Qi, secretly raising their guard. After all, no one knew exactly what this restriction was for. Rashly touching it was extremely likely to cause some dangerous consequences. Yang Tai's actions were undoubtedly somewhat rash. However, Gong Yu didn't say anything to stop him. Then, he felt a little more relieved. With a boom, a layer of light appeared in front of him. Then, several huge heads suddenly rushed out from the light. Those heads were not human heads, but the heads of strange monster beast. There were more than a dozen of them, and they were of unique species. No one could recognize which monster beast these heads belonged to. However, what caused everyone's expression to change greatly was that these heads actually had an extremely ferocious aura within them. As soon as the heads appeared, they opened their bloody mouths and bit at Yang Tai. It was so aggressive that it seemed to be able to swallow the heavens and devour the earth. Yang Tai was shocked. Only now did he realize that he had underestimated the power of the ancient barrier. His emperor chi surged as he suddenly uttered a very awkward incantation. He raised his hand and pointed forward. A large golden character suddenly flew out from between his fingers. It was condensed from his emperor chi. It flashed and disappeared so quickly that no one could see what it was. Only Yang Kai's expression brightened, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Although the divine technique that Yang Tai displayed was like a flash in the pan, Yang Kai was able to see some clues. That large character was clearly an extremely ancient script. He had seen it before in the Thousand Illusionary Dream World when his soul was wandering in the Wizard Temple. Ancient humans condensed their power into this script, which had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. This was a script that was even more ancient than the existence of the wizard. The Wizard Temple had recorded it clearly. Yang Kai suddenly remembered that Hua Yulu had said that Yang Tai had learned a secret technique in this ancient cave mansion. However, she did not know what that secret technique was or what its power was. Now, it seemed that the secret technique that Yang Tai had learned was this. This was indeed an extremely powerful secret technique. Yang Tai's cultivation was only at the first-order Emperor realm, but the power of his finger was actually at the level of a second-order Emperor realm master. It seemed that in this life and death crisis, he could not think too much and could only use his most powerful attack to protect himself. It seemed that this cave mansion had existed for even longer than the world that Yang Kai had experienced in the Thousand Illusionary Dream World. No wonder there were ancient exotic treasures here. At the same time, the remaining people also made their moves. In an instant, the power of various Emperor's secret techniques and artifacts fluctuated in this narrow corridor, causing the world energy to tremble. Then, a scene that surprised everyone appeared. The heads that flew out of the light barrier seemed to be aggressive, but in the end, they were all bark and no bite. As soon as they came into contact with Yang Tai's secret technique, they all collapsed. Many of the heads disintegrated as soon as they rushed out of the light barrier, not playing any role at all. With a series of rumbling sounds, everyone's attacks hit the light barrier in front of him. The light barrier only shook for a moment before bursting like a bubble. Heavy breathing could be heard in the corridor, and everyone inexplicably felt like they had just survived a disaster. This barrier really has been in disrepair for a long time. Yang Tai was the first to speak, his expression slightly embarrassed. Everyone clearly saw the situation just now. Indeed, the barrier had been in disrepair for a long time. After being activated, it could not continue and collapsed. Otherwise, the attacks of the heads that rushed out would have been enough to make everyone panic for a while, not to mention the fact that the light barrier had been broken in just one blow. Brother Gong should have seen through it long ago, right? Yang Tai looked at Gong Yu. You should have reminded me so that this Yang wouldn't have made a fool of himself. Although he was complaining, he didn't have much of a complaint. Gong Yu just smiled and didn't answer, appearing somewhat unfathomable. Wu Kuangyi frowned slightly, obviously annoyed that Yang Tai had acted on his own initiative and made everyone worried for no reason. However, it was just a false alarm, so he didn't say anything. With this encounter, everyone became more vigilant. Although the first barrier they encountered didn't display much power because it had been in disrepair for a long time, who could guarantee that the barriers here would be the same? Yang Tai, who was leading the group, didn't dare to act rashly. Step by step, they walked steadily. There were indeed some barriers on the way, but after everyone took turns to test them, they found that these barriers were the same as the first barrier they encountered. Because the flowing time Great Emperor had been in use for too long, they couldn't display much power. At most, they would only be a flash in the pan. Most of them didn't respond at all. Even so, everyone was still shocked. Because these barriers gave off a very strong feeling. No one could imagine how powerful they could be if they were intact, and how powerful the person who arranged these barriers was. 2 hours later, Yang Tai suddenly showed a joyful expression. Looking around, he said excitedly, "We found the way." Wu Kuangyi and Hua Yulu glanced at each other and smiled. They had finally found the path they had taken the last time, and as long as they followed it back, they wouldn't encounter any danger. Then, they arrived in front of the barrier that blocked their way. Everyone was very curious about what was hidden behind the spirit array. Although they had found the old path, Yang Tai still didn't relax his vigilance, and the light from the mirror in his hand continued to shine as he led the way. Another 2 hours passed. Everyone suddenly came to a huge stone cave that covered an area of several acres. Accustomed to walking in narrow corridors, everyone couldn't help but feel like there was a light at the end of the tunnel. The grotto was also empty. There were only a few sharp stone pillars scattered around, some standing upright, and some hanging upside down. There were all kinds of strange things in the grotto, like a myriad of things in the world. A thick gate attracted everyone's attention. This door was several feet tall and was embedded in a certain part of the cave wall, seamlessly connecting with the cave wall. Everyone looked at the gate with burning eyes, as if there was some precious treasure hidden behind it. Yang Kai had seen this gate in the information picture given to him by Hua Yulu, but seeing it in the picture and seeing it in person were two different things. Seeing it with his own eyes, Yang Kai only felt that this gate gave off an extremely gloomy feeling, as if something bad was stirring behind it. The gate was red, as if it was poured with blood. Even after experiencing the endless flowing time Great Emperor, it still looked as fresh as new. Many extremely complicated patterns were engraved on the gate, giving off a mysterious aura. It was these patterns that formed an ancient spirit array that sealed the gate, preventing people from peeping into the world inside. A group of 7 people stood in front of the gate with different expressions. Yang Tai's expression had an indescribable fanaticism, and for some reason, he was so excited that his lips were trembling. Although Wu Kuangyi and Hua Yulu were excited, they were more curious about what benefits were hidden behind the gate. Fang Zhuo's expression was as indifferent as ever, while Gong Yu narrowed his eyes and looked carefully. Shen Bingru suddenly said, "Can't this barrier be broken?" Wu Kuangyi shook his head and said, "Last time, the 3 of us were unable to break it. If Lady Shen is interested, you can give it a try." Shen Bingru said softly, "No need." Although she was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, stronger than Hua Yulu and the others, she didn't want to waste her time on something that even the 3 of them couldn't do. "Brother Gong, I'll leave everything to you." Yang Tai suddenly turned his head with an indescribably dignified expression, as if he was entrusting Gong Yu with a matter of life and death. Gong Yu smiled and said, "I'll do my best. Everyone can take a rest while I study it carefully." "Good." Yang Tai nodded and turned around, "Everyone, take a rest. You may need our help later." Yang Kai smiled and said, "With old Patriarch Gong here, why should we add to the trouble?" Yang Tai said, "That's hard to say. Maybe there will be a time when we will be needed." "That's true." Yang Kai smiled and didn't say anything more. He signaled Hua Yulu with his eyes and the 2 walked to the side and sat down to rest. Inside the grotto, Gong Yu was busy, standing in front of the blood-red gate, constantly gesturing something, his expression changing from time to time. Everyone else was meditating, but Yang Tai seemed to be a little restless, walking back and forth, turning his head from time to look at the blood-red gate, but he didn't dare to disturb them, so he seemed very anxious. Wu Kuangyi asked him to sit down, but Yang Tai declined with a smile. "Brother Yang, is there anything wrong?" Hua Yulu asked in a low voice. Yang Kai didn't open his eyes, and replied, "Wait and see." So far, he hadn't found anything suspicious, except for his suspicion of Gong Yu's identity, but that was only a suspicion, and he couldn't be sure, so he couldn't give Hua Yulu a definite answer. Whether this suspicion would become a reality or not, it would depend on Gong Yu's performance. While resting, he immersed his mind into the jade slip given to him by the South Gate Army, once again checking its contents, and memorizing some key points. Half a day later, Gong Yu suddenly took a few steps back, staring at the blood-red gate, and a smile appeared on his face, and he called out, "Everyone, please come here." Everyone heard this, and they all got up and walked over. Yang Tai couldn't wait to come in front of Gong Yu, and asked anxiously, "Brother Gong, do you have any idea?" Gong Yu smiled and stroked his beard, a little. Good. Yang Tai was so excited that his face flushed. But if we want to break the array, we will need your help. As soon as he said this, Xianxia couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat, and his eyes narrowed slightly, the suspicion in his heart growing stronger. Wu Kuangyi asked, "What does old Master Gong need us to do?" "We are not proficient in the array Dao, and only Brother Feng knows a little about it." Gong Yu smiled, "You don't need to be proficient, you just need to cooperate, but the premise is that you must trust this old man unconditionally." Everyone looked at each other. Yang Tai did not know to what extent the trust he was talking about was. He said, "Since we have invited Brother Gong to help us, we will naturally trust you." "That's good." Gong Yu smiled and said, "I will teach everyone a set of techniques. Once we are familiar with each other, we can join forces to set up the formation. Once this formation is set up, we can break this ancient restriction." "Then what are you waiting for?" "I'll have to trouble Brother Gong to teach me," Yang Tai said anxiously. Gong Yu smiled and beckoned everyone forward. He took out a few blank jade slips and imprinted their contents with his divine sense before handing them out one by one. Yang Kai took the jade slip and scanned it with his divine sense. After thoroughly understanding the contents of the jade slip, he sighed in his heart. Although he didn't know what the other people's jade slips contained, he thought that it should be different from his own. If they worked together to set up a formation, everyone had to be responsible for different things. At this time, a central hub was needed to coordinate everyone's strength and merge them into one. And this central hub would undoubtedly be Gong Yu. The central hub controlled the most exquisite part of the formation. As the central hub of the formation, once the formation was set up, he would be able to control the others to a certain extent. Although he wouldn't be able to control their lives, this kind of control wasn't something that the Emperor realm could easily accept. That was why he said that he wanted everyone to trust him unconditionally. If there was no trust, they wouldn't be able to work together to set up the formation. Yang Kai didn't look at the contents of the jade slip in detail because he had already seen it. The jade slip that the South Gate Army gave him had records of this. That day, he had asked Bian Yuqing to bring the information about the ancient restriction formation back to the High Heaven Palace so that the South Gate Army could carefully research a plan to break the formation. The South Gate Army lived up to their reputation as formation emperors. In just over a month, they came up with 3 plans. One of them was to use the formation to break the formation, just like what Gong Yu was doing at the moment. However, if they really did that, they would fall into someone else's trap. This was because using the formation to break the formation was only the beginning. If they wanted to completely break the ancient restriction on the blood-colored gate, they would need another method, an extremely evil method. Yang Kai originally planned to use the plan that the South Gate Army came up with to help Hua Yulu and the others break the formation. Then, he would explore to see if there was anything good inside. However, he didn't expect Gong Yu to appear halfway. With such a formation grandmaster in the team, of course, there was no need for him to show his face. However, Gong Yu's actions made him suspicious. If he had only suspected Gong Yu's identity before, he could now conclude that there was something wrong with Gong Yu and Yang Tai. As for the other person, Yang Kai wasn't sure yet. He raised his head and glanced at Yang Tai. He saw that Yang Tai had a focused expression. He seemed to be checking the contents of the jade slip in his hand, but in fact, he was silently communicating with someone with his divine sense. Kai Yang's heart immediately understood. As if sensing his gaze, Gong Yu suddenly raised his head and looked at him with a smile. "Little brother Yang, do you have any other questions?" "Yes." Yang Kai's voice was surprisingly loud, echoing back and forth in the rock cave, interrupting everyone's attention, causing Wu Kuangyi and the others to furrow their brows and reveal displeased looks. Gong Yu said, "I wonder what little brother Yang doesn't understand. Perhaps this old master can explain a thing or two. There is only one question." Yang Kai looked at him with burning eyes, narrowed his eyes, and slowly asked, "Who are you?" The smile on Gong Yu's face stiffened slightly, and the others from the Emperor realm who were alarmed by him also raised their heads in surprise. They didn't have time to check the contents of the jade slip, and their faces were full of astonishment. After being stunned for a moment, Hua Yulu immediately moved closer to Yang Kai, as if she was looking for a sense of security. The rock cave was silent for a long time, and only Yang Kai's aggressive eyes could be heard. They were like 2 knives that wanted to cut open Gong Yu's mind and expose the secrets hidden in it. What do you mean? The first one to ask was not Gong Yu, but Wu Kuangyi. He seemed to be more impatient, and if he had a question in his heart, he would ask it immediately. Otherwise, he would feel uncomfortable. Literally. Yang Kai replied lightly. Wu Kuangyi frowned and was secretly annoyed by Yang Kai's attitude. However, Yang Kai's answer was not wrong, but he was a little surprised. Little brother, what enmity do you have with me? Or is there a grudge between you and my Gong family? Gong Yu asked, the indifferent smile returning to his face. There is no enmity between us, Yang Kai shook his head. Gong Yu smiled and said, if there is no enmity between us, then why does little brother question my identity again and again? When Gong Yu had just arrived, Yang Kai had questioned him once. In the end, it was Feng Zhua who verified Gong Yu's attainments in the Tao of Spirit Arrays, which confirmed his identity as the former patriarch of the Gong family. Now, it was the second time, and even a clay figurine had a temper. As the former patriarch of the Heavenly River Valley's Gong family and a second-order Emperor Realm Master, Gong Yu did not get angry when he was questioned like this, which was enough to show his temperament. If it had been someone with a slightly more violent temper, they would have immediately attacked Yang Kai. This old master is this old master, the former patriarch of the Gong family, Gong Yu who stepped down 200 years ago. Gong Yu's voice suddenly became a little louder, and even his figure became a lot straighter. His words were powerful and resonating. Brother Yang Kai, don't make trouble. This old master can guarantee with his life that there is no problem with Brother Gong's identity. Yang Tai jumped out to mediate the situation, but there seemed to be a wisp of worry hidden between his brows, and it was extremely obvious. He urged, now isn't the time to be entangled in this. Let's think of a way to break this ancient restriction first before we talk about anything else. If we can't solve the problem and work together, how can we break the spirit array? Yang Kai turned his head and asked. You. A trace of anger appeared on Yang Tai's face as he clearly blamed Yang Kai. Brother Yang is right, Shenbing Ru, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. Yang Tai turned his head to look at her and said in surprise, Madam Shen, you are also. Shenbing Ru was a helper he had invited and the two of them had a close relationship in private. He had not expected that Shenbing Ru would stand on Yang Kai's side at this time, making him feel inexplicably distressed. Shenbing Ru smiled and said, Brother Yang, please calm your anger. We have cultivated to this realm and have faced many obstacles along the way. Every time we encounter danger, we have to be extremely careful, as if we are treading on thin ice. If we weren't careful, I'm afraid we would have already returned to the earth like all living beings. So, I want to hear what little brother Yang means and what he wants to say. Her beautiful eyes looked towards Kai Yang, her pair of big bright eyes seemed to be able to speak. Kai Yang nodded his head in greeting. It wasn't that she trusted Yang Kai, but since there was a problem, she naturally wanted to hear it. In any case, it wouldn't take too much time. Wu Kuangyi hesitated for a long time before finally speaking up, what are you suspecting? Let us all hear it. Yang Kai said, I've already said it. Gong Yu sighed, your suspicions are without any reason. Yang Tai looked at Hua Yulu with bitter hatred and said, Palace Master Hua, is this the helper you found? If he didn't want to help, he didn't have to come. Why did he have to destroy the unity and stability between us? Now, the spirit array hasn't been broken yet, but we have an internal problem, all because of a single sentence of nonsense. Hua Yulu blushed slightly and said, I believe. Brother Yang. Yang Tai's face darkened as he angrily said to Yang Kai, boy, if you don't want to participate in breaking the spirit array, you can leave now. You are also from the Emperor realm, so you should remember where you came from. Just return, this old master won't force you. Yang Kai smiled faintly, if I leave, how will the spirit array be formed? Yang Tai snorted, as long as Brother Gong is here, so what if you're one less? Brother Gong can break the spirit array alone. Yang Kai turned to look at Gong Yu and said with a smile, then you should ask Patriarch Gong whether he can form the 6-direction Supreme Spirit Array with 5 people assisting him. As soon as this statement came out, Gong Yu was slightly startled. Feng Zhua, who had not spoken yet, raised his eyes to look at Yang Kai with a look of astonishment on his face. Yang Tai's mouth was wide open as he stared at Yang Kai in a daze. The rest of the group immediately understood that Yang Kai wasn't wrong. The spirit array Gong Yu was going to set up was called the Six Directions Supreme Formation, but no one knew about it before Yang Kai told them about it. The jade slip Gong Yu gave them only contained the method to set up the spirit array and did not explain much. Everyone only needed to circulate their power according to the method and cooperate with others, so it did not seem too complicated. Everyone believed that the jade slip Yang Kai received should be the same. So the question was, how did he know the name of the Six Directions Supreme Formation? Moreover, from what he said, it seemed that this spirit array required the assistance of 6 people to set up, and not a single one could be missing. Everyone turned to look at Gong Yu in unison, only to see him frowning and looking very surprised. Brother Yang is also proficient in spirit arrays? Feng Zhuo looked at Yang Kai with interest and felt that this guy was really hiding his strength. He had done some research on spirit arrays himself, otherwise, he would not have been invited by Wu Kuangyi. If not for Gong Yu, he would be the one with the deepest attainments in spirit arrays among everyone present, and they would have to rely on his ability to break this ancient spirit array. However, even he did not know anything about the Six Directions Supreme Formation. This formation was obviously an extremely ancient and obscure formation. He did not expect Yang Jiao to be able to see through it with a single glance. This made him secretly admire Yang Jiao. However, to his surprise, Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I don't know. I just happen to know about the Six Directions Supreme Formation." He was only proficient in one spirit array, which was teleportation arrays. This was all thanks to Yang Yan's careful guidance and his mastery of the Tao of space, otherwise he would have been completely ignorant of the Tao of spirit arrays. Feng Zhuo did not say anything after hearing this, only thinking that Yang Kai was being modest. It was impossible for someone who knew about such an obscure spirit array to not know anything about spirit arrays. Am I right, family head Gong? Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at Gong Yu. Gong Yu's smile disappeared and he nodded in a deep voice. Yes, this old master is indeed going to set up the Six Directions Supreme Formation. Although he had already guessed it. However, when they heard Gong Yu admit it himself, they were still shocked. But what does this have to do with this old man's identity? Gong Yu questioned. This old man is still this old man. Little brother, are you mistaken? Shen Bingru nodded, that's right. Brother Yang, what does this Six Directions Formation have to do with the identity of the Gong family master? Although I don't know much about the Tao of formations, from the records in the Jade Slip, this Six Directions unique formation is extensive and profound. It's rare that old Master Gong could explain it so simply and clearly. For someone like me to be able to learn it so quickly, that's not something an ordinary person can do. Yang Kai frowned slightly. He thought for a while and said, well, let's just assume that the identity of the old master of the Gong family is not a problem. That's not the point. Then what's the main point? Wu Kuangyi asked. He was rather impatient, but Yang Kai's serious expression made him realize that the situation was not good. Since it was related to his own safety, he had to ask more questions. The Six Directions unique formation, Yang Kai said to the others, but his eyes were fixed on Gong Yu. Everyone has already read the contents in the Jade Slip, so you should have some understanding of the principle and structure of this formation. What I want to tell everyone is that this formation is called the Six Directions unique formation. After we work together to cast the formation, the 6 of us will turn into 6 extremes. As the core of the formation, the old master of the Gong family will dominate the core. The longer the formation is maintained, the stronger his control over the 6 of us will be. Once it reaches a certain limit, he will be able to do whatever he wants. No matter how strong we are, we won't be able to break free from his control. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's expression changed. They all turned to look at Gong Yu. If what Yang Kai said was true, then Gong Yu's actions were thought-provoking. After the Six Directions unique formation was set up, it could actually control the core of the formation. This was simply unacceptable. Under everyone's gaze, Gong Yu said calmly, that's why this old man said before that I want everyone to trust me unconditionally. Only in this way can we combine all of our strength to break the formation. Yang Kai snorted, the Six Directions unique formation is not the method to break the formation, but another method. You want us to wait for a blood sacrifice, don't you? Blood sacrifice? Wu Kuangyi was shocked. Although he was only listening to Yang Kai's words, cold sweat still broke out on his back. Yang Kai said with a sinister smile, "Brother Wu, I'm afraid you don't know that breaking this ancient formation is both easy and difficult. In fact, all you need to do is to release more blood. You didn't try this method when you came here last time, did you? Release blood?" Wu Kuangyi's face turned pale, and he asked in shock, "How much blood do we need to release?" "Who knows? Maybe it's enough to release all of our blood." Yang Kai shrugged, as if he was talking about something unrelated to him. Blood sacrifice was not the only way to break the formation, but it was the simplest method. Moreover, the blood of an ordinary cultivator was not enough. The stronger the cultivator, the better the effect. The blood of several cultivators from the Emperor realm was definitely enough. Wu Kuangyi turned his head to look at Gong Yu and asked in disbelief, "Old Patriarch Gong, is he right?" Fang Jue and Shen Bingru also looked at him with inquiring eyes. As for Hua Yulu, she naturally stood on Yang Kai's side and believed him without a doubt. Among everyone present, only she knew Yang Kai's true identity. As an elder of the Azure Sun Temple, she believed that Yang Kai would not harm her. This had nothing to do with her understanding of Yang Kai, but the prestige of the Azure Sun Temple. It was also at this time that everyone understood why Yang Kai suspected Gong Yu's identity. If Gong Yu was really the former patriarch of the Gong family, there was no reason for him to be so cruel. The Gong family of the Heavenly River Valley was still a famous family, and it would not benefit the Gong family if it was destroyed. They secretly rejoiced in their hearts. Fortunately, Yang Kai had some understanding of the Six Directions unique formation. Otherwise, they would have been cheated. However, on second thought, how did Yang Kai know that the blood sacrifice could break the formation? He just said that he did not know anything about formations, but when he talked about the Six Directions unique formation, his words were full of contradictions. It turns out that little brother Yang is also a kindred spirit. My apologies. Gong Yu looked at Yang Kai with a faint smile. There was a trace of surprise between his eyebrows, but there was no panic. Yang Kai saw this expression and felt that something was wrong. He felt that he had missed something. Patriarch Gong, is what he said true? Wu Kuangyi's eyes widened. Do you really want us to use the blood sacrifice to break the formation? Gong Yu smiled slightly. Yes, I do. As soon as he finished speaking, a cracking sound was heard from Gong Yu's body, as if something had broken. At the same time, Yang Kai's expression changed. He finally realized what he had missed. He quickly threw out the jade slip in his hand and was about to warn the others, but it was too late. With a few cracking sounds, the jade slips in everyone's hands exploded one after another, each turning into a stream of light that surrounded everyone. Everyone present was from the Emperor realm, so their reaction was very fast. The moment the jade slips exploded, they all made a counterattack. However, Gong Pei's actions were even faster than his opponents. He raised his hand and shot out two black lights. One turned into a black curtain and shrouded Wu Kuangyi and the others, while the other flew towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai hurriedly retreated to avoid it. However, he found that the more he retreated, the closer the black light got to him. He was caught off guard by the black light, and his vision suddenly changed. When he came back to his senses, he heard the sound of waves. The waves rose and fell around him. There were no clouds in the sky, and the scorching sun was shining brightly. He had arrived above a vast sea. He couldn't distinguish between north and south, up and down, east and west. The sky was high and the sea was wide. Array plate. Yang Kai's face suddenly became gloomy. This place was an illusion, Yang Kai was certain of that, but to be able to arrange such a large-scale and realistic illusion array in an instant, even Gong Gui didn't have such ability, so the only explanation was an array plate. This kind of illusion was sealed in the array plate. When it was needed, it could be used directly. It was convenient and fast. The only disadvantage was that it couldn't be compared to an illusion that was set up with real effort, and its power was weaker. However, this illusion array plate set up by Gong Yu was of a very high level. It could trap Yang Kai for a while, especially since Yang Kai's divine soul hadn't recovered yet, so his strength was greatly reduced. However, he believed that as long as he had enough time, he should be able to find the flaw of this illusion array. The jade slips that recorded the information of the 6 directions supreme formation were obviously also array plates. Gong Yu was indeed an old fox. He obviously had a trick up his sleeve. Even if Yang Kai exposed his scheme, he still had the ability to subdue the others in an instant. Only Yang Kai woke up early and threw out the jade slips. However, he still couldn't avoid the fate of being trapped. Now, Hua Yulu and the others must have fallen into Gong Yu's array. As an array grandmaster and a second-order Emperor Realm Master, Gong Yu's array was definitely comparable to a third-order Emperor Realm Master. In other words, even if Hua Yulu and the others joined forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat him. Yang Kai had to hurry over to help them. However, he obviously didn't have the chance. Above the sea, a figure flashed and Yang Tai appeared. He stared coldly at Yang Kai, no longer looking as amiable as before. It was as if he had a grudge against Yang Kai for killing his father and stealing his wife. His eyes were filled with hatred. You really are an accomplice. Yang Kai looked at Yang Tai and coldly snorted. At the same time, he quietly searched for a flaw in this illusion array. Gong Yu was found by Yang Tai. Since Yang Kai suspected Gong Yu, Yang Tai was naturally one of his suspects. Now that he saw Yang Tai easily enter this illusion array, his previous suspicions immediately became reality. Accomplice? Yang Tai sneered, just think of me as an accomplice. Originally, I was most wary of that Feng Shui, but I didn't expect you to be the one who ruined everything. I underestimated you. Yang Kai's face was so gloomy that it seemed like it could drip water. After thinking for a while, he asked, is Gong Yu really the previous patriarch of the Gong family? Although he had suspected Gong Yu's identity twice before, after being trapped in this illusion array, he realized that his suspicions were wrong. Gong Yu was probably the real deal. Only someone from the Gong family could carry so many array plates with them and arrange such a profound illusion array. Yang Kai hadn't expected that the former patriarch of the Gong family would be so vicious as to disregard the family's reputation for the sake of an ancient cave mansion. Of course Brother Gong is real. I don't know why you suspect him, Yang Tai looked at Yang Kai mockingly, as if mocking him for thinking himself clever. Yang Kai sighed, in any case, you and Gong Yu are in cahoots. I'm not wrong about that. Yang Kai had also made a mistake. He thought that Feng Shui was also in cahoots with them because Feng Shui had lost too quickly in the competition of spirit arrays. It was that comparison that allowed everyone to confirm Gong Yu's identity. Yang Kai thought that it was just an act, so even Feng Shui was suspicious. Only now did he know that Gong Yu was the real deal and had the strength to crush Feng Shui in spirit arrays. Are you looking for a flaw in this spirit array? Yang Tai was also a first-order Emperor Realm Master, and he was old and experienced, so it was impossible for him to not notice Yang Kai's intentions. However, he looked fearless and didn't rush to stop Yang Kai's actions. Instead, he smiled mockingly, then you'll have to look for it carefully. Brother Gong's spirit array doesn't have many flaws. Yang Kai turned his head abruptly and stared at him, whispering, so that's how it is. Yang Tai laughed, you figured it out? Yang Kai nodded, it's all thanks to your reminder. You are the flaw in this spirit array. The array core is in your body. Yang Tai readily admitted, yes, I entered this spirit array and controlled the array core. It's not difficult to break it. You just have to kill me. He smiled faintly, like a fox who had stolen a chicken, but, do you have the ability to do so? It wasn't that he looked down on Yang Kai. Although their cultivations were similar, he had seen Yang Kai's attack when everyone passed through the poison barrier. It was difficult for him to continue. His aura fluctuated, which confirmed everyone's guess that Yang Kai was injured. Furthermore, he was now the array core of this illusion array, having obtained control of it from Gong Yu. Inside this illusion array, he could display strength far beyond a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Therefore, he had nothing to fear. Even if Yang Kai could see where the eye of the array was, he didn't have the ability to break it. Why? Yang Kai frowned. What do you mean why? Yang Tai was not in a hurry to make a move. At this moment, he had the absolute advantage. He felt that it would not take much effort to take down Yang Kai, and he could do it at any time. No one knows what's hidden behind that blood-colored door. Maybe there's a treasure, or maybe it's a trap. No one can say for sure what's hidden behind that blood-colored door. You didn't hesitate to murder others for it. Why is that? Yang Tai laughed and shook his head. You don't understand anything. That's why I need to ask. Yang Tai frowned and muttered to himself, there's something very important inside. Very, very important. I have to get it. Yang Kai was slightly surprised. You know what's inside? How could you possibly know? There was an ancient barrier on the blood-colored door. Half a year ago, Yang Tai, Quan Yi, Huayu Lu, and the others couldn't break the barrier, so they agreed to go out and find help. They would come back half a year later to try again. The barrier had not been broken, so no one knew what was hidden behind the blood-colored door. Killing 4 or 5 people from the Emperor realm for an uncertain result was something that no normal person would consider, but Yang Tai did it and even invited Ganyu to help him. Yang Tai's muttering clearly showed that he was not completely ignorant of the situation behind the blood-colored door. This was what shocked Yang Kai the most, and what made Yang Kai feel even more uneasy. Yang Tai's current state was not quite right, as if he had gone mad. Where was the demeanor of someone from the Emperor realm? He quietly urged the power of his divine soul, and a golden light flashed in his left eye. The power of his divine soul rushed out of his mind, and he shouted in a low voice, "Tell me, what's inside?" Inside? Yang Tai blurted out, but just as he said a few words, his face suddenly changed. At the same time, Yang Kai groaned, and his face turned pale. His divine soul had not recovered yet. Yang Kai forcibly urged the power of his divine soul again. If Yang Tai had not resisted, it would not have been a big problem, but Yang Tai immediately counterattacked and injured Yang Kai again. How dare you mislead me? Yang Tai's face suddenly twisted, and he flew into a rage. He did not want to waste any more time with Yang Kai. He opened his arms, and the sea behind him surged up into the sky, converging into a lifelike water dragon. It shook its head and wagged its tail as it rushed toward Yang Kai. The dragon's roar reverberated in all directions, shaking the world. A huge dragon's body grew out of the sea, connecting the sky and the earth. It opened its mouth wide, as if it wanted to swallow Yang Kai whole. Cold sweat slid down Yang Kai's forehead. Although he knew that all this was the power of the illusory array, he did not dare to take it head-on. He was not in a good state now, and any negligence could lead to irreparable misfortune. So in the face of such a terrifying attack, Yang Kai's first reaction was to dodge. His figure swayed, and he flashed several dozen meters away from where he was standing, but before he could stand firm, the sea under his feet began to swirl violently, and in the blink of an eye, a whirlpool appeared, from which a water dragon rushed out. Yang Tai sneered, "Boy, give up, you are not this old master's match." Even without relying on the power of the spirit array, Yang Tai was confident that he could defeat Yang Kai, but it would take a little more effort. Now that he had entered the illusory array and was able to control its power, Yang Kai was even less likely to be his opponent. While controlling the 2 water dragons to chase after Yang Kai, Yang Tai's mouth did not remain idle. Although I will need a blood sacrifice, I won't necessarily take your lives. You just need to help this old master open the ancient spirit array. If you cooperate now, this old master can spare your life, but if you are caught by this old master, humph. He did not say what the consequences would be, but the threat was obvious. How could Yang Kai believe him? Without saying a word, he dodged the attacks of the 2 water dragons. He was surrounded by danger several times and gradually approached Yang Tai. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Yang Tai's persuasion did not get a response, so he was in a bad mood. With a raise of his hand, 2 more water dragons emerged from the sea and chased after Yang Kai. Yang Kai's situation became even worse. He was like a dilapidated thatched hut in a storm that could collapse at any time. But every time, he was able to avoid the water dragon's attacks at the most critical moment, which made Yang Tai roar in anger. Yang Tai had completely lost the demeanor of the Emperor realm. Since seeing the blood-red door, Yang Kai had noticed that something was wrong with him. He was more fanatical than usual, and his mood swings were greater than usual. It was just that he had hidden it before, so it was not obvious, but after entering this illusory array and fighting Yang Kai, it became extremely obvious. The 4 water dragons turned into 6, then 8, then 10. When the number of water dragons on the surface of the sea reached 15, Yang Tai's clothes began to flutter even though there was no wind, and the emperor qi around his body began to boil like boiling water. His eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Yang Kai's figure, like a volcano that could erupt at any moment, filled with immense anger. Yang Tai could not help but be angry. He thought that with his own ability and the power of the spirit array, he could defeat Yang Kai as easily as crushing a conch, but in fact, no matter how dangerous Yang Kai's situation seemed, he was always able to escape at the critical moment. The gap between his imagination and reality made Yang Tai unable to accept it, and his anger rose steadily. This anger reached its peak after he summoned the 15 water dragons. He carefully controlled the water dragons and chased after Yang Kai for a while, finally trapping him somewhere in the sea with no room to escape. With a roar, the huge water dragons shook their heads and swayed their tails as they rushed towards Yang Kai. Yang Tai sneered, "Boy, you should be glad that you are still useful. This old master will not kill you now, but after this, I will let you taste something more painful than death." Yang Kai stood above the sea, watching the 15 water dragons crash towards him, as if he had accepted his fate and did not try to avoid them like before, but there was not much panic on his face either. Violent auras rushed from all directions, and before the attacks even arrived, Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine. But at that moment, a sudden change occurred. All of a sudden, the 15 water dragons seemed to have cramps. They wriggled a few times and then burst apart like bubbles. They turned into a shower and drifted down from the sky like pearls falling on a banana leaf, splashing and splashing on the surface of the sea with splashing sounds. Yang Tai was stunned, his expression twisted as he hissed, "What did you do?" He thought that Yang Kai had secretly used some kind of method to break his method of controlling the spirit array without him noticing, but under his perception, he was still the eye of the spirit array, which made him a little confused. Yang Kai grinned, "Although I am not very proficient in spirit arrays, I also know a truth: human strength is sometimes limited, especially for an old man like you." The furious Yang Tai's face became even uglier when he heard this. But Yang Kai's words also made him understand that the water dragons were not broken by Yang Kai's method, but because he had exceeded his own limit, causing the illusion to go out of control. Such a simple matter, he hadn't noticed it until Kai Yang reminded him. He wanted to control the spirit array again, so he decided to be careful this time. After fighting with Yang Kai for a long time, he had more or less figured out what he was capable of. This boy was just a little faster, but there was nothing else worth paying attention to. But Yang Kai no longer gave him a chance. He had been escaping and hiding all the time, waiting for this opportunity. How could Yang Kai not seize it? Yang Tai quickly formed a seal with both hands and an extremely mysterious aura surged out. When this aura swept past him, Yang Tai felt as if he could not even think properly. His thoughts seemed to have stopped at this moment. Everything in the world seemed to have come to a standstill. It was as if time had been disturbed. By the time he reacted again, Yang Kai's low whisper had reached his ears. "Flowing time, great emperor, withering glory, like a shuttle, like a dream." A palm print came down from the sky, and Yang Tai did not wake up until it came close. Before that, he did not even notice that Yang Kai had made a move, as if the memory of that moment had been erased. With the power of this palm, Yang Tai was thrown into the sea, spitting out blood that dyed the blue water red. He paid a heavy price for his carelessness and underestimation of his enemy. The principle of time eroded his old body, and what little vitality he had left was quickly draining away like a deflated balloon. This made him extremely flustered, completely at a loss for what to do. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, Yang Kai caught up with him, his body still agile in the sea. He arrived in front of Yang Tai in just a few steps and raised his hand to slap him. The sea water surged as if it was boiling. Although this palm was not the flowing time great emperor's shuttling seal and did not have such great power, it was still not something Yang Tai could take head-on. Yang Tai let out a strange cry as his entire body was smashed into pieces. Yang Kai did not show the slightest joy after his success, instead turning his head to look to the side. Under the sea, a huge catfish with a thick beard was swimming away quickly, escaping several miles in the blink of an eye. It was Yang Tai. At the most critical moment, he had mobilized the power of this illusion array, creating the illusion of being killed in front of Yang Kai, while his body turned into a catfish and escaped. Yang Tai himself definitely did not have this ability, but with the help of the illusion array, he could do as he pleased. 10 miles away, the catfish jumped out of the sea and reappeared the old man's figure. At this moment, Yang Tai was no longer as leisurely as before, but was in an extremely sorry state. A large patch of blood was visible on his chest as he bent over and coughed violently a few times, like a terminally ill patient who would soon die. The flowing time Great Emperor's shuttling seal was still eroding every inch of his flesh and bones, making him panic and unable to dispel it no matter how hard he tried. Yang Kai also jumped out of the water, panting lightly as he looked at Yang Tai from afar. Yang Tai was injured by him, but his condition was not good. Normally, he could easily kill a guy like Yang Tai, but in his current state, he would need to put in more effort to kill Yang Tai, especially when his opponent had the advantage of time and place. Damn you! You deserve to die. Yang Tai gritted his teeth and cursed, his eyes filled with resentment. Yang Kai raised his hand and sent several crescent blades at him. He followed closely behind the crescent blades and rushed forward. He wasn't too sure about the situation outside, but he knew that the longer he delayed, the worse the situation would become. Since Xiaoxing had entrusted Hua Yulu to him, he had to properly bring her back. Yang Kai could ignore the life and death of others, but he couldn't allow anything to happen to Hua Yulu. He had taken the initiative and was not willing to be beaten again. He wanted to take the initiative in his own hands. The moon blade whistled past. Yang Tai no longer cursed. He could feel the terrifying killing power contained in the moon blade. At the same time, his face changed, and his body melted like water. The moon blade slashed through his body, but it did not cause him any harm. At the same time, Yang Tai also began to activate the power of the array formation. The sea began to roar, raising 100 zhang tall wave. The huge wave transformed into a giant waterman. Yang Tai's facial features and 4 limbs could be faintly seen. The water giant walked on the waves. With every breath it took, it could stir up the tides of the sea, bringing terrifying attacks. Compared to it, Yang Kai, who was rushing forward, was like an ant in front of an elephant. In a flash, Yang Kai and the water giant met. He summoned the myriad sword, and the sword rays crisscrossed back and forth like waterfalls. The water giant's huge body was cut open, but no matter how Yang Kai attacked, those cracks could be repaired in a very short time. The water giant that Yang Tai had transformed into was roaring above the sea. In the illusion array, Yang Kai displayed the 5 elements water secret technique to its peak. Immediately, Yang Kai was a little overwhelmed. He wanted to transform into a dragon and even summon the mountains and rivers bell. But his injuries did not allow him to do so. Now, he could not even use half of his strength at his peak. Yang Tai gradually gained the upper hand, and this advantage slowly expanded. Yang Kai was completely suppressed. The giant water giant roared, "I will tear you to pieces." He seemed to have forgotten his original intention, which was to use Yang Kai's blood as a blood sacrifice. Now, Yang Tai wanted to kill Yang Kai. The transparent water giant's body suddenly emitted wisps of black qi. Feeling the appearance of the wisps of black qi, Yang Kai's body shook, and he cried out, "Demonic qi!" He was dumbfounded for a moment. He actually saw demonic qi on Yang Tai's body. Although it was not pure and not very rich, it was undoubtedly demonic qi. Yang Kai could not be mistaken. He had just come out of the Thousand Illusions dream realm, and had only been dealing with the ancient demon race for 2 years. This aura was still fresh in his memory. How could Yang Tai have demonic qi on him? Yang Kai was puzzled. In ancient times, although the demon race had invaded this land several times, they were all beaten back. The passage between the 2 worlds should have been sealed, so it was impossible for ordinary people to see it. However, after thinking about it, he had also obtained demonic qi, but it was purer and more ancient than Yang Tai's. Yang Tai must have obtained something, so he could produce demonic qi. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind, and Yang Kai suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He gritted his teeth and said, "Is it that secret technique?" Hua Yulu said that half a year ago, the 3 people who participated in the exploration of the ancient cave mansion had all obtained some benefits. She had obtained a small flower drum, Wu Kuangyi's cultivation had greatly improved, and Yang Tai had learned a secret technique. Yang Kai was fortunate enough to see Yang Tai use the secret technique when they were on their way here. It was a power condensed from an extremely complex ancient character. Even though he had been in the ancient world for 2 years, he still didn't know what was so mysterious about it. He had only seen it in the Sorcerer God's temple, and the records in the Sorcerer God's temple weren't very clear. Now that he thought about it, the ancient text was not the text of this land. Perhaps it was the text of the demon race. The wizard temple had records of it, so that future generations would be wary of the existence of this type of text. Yang Tai unknowingly learned the true meaning of the text, and a trace of demonic nature was born in his body. This trace of demonic nature awakened when he was fighting with Yang Kai, and the demonic chi was born. All of this was just a guess, but Yang Kai could not find a better explanation. If this was the case, then Yang Tai's previous abnormalities made sense. He was the Emperor Realm's disciple, so he had a corresponding temperament. He should not have too many emotional changes, or even excessive fanaticism for something, but it was normal for the demonic spirit hidden in his body to cause trouble. Thinking about it, Yang Kai was shocked. He secretly thought that perhaps it was the demonic spirit produced by the demon race text that allowed Yang Tai to understand the secret behind the bloody door. If this was the case, then what was sealed behind the bloody door was definitely related to the demon race. Yang Tai, you have become the demon race. Yang Kai shouted. Yang Tai turned a deaf ear to him, and the water giant slammed its palm down, setting off monstrous waves, as if it wanted to shatter the whole world. Tell me, is there a demon race sealed behind the door? Yang Kai continued to shout, but this time he used the power of his divine sense to send his voice into Yang Tai's ears, so that he could not ignore it. Some of the ancient demon race were very difficult to kill, such as the giant black eye that Yang Kai encountered, which was sealed outside Maplewood City by the ancient Almighty. If what was sealed behind the bloody door was also a demon race, or a part of a demon race's body, then releasing it would definitely not be a good thing. Last time, Yang Kai was lucky enough to seal the ancient demonic chi in Dantian. This time, there would not be any miracles. This time, when Yang Tai heard Yang Kai's shout, the water giant's movements paused slightly, and then it immediately became angry. How do you know? How do you know? As if his secret had been exposed, Yang Tai became angry out of humiliation. Yang Kai's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. The water giant raised its hand again and slapped at Yang Kai fiercely. Yang Kai stood in place and did not dodge. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the aura on his body suddenly changed, becoming ancient and deep. He used the power of a wizard. After coming out of the thousand illusionary dream world, Yang Kai had always wanted to see if he could still use the witch's abilities. After all, he had cultivated for more than 2 years in that place, so he couldn't just let it go to waste. So on the way here, he did a few experiments. The results of the experiments made him happy. He could freely switch between his Emperor's Chi and Wizard's power. The two powers did not conflict, but the Wizard's power was smaller than his own power, and the Wizard's power was a bit cumbersome to use, not as simple as the various secret techniques now. Yang Kai also noticed that although the Wizard's power could be used, it was not as powerful as it was in the Thousand Illusions dream world. When he used 100% of his power, only 80% of it would be effective. Yang Kai felt that this was because of the laws of heaven and earth. In ancient times, the barbarians could only practice the wizard's power because the laws of heaven and earth were different from today. As time passed, the laws of heaven and earth also changed slightly, and the creatures of each era had their own characteristics. Yang Kai forced himself to use the ancient wizard's power in this era, so naturally, he would be suppressed. This was the general trend, and no one could change it. Yang Kai chanted a spell, and his hands quickly formed a seal. A lightning-like light burst out from his hands, and suddenly spread out in all directions. Demon suppression. At the same time, the light swept across the water giant's body. There was no damage, but the water giant seemed to have been seriously injured. Its fiercely slapping motion paused, and its momentum was completely gone. At the same time, the water giant let out a miserable cry. It was Yang Tai's cry. The traces of black gas that appeared on the water giant's body were like snowflakes under the sun, melting after the light swept through. After more than 2 years of war in the Thousand Illusions dream world, the barbarians had developed many wizards' power to counter the demon race. This demon suppression was born at that time. It did not have much destructive power, but it could suppress the power of the demon race. Xianxia had mastered dozens of similar wizards' techniques, and they were all similar. After the demon suppression, Xianxia chanted again, and another light shrouded in front of him. Xianxia's cry became more and more miserable. When Xianxia cast his 7th witchcraft spell, the huge water giant exploded with a loud bang, and Xianxia's screams came to an abrupt end. The roaring sea returned to its calm state in an instant. Xianxia's expression became solemn as he released his divine sense to search for Xianxia. But he couldn't find him. In this illusion array, Xianxia's aura had disappeared without a trace. After a while, Xianxia noticed the existence of the array core here and suddenly realized that Xianxia had escaped. He was no longer here. Just as Xianxia had observed, at this moment, in the rock cave, beside a blue mist, a figure suddenly flashed. Xianxia appeared in an extremely sorry state, and as soon as he appeared, he bent over and coughed violently, coughing up a large amount of blood. "Brother Yang, how did you?" Not far away, Gong Yu, who was controlling the 6 Directions Supreme Array, was shocked when he saw this. In his absent-mindedness, he almost exposed a flaw in the array. At this time, the 6 Directions Supreme Array had been arranged. Hua Yulu, Feng Zhua, Wu Kuangyi, and Shenbing Ru were suspended mid-air with pale faces, arranged according to a special pattern, but they seemed to have lost the ability to resist. Each of them had a small wound on their body from which bright red blood was gurgling out. Under Gong Yu's guidance, the blood converged on the blood-colored gate. The blood-colored gate seemed to have transformed into a bottomless pit. No matter how much blood was sent to it, it would be swallowed up, leaving not a single drop behind. As the blood flowed in, the blood-colored gate gradually bloomed with a strange light. Gong Yu was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so his strength was not bad, and he had the help of the array. Hua Yulu and the others were no match for him. In the short time that Xianxia and Xianxia were entangled, they were all suppressed and had no power to fight back. Gong Yu thought that it would be easy for Xianxia to defeat Xianxia, but when Xianxia appeared in a sorry state, he knew that he was wrong. Xianxia could actually defeat Xianxia in the illusion array. How did he have such great ability? How is it going? Xianxia ignored Gong Yu's shock, and his attitude was no longer as amiable as before. His expression was dignified and impatient. At this moment, he was like a high and mighty king questioning his subordinates. Gong Yu frowned and said, "I have no problem on my side, but with 2 less people, the speed of breaking the formation will be very slow. It will take about 2 hours." When Hua Yulu and the others who were trapped heard this, their faces turned ashen. Using the method of blood sacrifice to break the formation was definitely not as easy as it seemed on the surface. Every time a drop of blood was extracted, they would feel a heart-wrenching pain, but it was suppressed by the formation. It just prevented them from shouting. When they heard that it would take another 2 hours, the 4 of them felt uneasy. If that was really the case, it would be better for them to die immediately so that they wouldn't have to suffer such torture again. 2 hours is too long. Xianxia shouted in a low voice. He turned his head and looked at the light blue smoke with fear. Xianxia was trapped inside. He didn't have the guts to go in and fight with him. To be honest, although Xianxia's previous performance had surprised him, he wasn't too afraid. However, at the last moment, the secret techniques that Xianxia used made him feel deeply shocked, as if he had met his natural enemy. He didn't even have the courage to face him. "Use my blood." Xianxia took the initiative to move closer to Hua Yulu and the others. His figure flashed, and he stood in another formation position. Using his fingers as a knife, he slit his wrist, and blood immediately gushed out. It was as if he didn't need money. "Brother Yang, you." Gong Yu looked at Xianxia in surprise. He instinctively felt that his current state wasn't quite right. This was different from what they had planned. In their plan, although Xianxia would also enter the 6 Directions Supreme Formation, he would only be a support. The most important source of the blood sacrifice would be the other 5 people. As long as the blood of those 5 people was drained, it should be enough to break the formation. However, things were a little different from what they had expected. First, Yang Kai saw through some flaws, leading to some accidents. Now, they couldn't even gather enough people to set up the formation. Moreover, Yang Tai didn't hesitate to use his own blood to participate in it. He looked like he would break the formation even if it cost him his life. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Yang Tai saw Gong Yu hesitate and couldn't help but urge him, his tone extremely unfriendly. Gong Yu frowned and said, Brother Yang, is there really what you said behind this door? At this time, Gong Yu had some thoughts of retreating. The main reason was that Yang Tai's behavior made him feel uneasy. He couldn't help but wonder if everything he did was worth it. Yang Tai coldly snorted and said, You have a little insight into the mystery of that character, so you naturally know how powerful it is. There are more characters like this behind this door, hiding the ultimate mysteries of the martial Tao. As long as you can break the barrier, it will be easy for you to break through to the third order realm. At that time, who will dare to look down on your Heavenly River Valley's Gong family? As for your Gong family's reputation, they will all be dead. Who will know what happened here? This old master is with you, so naturally, I won't expose what happened today. Gong Yu's expression changed a few times before he finally made up his mind and said, Fine. The main reason why he agreed to cooperate with Yang Tai to deceive others was that he had seen the power of that ancient character. Yang Tai was a first-order Emperor Realm Master, but the power of that character was comparable to a second-order Emperor Realm Master. This showed that the character had a great origin. Although the Gong family wasn't a small family, it didn't have a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so its status in the Southern Territory was somewhat awkward. When mentioning the Gong family, everyone would think of the Spirit Array, but they didn't know that the Gong family also yearned for great power, especially Gong Yu. He had made it his life's goal to revitalize the Gong family, but his second-order Emperor Realm cultivation was neither high nor low, so it was difficult for him to achieve great things. Yang Tai promised him that after breaking the Spirit Array, he would be able to obtain the secret to breaking through to the third-order Emperor realm. Gong Yu was tempted, so he joined forces with Yang Tai. Just as Yang Tai said, after the blood sacrifice, everyone present would die. At that time, who would know that the Gong family's former patriarch had done something despicable? It wouldn't hurt the Gong family's reputation. Under Yang Tai's urging, Gong Yu changed his hand seals, and Yang Tai immediately groaned. Blood gushed out of the wound on his wrist like a fountain. In order to speed up the process of breaking the Spirit Array, Gong Yu also increased the demand for blood from the other 4 people. In an instant, Hua Yulu and the others showed expressions of unbearable pain. As the blood flowed in, the light of the blood-red door became brighter and brighter. Yang Tai, who had lost a lot of blood, didn't feel any discomfort. Instead, he looked excited and stared at the blood-red door without blinking. At that moment, a soft pop suddenly came from the light blue smoke nearby, and Yang Kai's figure broke through the air. Without Yang Tai's support, Gong Yu couldn't divert his attention, so the illusion array created by the array plate couldn't withstand Yang Kai's fierce attack. After Yang Tai left, he broke the array in a very short time and escaped. With a sweep of his divine perception, Yang Kai immediately understood the situation at hand. Under Yang Tai's anxious and fearful gaze, he waved the myriad sword in his hand and drew a shocking sword ray, which slashed down fiercely at Gong Yu. Gong Yu was the main array plate. In order to break the 6 directions unique formation, the only effective way was to attack him. Gong Yu didn't panic, or it could be said that he had already expected this. After Yang Tai escaped from the illusion array, he had already anticipated this scene. Thus, he flicked his finger, and an array plate flew towards Yang Kai. As the previous master of the Gong family and a grandmaster of the array plate, Gong Yu didn't have many things on him, but he had a lot of array plates. Killing arrays, illusion arrays, trapping arrays, and so on. The space was narrow, and Yang Kai couldn't dodge at all. He, who had just escaped, was once again dragged into the array plate. Seeing this, Yang Tai cheered loudly and laughed loudly. Hua Yulu and the others, on the other hand, turned even paler. They had no other hope now. Being restrained by the 6 directions unique formation, they couldn't unleash their full strength. Even their freedom was under Gong Yu's control, so they couldn't rely on their own strength to break free. They could only place all their hopes on Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai was just a fleeting epiphyllum. They were greatly disappointed, and the little bit of hope that had surfaced in their hearts was instantly shattered. They only felt that they were doomed this time. How long can you trap him for? Yang Tai turned to ask Gong Yu. Gong Yu frowned and answered, 30 breaths. Yang Tai seemed a little dissatisfied, but he also knew that there was nothing he could do about it. If Gong Yi personally presided over it, he should be able to trap Yang Jiu for a longer period of time. However, Gong Yi couldn't find the time to do so. With an ownerless array formation, trapping Yang Jiu for 30 breaths of time was already the limit. After 10 breaths, the array plate suddenly shattered, and Yang Kai's figure appeared again. What? Gong Yu turned pale with fright, and his face turned blank. When he said that the array plate could trap Yang Kai for 30 breaths, he had already overestimated his opponent's strength as much as possible. However, in reality, the array plate only managed to trap Yang Kai for 10 breaths before it was broken. How strong is this Yang Kai? He's here again. Yang Tai shouted loudly, reminding Gong Yu to activate the array plate again. After suffering once, Yang Kai became even more careful. In a flash, he increased the distance between him and Gong Yu. At the same time, he shouted, Old clan leader Gong, I don't care if you're willing or deceived. I only have one thing to tell you. Yang Tai has become the demon race. You're helping the tyrant, and it won't do you any good to the Gong family. It's not too late to stop now. Stinking brat, what nonsense are you spouting? When did I become the demon race? Yang Tai retorted. He was afraid that Gong Yu would be affected, so he hurriedly urged, Brother Gong, don't listen to his nonsense. It's more important to catch him quickly. Yang Kai disappeared in a flash. And his voice came from all directions, the ancient demon race is sealed behind this blood-red door, and Yang Tai is going to release it. You may not know the horrors of the demon race, but I'm sure you don't want to see it. Gong Yu, are you sure you want to be his accomplice? This is an ancient abode, and it has been here for tens of thousands of years. How could there be a demon race sealed here? This brat is full of lies. Moreover, even if there was a demon race sealed here, I'm afraid it would have died long ago. Brother Gong, behind this door lies the ultimate secret of martial arts. Don't believe that brat. Open the door, and you and I will share the benefits. The quarrel between Yang Kai and Yang Tai buzzed in Gong Yu's ears like flies, which irritated him greatly. He raised his hand and took out several array plates and set up several layers of arrays to protect himself. In this way, no matter where Yang Kai attacked from, he would fall into the arrays. That's the way. Yang Tai laughed and shouted provocatively into the void, Boy, this old master admits that you have some skills, but that's all there is to it. If you want to live, it's not too late to escape now, otherwise it will be too late. He was really afraid of Yang Kai's various secret skills, which he always felt were used to restrain him. Therefore, he hoped that Yang Kai would get out of here as soon as possible. As for whether the secret of this place would be exposed after Yang Kai escaped, it was not something he needed to consider. He just needed to open the door. There were 5 people left here, including him. It was enough for the blood sacrifice, but it would take a little longer. Hearing this, Gong Yu's face darkened. Although he and Yang Tai had set up the trap together, it was for the sake of the Gong family. Therefore, he had never thought of leaving anyone alive, including Yang Tai. How could he allow Yang Kai to escape alone? He thought for a moment and said, Little brother, you said that the demon race was sealed behind the door. Do you have any evidence? Yang Tai told me that the secret of the ultimate martial arts was there. Yang Kai's cold snort came from the void. Do you really believe it? If you really believe it, then you are a fool. Gong Yu shouted in a low voice, I peeped into the secret of that word. It told me that Yang Tai was not lying. That is the word of the demon race. You have been deceived. What? Gong Yu's face changed greatly and he cried out involuntarily, the word of the demon race? His mind was shaken, and a flaw appeared in the layers of arrays he had set up. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly appeared. No one could clearly see how he appeared. By the time he appeared, he was already standing 3 feet in front of Gong Yu. The panic on Gong Yu's face instantly disappeared, and a shrewd light flashed in his eyes. Everything that happened just now was obviously a disguise used to lure Yang Kai out. Yang Kai really showed up. He sneered and his mind moved. Activating the power of the array around him with all his might, he wanted to drag Xianxia into the array. This time, he would not let his guard down. He secretly decided that even if he had to divert his attention, he had to deal with Xianxia first. A small ancient bell appeared in Xianxia's hand. As it spun, a huge shadow of a bell suddenly expanded. An ancient and desolate aura filled the air. Xianxia trembled all over as if he was about to lose all his strength. However, his big hand that was dragging the small bell was as steady as a rock. Clang! A muffled sound rang out. Everyone felt as if their eardrums had been pierced, and they felt dizzy for a while. Before the layers of formations that Gong Yi had set up around him could be activated, they were shattered by the sound of the bell, and collapsed in an instant. Not only that, when Gong Yi was struck by the mountains and rivers bell that was so close to him, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. A large part of his chest caved in, and his back swelled up as he was sent flying like a ragged sack. He crashed into the wall of the cave and slid down. He was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so logically speaking, he shouldn't have been so vulnerable. However, he thought that victory was in his hands and was caught off guard. He took a direct hit from the mountains and rivers bell and was seriously injured. The sound of the bell raged in his flesh and meridians, making it difficult for him to breathe. Without his support, the six-direction Soul Dominator array was finally broken. Hua Yulu and the others, who had been floating in the air, fell down like dumplings. All of them were inexplicably shocked. They cried out in alarm. They were all from the Emperor realm, but at this moment, they were all dizzy from the fall. They were like babies who hadn't learned to walk yet, unable to get up after falling to the ground. They were in a sorry state. Although most of the power of the mountains and rivers bell was absorbed by Gong Yu, it still had some effect on them. Coupled with the fact that they had been controlled by Gong Yu, they had lost too much blood and were already at their limits. Right now, they probably couldn't even exert the strength of an ordinary person. The only one who fared better was Xianxia. He entered the array later, so although he had lost a lot of blood, he was much better off than the others. After falling to the ground, he only staggered a little before regaining his footing. However, this sudden blow made him a little confused. Everything was going smoothly, but he didn't expect the situation to take a turn for the worse in the blink of an eye. He stood on the ground in a daze for a while before he finally reacted. He glared at Xianxia with resentment and gritted his teeth. Why? Murderous intent surged like a tide, enveloping Xianxia. Xianxia also staggered. The blow of the mountains and rivers bell had forced him to use all his strength. At this moment, he was like a lamp without oil, and even the Emperor Qi in his body was somewhat sluggish. Seeing that Xianxia's divine sense had locked onto him and was about to attack, Xianxia hurriedly took a deep breath and squeezed the remaining strength from the dantian before chanting an incantation. Xianxia was startled, and his anger seemed to have been doused with a basin of cold water, extinguishing in an instant. His expression became somewhat fearful, afraid of Xianxia. Previously, he had suffered at the hands of Xianxia in the illusion array and knew the power of this strange secret technique. It was as if Xianxia was his natural enemy, so when he heard this cryptic incantation, he instinctively felt fear. He took a few steps back before he found a sense of security. Kaiyang also stopped speaking at the right time. He was now an arrow at the end of its flight and could no longer use his strength at will. Since Xianxia did not move, he was too lazy to make the first move. The current situation gave him a headache. The 7 masters of the Emperor realm were each weaker than the last, and Xianxia's situation was the best. If he really hardened his heart and killed him, Xianxia would have no choice but to take Hua Yulu back to the sealed world bead and hide. As for the life or death of the others, he could not care less. Xianxia, on the other hand, was extremely afraid of Xianxia and did not dare to attack him again. The gradually dimming light on the side attracted Xianxia's attention. He turned his head to look at the blood-colored door and let out a howl. No, this can't happen. Previously, under the blood sacrifice presided over by Gong Yu, the blood-colored door had become brighter and brighter, and the ancient spirit array had shown signs of opening, but after it was destroyed by Xianxia, the blood sacrifice was interrupted and the light gradually dimmed, stabilizing the ancient spirit array again. Xianxia roared a few times and seemed to have thought of something. He turned his head and stared fiercely at one of the masters present, then stretched out his hand to grab him. Yang Tai, don't you dare! Wu Kuangyi roared and wanted to resist, but he did not have the strength to do so and was lifted up by Yang Tai like a chicken. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Yang Tai stretched out his hand and slapped Wu Kuangyi several times, then threw him towards the blood-colored door. Wu Kuangyi let out a painful scream and then stopped abruptly. He crashed into the blood-colored door. Perhaps because of the impact, or perhaps because of the power of Yang Tai's slaps, Wu Kuangyi's entire body suddenly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Not even his bones were left, and thick blood and minced flesh were all pasted on the blood-colored door. The gradually dimming door glowed again with a glimmer of light. Everyone's expression turned cold when they saw the scene. Wu Kuangyi's death made the rest of the masters feel a sense of sadness. No one knew if Yang Tai's next target would be them. Not enough, far from enough. Yang Tai seemed to have gone mad. After killing Wu Kuangyi with his own hands, his face showed an extremely vexed expression. He kept muttering under his breath and his eyes swept over the rest of the people. At the same time, a faint black chi appeared on his body again. It was the demonic chi that Yang Kai was familiar with. Everyone who was caught in his gaze couldn't help but avert their gazes for fear of angering him. Only Yang Kai stared back coldly and sneered, "Give up, Yang Tai. Your plan won't work anymore. This barrier can't be opened anymore. You've already fallen into the devil's path, so your death isn't worth pitying." On the other side, Gong Yu, who had been injured by Yang Kai, looked at the demonic chi wrapped Yang Tai in a daze. He pointed his finger at him and said in a trembling voice, You. He finally realized that something was wrong. The traces of demonic chi on Yang Tai's body were very obvious, so how could Gong Yu not notice it? Only now did he somewhat believe what Yang Kai said before. Yang Tai had really become the demon race. If that was the case, then Yang Tai's promise was not worth a single cent. Thinking of this, Gong Yu's heart was like dead ashes. He took a huge risk to collude with Yang Tai, but in the end, it was just a scam. He did not know what Yang Tai was planning, but he knew that there was absolutely no secret of the ultimate martial arts behind that door. Give up? Yang Tai did not notice Gong Yu. He shouted hysterically, "My mission has not been completed. How can I give up?" Yang Kai keenly grasped something and frowned. Mission? Is it your mission to open this barrier? Is it the thing behind the door who gave you the mission? Did it communicate with you? Yang Tai stopped talking. He seemed to realize that he had said too much. He glanced at the crowd and sneered, "A bunch of trash, even if I sacrifice all of you, it is still far from enough." In fact, if Yang Kai had not interrupted the blood sacrifice, it should have been enough. However, after being interrupted, everything was in vain. Yang Tai was completely crazy. He opened his arms as if he wanted to embrace the whole world. The demonic chi on his body was so strong for the first time, and it was so dark that it made people tremble in fear. He opened his mouth and shouted, "Open your dog eyes and look clearly, a new era is coming, and in the future, you will all be ants." He shouted some inexplicable words, then let out a crazy laugh, turned around, and rushed toward the blood-red door. Yang Kai's eyes twitched, and the others were also stunned. No one had expected that things would take such a dramatic turn. Yang Tai's posture seemed to be that he was going to use his own body as a blood sacrifice to break the ancient barrier. No one stopped him. First, Yang Tai had ulterior motives. He had caused everyone to be in such a difficult situation, so he deserved to die. Second, Wu Kuangyi was killed by him just now, but it was useless to use him as a blood sacrifice. Even if he used it now, it would not have any effect. So, everyone looked on coldly. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Yang Tai slammed into the blood door. He had used all of his strength and didn't put any protection on himself, so it was easy to predict what would happen to him. With a loud bang, Yang Tai exploded into a cloud of blood mist just like Wu Kuangyi had done before. However, unlike Wu Kuangyi, his blood and flesh didn't scatter on the blood door. Instead, as if they had some kind of life, they slowly squirmed in the air and gradually gathered together and reformed. Everyone, who had just been relieved of a heavy burden, was once again on tenterhooks. They didn't know what this change meant, but everyone's heart was filled with an extremely bad feeling. Yang Kai's intuition was very good. He could feel a trace of demonic aura from Yang Tai's blood mist. It was an aura that made him extremely uncomfortable, as if he had once again entered the ancient world and once again faced the masters of the demon territory. In the blink of an eye, the cloud of blood mist took shape. This is... Gong Yu's eyes widened and whispered. Demon rune. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and shouted, the uneasiness in his heart suddenly swelling to the extreme. The blood mist that had taken shape was none other than the demon rune that had appeared when Yang Tai had displayed the divine technique. Under the push of a mysterious force, the blood-red demon rune slammed into the blood door. No one knew what kind of effect the blood sacrifice rune, which was composed of the essence of Yang Tai's flesh and blood, would have on the blood door, but since Yang Tai had done so, he must have had some confidence. The light was so bright that it was almost impossible for people to open their eyes. Just as everyone lost sight of the blood door. Suddenly, a series of cracking sounds rang out. Everyone was taken aback. After realizing what this sound was, everyone's face turned pale. The blood door had been opened. The blood sacrifice that had lasted for such a long time was interrupted by Yang Kai, but under Yang Tai's desperate struggle, it was the last straw that broke the camel's back. No matter what was inside, it would appear in the next moment. At this moment, Yang Kai pushed his eyesight to the extreme and finally saw a clue. The bloody door was indeed opened. However, only a small crack appeared, and the door was not fully opened. The many restrictions and patterns on the door seemed to still be working, producing a power that was opposite to the demonic characters, preventing the door from opening. At this moment, Yang Kai vaguely saw something fly out from the gap of the door. The light dissipated, and the door closed again. When the dust settled, it was as if everything that had happened before was just an illusion. Everyone was still in a state of shock. They looked at each other. However, someone soon noticed something unusual. What is that? Shen Bingru's voice trembled as she pointed at the floating object in front of the door. Everyone looked in the direction of her finger and couldn't help but shiver. Unbeknownst to them, a black light the size of a green bean was floating in front of the door. It was too small, and it didn't emit any special aura, so no one noticed it at first. What's more, the lighting here was not very good. Shen Bingru had only discovered it by chance. The black light was like a dead object, silently floating there without any abnormalities. When Yang Kai's divine sense swept over it, his expression changed greatly, and he shouted, demonic sense, everyone, guard your minds, don't be corroded by it. If it corrodes your minds, you will become the demon race. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed drastically. Yang Kai had just saved them from the gates of hell, so how could he not? So even though they didn't understand, they instinctively sealed their knowledge seas and guarded their minds. Brother Yang, demonic sense, is it the demonic sense we know? Fang Zhua asked. The demonic sense he was referring to referred to the various distracting thoughts a cultivator would have on their path of cultivation. There were various thoughts that could affect their cultivation, such as greed, lust, jealousy, hatred. They were all demonic senses and could sometimes cause a cultivator to become the demon race. Yang Kai shook his head and stared at the black light as if he was facing a great enemy. He couldn't help but recall his experiences in the thousand illusionary dream realm. He then said, there is a great world called the demon territory, and the creatures there call themselves the demon race. In ancient times, they tried to invade the star boundary several times, but the ancient sages repelled them and killed many of the demon race's masters. However, the demon race's characteristics are very strange, and their vitality is very tenacious. Some things are very difficult to destroy, and even the ancient sages were unable to completely destroy them, so they could only seal them away. I don't know what is sealed behind this blood-red door, but this demonic sense escaped from behind the door, and this demonic sense is the remnant soul of the demon race's masters. The thing he saw running out from behind the door was this black light. When they heard this, they became suspicious. This was the first time they had heard of the demon territory. For better or worse, they were the emperor realm, and their cultivations were very high. Although they didn't dare say they knew all the secrets of the world, there were very few things they didn't know. However, this was the first time they had heard of the demon territory. They did know about the demon race, but they had only seen bits and pieces of it in some ancient records and didn't know much about it. Brother Yang, What you mean is that there is a demon race sealed behind the door? Fang Zhui asked with a frown. From the looks of it, I'm afraid that is the case. Shen Bingru said, this ancient cave has been here for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. Even if there really were masters of the demon race sealed here, they shouldn't have survived until now, right? Yang Kai said, that's why only the demonic will appeared. The demon race sealed inside are probably all dead, but their remnant souls are still here. It's just a remnant soul, there's no need to be so. Shen Bingru squeezed out a smile, faintly feeling that Yang Kai was making a mountain out of a molehill. Regardless of whether the demon race was sealed behind the bloody door or not, it had been so long. Even if a remnant soul appeared, it probably wouldn't be a big deal. What do you know? Yang Kai shouted angrily. Shen Bingru shut her mouth in embarrassment. Her cultivation was higher than Yang Kai's. If Yang Kai hadn't saved her life earlier, she probably would have retorted right now. Even so, Yang Kai's rebuttal made her expression turn ugly. Yang Kai's tone softened. The demonic will still exists. We can't let our guard down at any time, or else, Just as he was speaking, the black light that had been motionless all this time suddenly flew up and rushed straight towards Yang Kai. It was unknown whether it was intentional or just a coincidence. The small remnant of the demonic will made people feel extremely uncomfortable, as if it had chosen Yang Kai. At the same time, Yang Kai suddenly felt a burning sensation in his right eye. He immediately understood that it wasn't a coincidence that the demonic will chose him. It was driven by instinct. His right eye had fused with the black eye of the troll and had the aura of the ancient demons. The demonic will was a remnant soul of the demon race, so it was natural that it would be attracted to him. He coldly snorted, and the wizard's incantation sounded from his mouth. He raised his hand and pointed forward. A circle of light exploded and swept across the black light that was rushing towards him. The black light that was the size of a green bean was immediately swept back like a fallen leaf in a strong wind. Yang Kai was now an arrow at the end of its flight, so the power he could exert was not great. However, this wisp of demonic will had been sealed for too long. It was just a remnant soul and was not very powerful. It immediately paled in comparison to the wizard's incantation. As if it had sensed that Yang Kai was not to be trifled with, the black light took the opportunity to drift to the side. Its target was Gong Yu. Gong Yu was quite dispirited at this moment. He had been deceived by Yang Kai and had joined forces with him to kill many venerable sovereigns in the southern territory. Now that Yang Kai had sacrificed himself and released a demonic will from behind the door, it proved that Yang Kai was not lying. There was no ultimate mystery of martial arts behind the blood-red door. There was only Yang Tai's conspiracy. Yang Tai wanted to release all the demonic will sealed behind the door, which was why he had borrowed his attainments in the way of arrays. He was the former patriarch of the Gong family. Everything he did was closely related to the Gong family of Heavenly River Valley. After today, the Gong family's reputation would be completely ruined. After realizing this, Gong Yu was disheartened. Although he had heard the conversation about the demonic will between Yang Kai and the others, he did not have much of a reaction. It was only at this moment that the demonic will floated towards him that Gong Yu made a move. He raised his hand slightly and sent a solid palm strike towards the demonic will. Although he was an array grandmaster, he was still a second-order Emperor Realm Master. The power of this palm was not enough to change the color of the sky, but it was still extremely powerful. At the very least, it was several times stronger than the sorcery technique Yang Kai had just used. He felt that it was enough to sweep away the demonic will and even destroy it. However, something unexpected happened. The palm strike passed through the demonic will and had no effect on it. The bean-sized demonic will passed through the palm strike as if it was nothing. Be careful, Yang Kai whispered. Although Gong Yu was partly responsible for the current situation, he did not want Gong Yu to be eroded by the demonic will after what happened in the Thousand Illusionary Dream World. That was why he warned him. Gong Gui also pulled himself together and used all his means. Although he had been injured by the mountains and rivers Bao, his strength was still extraordinary even if he went all out. In an instant, he had laid down several layers of impregnable defenses in front of him. The black light passed through these defenses and drilled directly into his head. Everyone was stunned. Gong Yu's eyes widened in an instant. He let out a roar from his throat, as if he had been greatly tortured. Yang Kai was also a little dumbfounded. He could not understand how such a thing could happen. He had seen Gong Yu's defenses. Logically speaking, they should have been enough to resist the erosion of the demonic will. But in fact, those defenses did not seem to have any effect. This shouldn't be. Just as Yang Kai was puzzled, Gong Yu suddenly let out a low roar. A violent aura escaped from his body, and his hair and beard went wild. The roar shook the stone cave and caused the stones to rustle. Everyone's expression changed drastically. They nervously paid attention to Gong Yu's condition. At this moment, no one had the strength to resist. If Gong Yu went berserk, everyone would suffer. Shen Bingru said in a trembling voice, "Brother Yang, he's being eroded by the demonic will. He's going to become the demon race." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and shouted. In the Thousand Illusions dream world, Yang Kai had seen too many similar things. In the battlefield where the two races were fighting, even if the devil race was killed, only a strand of devil consciousness was left. It could still turn the barbarian race into a devil race cultivator and turn against the barbarian race. The chi and remnant soul of the devil race possessed an extremely strong corrosive power. "What do we do now?" Feng Zhua also asked. Before Yang Kai could speak, the roaring Gong Yu suddenly quieted down. He suddenly raised his head, revealing a pair of dark eyes without any white in them. He looked terrifying. "Gong. Old Patriarch Gong." Shen Bingru shouted in a trembling voice, hoping to confirm the identity of the person in front of her. Gong Yu turned a deaf ear to her and just tilted his head to look at Yang Kai with a confused and curious look, as if he had just woken up from a dream and was still a little confused about the situation he was in. Yang Kai held his breath and was secretly on guard. Gong Yu didn't make a move against him. He just let out a strange sound from his throat, then walked out unsteadily. Shen Bingru, Feng Zhua, Hua Yulu, and the others hurriedly moved aside. They didn't have the strength to fight now, so they didn't dare to block his path. Gong Yu had obviously been corroded by the demon spirit, because his behavior was very different from before. It was as if a new soul had entered his body, and he couldn't fully control it. Even his walking posture was not normal. In the silence, only the ear-piercing sound of Gong Yu's footsteps could be heard as he walked further and further away. When the footsteps could no longer be heard, Hua Yulu and the others breathed a sigh of relief, as if they had just survived a disaster. After witnessing the transformation of Gong Yu with their own eyes, they no longer doubted Yang Kai's previous statement about the demon spirit. "Has old Patriarch Gong been possessed?" Feng Zhua looked at Yang Kai and asked. If that was the case, then things would be troublesome. After all, Gong Yu was the former patriarch of the Gong family. Moreover, he was a second-order Emperor Realm Master. If such a person ran out, he might bring great harm to the Southern Territory. "I don't know, but it might be more serious than possession." Yang Kai's expression was grim. The only thing he could be sure of was that Gong Yu had become the demon race. However, there was one thing he couldn't understand. Even if Gong Yu was uneasy, he shouldn't have been so easily corrupted by the demon will. How could he not resist? However, he could not find a reasonable explanation for what he had seen with his own eyes. Thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai was shocked and shouted, "Demon rune!" "What?" Hua Yulu turned to look at him. "Those are demon runes." Yang Kai's expression was solemn as he turned to the others. "How many of them did you see?" Hua Yulu said, "The secret technique that Yang Tai used before." "I didn't see it clearly." Yang Kai looked at the three of them and said in a low voice, "No matter how much you see, it's best to forget that thing." Yang Tai becoming the demon race and Gong Yu being corrupted could be related to it. "What do you mean?" Feng Zhua asked curiously. When Yang Tai used that secret technique, he had specially observed it. That was why he saw more than Hua Yulu. Since Yang Kai said it so seriously, he didn't dare to lower his guard. Shen Bingru also looked over curiously. Yang Kai said, "Yang Tai didn't have the opportunity to come into contact with the demon will before, but when he came here, he had already become the demon race. It's very likely that he became the demon race because of the ancient demon runes he learned. In order to convince Gong Yu, Yang Tai used that rune's power on him." Gong Yu might have studied it a bit. So, some demon nature should have been born in his body. That's why he was willing to risk universal condemnation and work with Yang Tai to harm us. Yes, that must be the case. Otherwise, as the previous patriarch of the Gong family, how could Gong Yu make such a foolish choice? He was already affected by the demon nature hidden in his body and couldn't maintain his nature. The reason why the demon will was able to corrupt him so easily wasn't because Gong Yu's defense was ineffective, but because the demon nature in his body was attracting the demon will, causing it to unconsciously give up resisting. These words. Yang Kai was half speculating and half explaining. The more he spoke, the more he felt that his speculations were correct. The root of everything was that ancient demon rune. Half a year ago, Hua Yulu, Yang Tai, Wu Kuangyi, and Hua Yulu discovered this ancient cavern. The three of them each obtained different benefits. The ancient demon script that Yang Tai learned was simply a trap, a bait to lure him to open the restriction and release the demonic thoughts behind the door. Anyone who learned the ancient demon rune would have made the same choice as Yang Tai. It was because of the essence of the ancient demon rune that Yang Tai was able to establish an inexplicable connection with the demon will behind the door. That was why he knew what was behind the door and why he said that opening the restriction was his mission. Hua Yulu listened with a pale face and her tender body trembled. She felt that her luck was good enough. Last time, she had only obtained a small flower drum. If she had learned the essence of the ancient demon rune like Yang Tai, she was afraid that Yang Tai's experience would have been the same as hers. She was a woman who loved beauty, yet she had died so miserably. Not to mention her bones, even her body had been used as a secret technique to open the restriction. This was simply unacceptable to her. Shen Bingru also said uneasily, "Will I also be like Yang Tai, become the demon race?" She also saw the ancient demon rune. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "The essence of the ancient demon rune is not so easy to understand. Yang Tai may have received some help. It doesn't matter if you've just seen it, but I advise you to forget it completely. No one knows what's so magical about the ancient demon rune." Everyone nodded. After exchanging a glance, they sent their soul avatars into their knowledge seas, found memories of the ancient demon rune, and destroyed them. This way, they would forget what the ancient demon rune looked like and would only remember that it was there. Destroying such memories would cause some damage to their soul, but compared to the risk of becoming the demon race, this damage was acceptable. Yang Kai did not do this. While everyone was destroying their memories, he had been pondering. After everyone weakly opened their eyes, Yang Kai said, "There should be more than one demon rune behind this door. There may be more. We need to do two things now." Hearing Yang Kai say that there were more demon runes behind the door, everyone was shocked, but thinking about it carefully, it was possible. Because the restriction on the blood-colored door had not been completely broken, it had only been opened by Yang Tai's blood sacrifice, and a demon rune had escaped from it. This restriction had been laid down by an ancient great master, and since it had closed again, it meant that there were still hidden dangers inside. "What are the two things?" Fang Jue asked. After the previous ruckus, Yang Kai had faintly become the leader of the group, and none of them had any objections to his decision. "The first thing is to find someone to stabilize the restriction array here, in case someone accidentally breaks in and destroys it." Yang Kai raised a finger. "This concerns the entire southern territory, and even the entire star boundary, so we must inform the several large sects in the southern territory and let them work together to think of a solution. Yes, the Gong family needs to make amends, and they are a good choice. Gong Yu had made a mistake, and the destruction of the restriction was caused by him. The Gong family of the Tianhe Valley was duty-bound to repair the restriction, not to mention that even if Gong Yu had not caused trouble before, the Gong family would have been the best choice. In the southern territory, besides the array grandmasters worshipped by the large sects, they were the most knowledgeable in array formations." Fang Jue and the others nodded slightly, thinking that Yang Kai was right. Although the exploration of the ancient cave mansion was their business, the consequences were not something they could bear. Even Gong Yu, a second-order Emperor Realm Master, was unable to resist the erosion of the demon sense. Once the restriction here was broken, the southern territory would fall into chaos, and they might become sinners for all eternity. So I need you to inform the Gong family of the Heavenly River Valley. First, tell them what happened here, and second, let them be on guard against Gongyu. If Gongyu returns to the Heavenly River Valley, Gongyu probably won't be so stupid, but it's better to be safe than sorry. I'll go, Hua Yulu volunteered. Although her cultivation was not high, she was still the palace master of the 100 Flowers Palace, and her words carried a certain weight. If she went to inform the Gong family, they would take it seriously. The three of you go together, Yang Kai said solemnly. The three of them thought for a while and nodded. They did not know where Gongyu was now. Maybe he was lying in ambush outside, waiting for them to walk into the trap. If the three of them worked together, they would be able to protect themselves. Who will inform the other great sects? Feng Zhui asked in a deep voice. Without the support of those great sects, it would be difficult to accomplish anything. Even if they invited the Gong family might block the news and prevent it from leaking out. Therefore, they had to invite the masters of those great sects. Yang Kai said, "Let me introduce myself again." As he spoke, he reached out and wiped his face, revealing his original appearance. His face was as pale as paper, without the slightest trace of blood. "My name is Yang Kai." Yang Kai. Shen Bingru frowned and said in surprise, "I heard that Azure Sun Temple appointed a new guest elder a while ago." "That's me," Yang Kai nodded. Shen Bingru and Feng Zhui were in awe and cupped their fists together, "So it's Elder Yang. Forgive us for our lack of manners." It was not until this time that they dared not underestimate Yang Kai. Being able to become an elder of a top sect in the Southern Territory, even if it was just a guest elder, was by no means an ordinary person. What's more, it was said that at the coronation ceremony, Yang Kai seemed to have exchanged blows with an elder of Star Soul Palace. The elder of Star Soul Palace was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master. How could it be easy to exchange blows with him? It was not until this time that the two understood why Yang Kai's aura was not strong, but his performance was amazing. It turned out that he was an elder of Azure Sun Temple. "I will inform the other great sects. I have a way to contact the temple. After the news is spread, they will naturally pass it on to the other sects." The three of them naturally had no objections. "What about the second thing?" Hua Yulu asked. "The second thing? Let's talk about it after the matter here is dealt with. Before that, I will stay here to guard the spirit array in case Gongyu comes back." "Brother Yang is thoughtful," Feng Zhui agreed. Gongyu had already become the demon race, and no one knew if he would come back to destroy the barrier. The spirit array on the blood-red door had been in the flowing time Great Emperor for a long time, and had been destroyed by Gongyu once before. If it was destroyed again, it might really be broken, so Yang Kai had to stay here as a precaution. This kind of thing had to be done by Yang Kai, and only Yang Kai had the ability to do so. After a brief discussion, everyone hurriedly adjusted their breathing and recuperated. Although Hua Yulu and the others were not injured, the blood sacrifice in the Six Directions unique array had consumed a lot of their strength. If they wanted to leave here and go to Heavenly River Valley, they had to recover for a while. Everyone was an Emperor Realm Master, so they always had some precious life-saving spirit pills on them. Now was not the time to be stingy, so they all took them out and took them. Half a day later, Hua Yulu and the others barely recovered 60% to 70% of their strength. They did not dare to delay, and after bidding farewell to Yang Kai, they all returned the way they came, ready to leave this ancient cave mansion together. Not long after, only Yang Kai was left in the grotto. The surroundings were so quiet that even the sound of breathing could not be heard. Only the sound of water dripping from the inverted stone pillars could be heard. Although this trip to the ancient cave mansion was more daunting than dangerous, Yang Kai still felt a little scared every time he thought of the dangerous moments. 7 people arrived, but only 4 were intact in the end. Wu Kuangyi was blood sacrificed by Yang Tai, and Yang Tai died by self-explosion. Gongyu was eroded by the demon sense, and the remaining 4 were exhausted. Now that he finally had some time to recover, Yang Kai naturally raced against time. After another day, he slowly opened his eyes and silently sensed his current state. When he felt that he was almost ready, he took out his Elder Jade Disc. This was what Wen Zishan gave him during the coronation ceremony. This Elder Jade Disc not only represented the identity of an Azure Sun Temple Elder, but also had many other benefits. Yang Kai slightly urged his Emperor Qi, and the jade disc floated in the air in front of him. Immediately, he changed his hand seals and constantly pointed at the jade disc. The jade disc buzzed, following Yang Kai's movements. Hidden messages were sent to the Azure Sun Temple through the jade disc. This method of communication wasn't perfect. It couldn't explain things that were too complicated, and it was limited by distance. It could only be used within the same territory. However, it was the only method of long-distance communication in the astral boundary. All the major sects had similar methods. After being busy for a while, Yang Kai put away the jade disc, believing that Azure Sun Temple had already received the news. It wouldn't be long before someone came to investigate. He continued to meditate and recover. For more than 10 days, everything was peaceful. Yang Kai's injuries were gradually getting better, and the wounds on his spirit were also slowly recovering. Given a little more time, he felt that he should be able to make a full recovery. He didn't let his guard down and kept a portion of his attention on the blood-red door. Not even the slightest movement could escape his observation. On this day, Yang Kai was meditating with his eyes closed when he suddenly had a very strange feeling. It was as if he had faintly comprehended the martial Tao. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. This enlightenment came inexplicably and without warning, but it was a rare opportunity for any cultivator, so he immediately immersed himself in it and chased after the deeper level of enlightenment. That inexplicable feeling became clearer and clearer. It was as if a plate of delicious food was placed in front of him, within easy reach, but there was an invisible barrier, and he could only smell the aroma. There was no real entrance. Yang Kai was not in a hurry. Step by step, he steadily broke through the obstacle in front of him. He had a hunch that if he could really comprehend this level of enlightenment, he would definitely be able to break through to the second-order Emperor realm. He broke through to the Emperor realm in the Shattered Star Sea. Although it wasn't too long ago, and logically speaking, it was impossible for him to break through again, but his experiences these days were too rich. He had already accumulated the capital to break through to the second-order Emperor realm. All he lacked was an opportunity. Now, the opportunity was right in front of him. Naturally, he had to grasp it well. Time passed slowly. Yang Kai didn't know how much time had passed. It seemed to be just a moment, but it also seemed to be a year and a half. At a certain moment, when he felt that the obstacle was suddenly cleared, a new world appeared in front of him. All kinds of wonderful feelings came from unknown corners and poured into his mind, suddenly giving him an illusion of omnipotence. And those feelings brought him a kind of wonderful feeling, making him involuntarily want to immerse himself in it and explore the mysteries of the peak of the martial Tao. At this moment, Yang Kai's environment was very strange. He felt as if he was standing in a star field, surrounded by stars. Each star represented an elusive concept and the mysteries of the martial Tao. They were the steps to the peak of the martial Tao. He could reach out, and as long as he could pluck these stars, he would be able to achieve greatness that would shock the ancients and dazzle the contemporaries. Yang Kai slowly stretched out his hand and touched those stars. Suddenly, a flame burned in the star field. Yang Kai frowned and stared at the flame. Looking at it didn't matter, but he actually felt an extremely hot feeling, as if his body was being roasted above the flames. And this burning feeling became more and more intense, so intense that Yang Kai almost couldn't bear it. At that moment, a cool and refreshing feeling emerged, as if a basin of cold water had been poured over Yang Kai's head, causing him to feel extremely comfortable. The ups and downs of his state of mind made him suddenly alert, and he immediately withdrew his hand. The state of deep seclusion was broken, and Yang Kai became aware of the existence of his physical body. A light flashed in his mind, and he instantly understood what had happened to him. This was not an epiphany, but a trap from the demonic spirit behind the blood-red door. Everything in front of him was just an illusion. Not daring to neglect, Yang Kai hurriedly shouted. The stars trembled, bursting with light, and then converged towards a certain place, turning into a dazzling character that stood in the void. This character was completely different from the characters of today's star boundary. It was extremely complex, but it seemed to contain great mysteries. Demonic text. Yang Kai was shocked, not expecting that he would still fall for it despite being so careful. He turned his eyes away, not looking at it, but the light emitted by the character converged into one and, as if it had a consciousness, desperately drilled into Yang Kai's mind, trying to brand the true essence of the demonic text into Yang Kai's mind. At this critical moment, Yang Kai's state of mind calmed down like never before, and his body suddenly bloomed with a layer of seven-colored brilliance, like a rainbow-colored robe shrouding him. The light of the demonic text was blocked by the rainbow-colored robe. Yang Kai sneered and slowly withdrew from this illusion, his divine sense returning to his body. Unexpectedly, it went smoothly without any hindrance, or rather, the demonic spirit did not hinder his ability. In the pitch-black cave, a light was emitted. Yang Kai glanced at it and found that it was the blood-red door emitting light. However, when his divine sense returned, the light gradually converged and finally disappeared. Cold sweat broke out on his back. Yang Kai was terrified. His right eye was burning hot, but his mind was as cool as ice water. It was this alternating heat and cold that woke him up, allowing him to break away from the entanglement of the demonic text. Yang Kai did not know if that demonic text was the same one that Yang Tai had used, because he did not see it clearly. The rainbow-colored soul-warming lotus had turned into a protective barrier that blocked the true essence of the demonic text, not allowing it to penetrate his body. Now that he thought about it, the reason why Yang Tai was able to understand the true essence of an ancient demonic text and develop a demonic nature was probably the same as what he had just encountered. However, Yang Tai was not as lucky as him, and did not have a supreme treasure like the rainbow-colored soul-warming lotus, so he was able to understand the true essence of the demonic text. He thought that he had obtained an opportunity and grasped the mysteries of the martial Tao, but he did not know that it was just a bait, which eventually led to a series of tragedies. To be honest, this encounter was an eye-opener for Yang Kai. He had fought against the demon race in the Thousand Illusions dream world for 2 years, but he had never seen the demon race's ability to appear and disappear unpredictably. This was the first time he had encountered such a method. This was not an attack, but just to make people mistakenly think that they had obtained some benefits, but in the end, they walked down the wrong path step by step, and finally could not turn back. After this incident, Yang Kai also confirmed that the restriction on the Scarlet Door was indeed severely damaged, and had to be repaired and reinforced quickly. Otherwise, if someone else found this place, it was very likely that the restriction would be destroyed, and the demonic spirit behind the door would be released. In the following days, he was even more careful. No matter what he did, he must divide a part of his attention to pay attention to the changes of the Scarlet Door, and at the same time, guard against any traps set by the demonic spirit. However, after a failure, the demonic spirit behind the door seemed to have realized that Yang Kai was difficult to deal with, and did not have any more abnormalities. Yang Kai's injuries were getting better day by day, and he finally recovered to his original state. After a full month, the experts of the several major sects in the Southern Territory finally arrived. A reply came from the Elder Jade Disc, and Yang Kai quickly left the secluded mansion and went to the stone forest above ground to meet them. At this time, the island was surrounded by a poisonous barrier and was sealed off from all sides. It was not time for the monster beast that could merge and become stronger to hunt for food, but after receiving Yang Kai's reply, the masters of the several major sects still decided to force their way out and meet up with Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of method they used, but standing on the island, Yang Kai heard a rumbling sound, as if the sky and earth had been turned upside down. Immediately afterward, a ray of light shot out from the colorful poison fog and, like a dragon boat riding the wind, broke through the sea of clouds and landed on the island. Powerful auras spread out one after another, and when the light dissipated, a group of more than 20 people appeared. Yang Kai glanced around and found a few old acquaintances. Led by Star Soul Palace's elder Xiaoyu Yang, Azure Sun Temple's Gao Shueting, Heavenly Martial Holy Land's Chen Wenhao, and Orthodoxy Temple's Feng Ming were all gathered here. Among the 4 of them, except for Xiaoyu Yang, who was a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master, the other 3 were all Second-Order Emperors. Anyway, I have something to do today, so I'll be heading out in a bit. The first time Yang Kai saw these people was in Maplewood City. At that time, Gao Shueting and the others were still First-Order cultivators, but they were still superior to him. Over the years, Gao Shueting was able to break through from the First-Order Emperor realm to the Second-Order Emperor realm, so Chen Wenhao and Feng Ming were naturally not far behind. Both of them had worked hard to catch up and had also advanced in recent years. In addition, there was also a dignified middle-aged man wearing a jade-belted brocade robe. He had an extraordinary bearing and seemed to be the leader of this group. This person was a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Behind this middle-aged man stood a dozen or so cultivator, all of them wearing the same clothes. Most of their cultivations were between the Emperor Realm and the Tao Source Realm. Yang Kai only took a glance and vaguely understood where these people came from, because he saw a familiar face among these cultivator. Gongwen Shan. Yang Kai didn't have much of a friendship with him, only having dealt with him in the Four Seasons realm. Yang Kai remembered that this guy was quite bold, even daring to provoke Heavenly Marshal Holy Land's Wu Chang, and was chased by Wu Chang for many days without suffering any injuries. Since Gongwen Shan was here, it was clear at a glance where this group of people came from. Heavenly River Valley's Gong family. The middle-aged First-Order Emperor Realm Master leading this group should be the current Gong family patriarch, Gong Zhen. He was the leading array master in the entire Southern Territory, and his fame was no less than that of the Southern Gate Army in the Northern Territory. In fact, he was even more famous. After all, Gong Zhen was the patriarch of his family, while the Southern Gate Army was just a lone force. Xiao Yuyang was holding a shuttle-shaped artifact in his hand. It glowed brilliantly. The quality was extraordinary, and it was likely that he used this artifact to bring everyone in. Yang Kai had experienced the power of the poison barrier before, so how could an artifact that could break through it be weak? Elder Xiao, Elder Chen, Elder Feng. Yang Kai cupped his fists and greeted them one by one. He couldn't help but feel like the flowing time great emperor. Back then, when he stood in front of these experts, he still had to maintain a respectful attitude and address them as seniors. Now, he was able to stand on equal footing with these people. Lastly, he greeted Gao Shuiting. The latter nodded at him gently. They were all family, so there was no need to be so polite. "You're really causing trouble wherever you go," Xiao Yuyang smiled helplessly, feeling a headache coming upon seeing Yang Kai again. After all, Yang Kai had just left the Star Soul Palace not long ago. Even in Star Soul Palace, there was a problem with the five-colored treasure pagoda. Xiao Yuyang and the other elders suspected that it had something to do with Yang Kai, but the great emperors didn't say much, so they didn't pursue the matter. Fortunately, the problem with the five-colored treasure pagoda wasn't too serious. Then the matter would be left unsettled. "I'm innocent." Yang Kai was expressionless. "I was only asked to do so by someone else. Encountering this matter was also a coincidence. I'm not blaming you." Xiao Yuyang waved his hand, his expression turning serious. "We've already heard about the general situation from Hua Yulu and the others. We also know that this time it has nothing to do with you. In fact, thanks to you, a disaster has been averted in the Southern Territory." Yang Kai said seriously, "I am also a cultivator in the Southern Territory, so it is my duty to solve problems for the Southern Territory." "Gee." Dao Shuiting sneered, obviously recalling Yang Kai's identity as the temple master of the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. She was still brooding over this and felt that Yang Kai shouldn't have established a sect in the Northern Territory. Instead, he should have just stayed in the temple and become an elder. Yang Kai pretended not to hear her. Looking at Xiao Yuyang, he asked, "Elder Xiao, what are you planning to do?" Xiao Yuyang said, "Just as you think, we will reinforce the barrier and seal. In addition, we will list this place as a restricted area, and no one will be allowed to enter or leave." Yang Kai stroked his chin and said, "That's good, but there are always curious people in this world who are not afraid of death. The more restricted an area is, the more they want to explore it. They are afraid that they will live too long." Xiao Yuyang smiled slightly, "That's why we will have to rely on Patriarch Gong's strength." He pointed to the middle-aged man next to him. "After the barrier is reinforced, this island will be covered by a spirit array. Ordinary people won't be able to find the way even if they are curious. That would be for the best." Yang Kai turned to look at the middle-aged man and cupped his fists. "Greetings, Patriarch Gong." Gong Zhen had a complicated look on his face as he returned the greeting. "Elder Yang is too polite. I have long heard of Elder Yang's name. Today, I finally have the chance to meet you. You are indeed a dragon among men." Yang Kai responded with a smile, "Patriarch Gong is too kind." Gong Zhen said, "Patriarch Gong has caused trouble for everyone. Gong Zhen apologizes to Elder Yang on behalf of the Gong family." Yang Kai shook his head and said, there is no need to apologize. Patriarch Gong only needs to reinforce the seal. Gongzhen nodded lightly and said, although I have already heard what happened from Hua Yulu and Palace Master Hua, I still want to hear it from Elder Yang again. I wonder if that is possible. This matter was related to the reputation of the Gong family's previous patriarch, so he had to be careful. Of course, Yang Kai gestured with his hand and said, let's talk as we walk. The barrier is still deep underground. The group immediately followed Yang Kai down, and as they walked, Yang Kai recounted everything that had happened that day, no matter how big or small. With his cultivation, recalling some trivial matters was naturally not a problem for him, so he spoke quickly and in great detail, including what barriers they encountered along the way and what everyone's reactions were. Everyone just listened and no one asked anything. However, when Yang Kai mentioned the demonic character, the mood of the people from the Emperor realm clearly changed. They obviously felt that this method was too incredible. It was just a character that contained some kind of true essence, but it could actually cause people to develop a demonic nature and even make it their mission to break the barrier on the blood-red gate. However, Yang Tai's previous performance clearly proved this point. Not long after, everyone arrived at the grotto below. Yang Kai waved his hand and cast a wizard spell, releasing a light to illuminate the grotto. He pointed ahead and said, this is the gate that seals the demonic spirit. Everyone's expression became serious as they looked forward. Yang Tai and Wu Kuangyi died in front of the gate, and their blood and flesh were not cleaned up. It was not that Yang Kai was lazy, but he deliberately left them behind. However, what everyone saw now was only dried-up pieces of flesh on the ground, without any trace of blood. All the blood had been absorbed by the gate. Also, I want to tell everyone that when I was meditating here, the demonic spirit behind the gate tried to brand the true essence of a demonic character into my mind. Fortunately, I was alert enough and withdrew in time, otherwise, I'm afraid I would have suffered the same fate as Yang Tai. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Gao Shueting hurriedly asked, are you sure you're okay? A worried and nervous look appeared in her beautiful eyes, and her concern was obvious. I'm very sure, Yang Kai responded with a serious expression. Xiao Yang's expression became serious as he said, so, your previous speculation was correct. There is more than one demonic spirit behind this gate. I'm afraid there are more. Yang Kai shrugged and said, whether there are or not, this place must be completely sealed. That's why we came. Xiao Yang turned to look at Gong Zhen and said, we will have to trouble family master Gong with the following matters. Gongzhen cupped his fists and said, the Gong family is duty-bound. Saying so, he floated forward and stood in front of the gate, his divine sense surging as he began to investigate the situation of the barrier. Xiao Yang and the others were on high alert, ready for any sudden danger. After a while, Gongzhen said, the situation is good. Although the barrier has been here for a long time, the ancient gate must have expected this when it was set up, so there is a self-repairing spirit array. As long as we reinforce it carefully, there shouldn't be any major problems. Hearing his words, everyone relaxed. Gongzhen continued, I will need a few days to come up with a plan. During this time, I will have to trouble everyone to guard this place. Xiao Yang said, rest assured, family master Gong, I will keep watch here. Gongzhen gently nodded and walked to the side to find a clean place to sit down cross-legged. He then took out many strange things from his space ring, as if he was preparing to deduce something. Xiao Yang turned to look at Yang Kai. Gong Yu was eroded by the demonic spirit and escaped after turning into the demon race. This is a big problem that needs to be solved thoroughly, otherwise, there will be endless troubles. Do you have any good ideas? Yang Kai grinned, I can track his location. Xiao Yang's eyes lit up, it was the right choice to come to you first. It seems that you were prepared. Yang Kai said, I hope he didn't find out. As early as when Gong Yu turned into the demon race and left, Yang Kai had already made plans and secretly left a hidden mark on him. At that time, Gong Yu's consciousness was in chaos and he couldn't notice it, so Yang Kai easily succeeded. At that time, Yang Kai told Hua Yulu and the others that he had two things to deal with. The second thing was to hunt down Gong Yu. However, the other three didn't have this ability, so Yang Kai didn't say anything and could only wait here for the arrival of a master. I will guard this place. I will leave Gong Yu's matter to you, Xiao Yang glanced at the several second-order Emperor realm masters. Chen Wenhao said, "Rest assured, Elder Xiao. We will not let you down." The few of them came together to check the barrier on the blood-red gate and to hunt down Gong Yu. They originally wanted to get some useful clues from Yang Kai, but they didn't expect that Yang Kai would be able to track Gong Yu's location. This made things much easier. With 3 second-order Emperor realm masters working together, even if Gong Yu had the same cultivation, he wouldn't be a match for them. What's more, Yang Kai had already recovered to his peak, so he alone was enough to deal with Gong Yu. There's no time to lose. Let's move out now, Xiao Yang ordered. It had been more than a month since the incident, and no one knew where Gong Yu had run off to. If they delayed for too long, the mark left by Yang Kai might lose its effect or be discovered by him. The few of them didn't say anything else and turned around to leave. Gong Zhen, who was in the middle of his deduction, suddenly spoke up, "If possible, I hope that you can bring back the old family head's corpse." He didn't ask them to spare Gong Yu's life because he knew that the demon's sense had invaded his body. Even if they spared his life, Gong Yu would no longer be Gong Yu. The old family head had been wise all his life, but his reputation was ruined in his old age, and even the Gong family was implicated. Gong Zhen couldn't help but sigh. The sky was bright and cloudless. Under the blue sky, a faint light flashed by. It was the light of a flight-type artifact, but it was too fast for ordinary people to notice. This artifact was Yang Kai's flowing cloud shuttle. This flight-type Emperor artifact made by Hou Yu had excellent performance. Although its interior wasn't big, it could accommodate 4 people without any problem. Yang Kai opened the control barrier, and the 4 people took turns to control it. They rushed forward at full speed, relying on Yang Kai's vague connection to the mark to track Gong Yu's whereabouts. Gong Yu was much more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. The 4 of them had already left the ancient cave mansion for a month, but they still hadn't seen Gong Yu. Moreover, the more time passed, the weaker the connection to the mark became. If this continued, they might really lose him. Yang Kai was very anxious about this, but at a certain moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. Gao Shuiting, who was controlling the flowing cloud shuttle, seemed to notice him and asked, "Did it break again?" Yang Kai gently nodded, revealing a helpless look. In the first half of the month, the connection between him and the mark was weak, but it was still there. However, in the last half of the month, the connection would break from time to time, causing him to lose track of the mark. At that time, although Gong Yu's mind was in chaos and he couldn't detect Yang Kai's actions, Yang Kai didn't dare to be too careless, so the mark he left on him wasn't too strong. If it wasn't for the various wonders of the space divine technique, he wouldn't have been able to track him. "Do you think Gong Yu noticed something?" "He's a second-order Emperor realm master," Gao Shuiting frowned and asked. Yang Kai said, "Whether he noticed it or not, we should be glad that he didn't take advantage of the situation to cause trouble." Although Gong Yu had been running for 2 months, he hadn't done anything to harm anyone. He was just constantly running in circles, as if he was looking for something, or as if he was avoiding something. No one knew if this was his instinctive reaction, or if he had regained consciousness. Or perhaps, he had been possessed by a demonic spirit. No one knew what his current situation was. Only those who had met him would be able to see it clearly. Feng Ming snorted coldly, "He has already become the demon race. Although the world is big, there is no place for him to hide. We can always find him." Chen Wenhao suddenly asked, "Do the 2 of you still remember what happened in Maplewood City?" Gao Shuiting and Feng Ming nodded. "Of course." Chen Wenhao sighed. After that incident, Chen Wenhao went back to the Holy Land to look through many ancient books and found that similar situations rarely happened in history, but in recent years, such situations seem to be happening frequently. "So what?" Feng Ming didn't know why he suddenly brought this up. "The demon thought will rise," Chen Wenhao said in a deep voice. Although similar things rarely happen in ancient times, and even if they do happen, the records are only fragmentary and not very detailed. Once such things happen, it is a kind of omen, a bad omen. The other 3 were slightly stunned by his words. Feng Ming smiled and said, "Even if that's the case, it's not something for us to worry about. Even if the sky falls, there are people higher up to hold it up." Gao Shuiting and Chen Wenhao did not comment on his easygoing attitude. Feng Ming changed the topic and rubbed his chin, speaking of which, I'm curious. This old man is very curious. What does Gong Yi look like after he becomes a demon? Is there any similarity between him and the guy we met outside of Maplewood City? Back then, there are many suspicious points about what happened back then, Chen Wenhao frowned. Gao Shueting nodded in agreement. Back then, the three of them were fighting a demon outside of Maplewood City. In the end, they were inexplicably dragged into a pitch-black environment. When they regained their senses, the enemy was gone, and they were unharmed. It was as if the demon deliberately let them go. No one could tell what was going on. After the three of them returned to their respective sects, they carefully examined themselves and confirmed that there was nothing wrong with them. However, even after so many years had passed, the three of them still remembered what happened back then. After hearing them mention what happened back then, Yang Kai silently closed his eyes and controlled the flowing cloud shuttle to fly while trying to track down Gong Yu's whereabouts. Just like that, another day passed. Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "Found him." Where? Gao Shueting and the others opened their eyes and asked at the same time. Yang Kai pointed and said, 3,000 kilometers away. Feng Ming's eyes lit up, that's so close. Let's see where he can run to now. 3,000 kilometers was a distance that ordinary people wouldn't be able to cover in their entire lives, but it was a short distance for the people from the Emperor realm. The group had been tracking Gong Yu for a month. They had never been so close to him before. As such, when they heard this news, they all became excited. After a short while, the flowing cloud shuttle arrived at their destination. The flowing cloud shuttle came to a stop and 4 figures appeared in the air. They didn't deliberately hide their auras, so the vast emperor pressure filled the void and caused the surrounding space to tremble. This was a small mountain peak, no more than 1,000 meters high. There were many pavilions and buildings on the peak. Although the scenery was beautiful, the world energy here was not rich. Yang Kai glanced around and understood that the earth veins here weren't anything special. It was a very scattered kind of earth vein. Even sects and families with a little bit of background wouldn't be interested in such an earth vein. Only those who had no background or backing and were cultivating alone would choose to settle down here. However, looking at the situation on this mountain peak, it was obvious that there was a small sect here. There were about 50 to 60 people, and the strongest was only an origin king. Such a small sect would be unremarkable even in a city, let alone in the entire southern territory. This place was remote and uninhabited. Very few masters would come here. The strongest master the disciples of this small sect had ever seen was just a cultivator from the First Order Dao Source realm. Moreover, he had only passed by this place by chance, but they had been shocked by him. Today, 4 masters from the Emperor realm had suddenly appeared, and each of them was a powerful figure from one of the top sects in the southern territory. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting, setting off waves of shock in everyone's hearts. They didn't have very high eyesight and couldn't recognize that the 4 masters in the sky were all from the Emperor realm. However, the almost suffocating pressure they felt made them understand that each of these 4 masters had the ability to kill them at will. On the mountain peak, in the houses, and on the forest path, 50 to 60 cultivators of varying cultivation trembled, their faces pale as they looked up in horror. They were like a group of ants standing in front of an elephant that had already raised its foot. All they could do was secretly pray that the foot would not step on them. Yang Kai's group of 4 had a panoramic view of the situation of these cultivators. As soon as the 4 of them appeared, they spread out and surrounded the entire mountain peak from all sides. Feng Ming declared loudly, "This king is Orthodoxy Temple's elder Feng Ming. I have joined forces with several fellow Taoists to pursue this demon. I have no malice towards you, so if you stand where you are and don't move, I can guarantee your safety. If you dare disobey, you will be responsible for your own life." With his status, reminding these cultivators who had not even reached the origin returning realm was already an act of kindness, so after he finished speaking, he no longer said anything. Hearing this, the cultivator naturally didn't dare to move. In fact, even if Feng Ming didn't say anything, they wouldn't have been able to move. In front of the emperor pressure, it was as if they had been imprisoned by an invisible shackle. They felt their bodies stiffen and even their thoughts stop, leaving only fear and shock in their hearts. The four great masters of the Emperor realm looked at each other from a distance and summoned their respective Emperor artifacts. Chen Wenhao entered the Dao with the sword, and his sword skills had reached perfection. With the sword in his hand, he gave off an awe-inspiring aura. The sword was named Water Stream and had been following Chen Wenhao for over 1,000 years. The man and the sword had long become one. Gao Shueting summoned her Emperor artifact, the blazing sun mirror. The surface of the mirror was simple and unadorned. There wasn't anything special about it, but it was the Emperor artifact that she had cultivated with her life. With the Thunder Goose spear in his hand, Feng Ming's seemingly old body suddenly grew taller. His whole body exuded a courageous aura that was even more aggressive than many of the younger generation. Yang Kai held the myriad sword. Compared to Chen Wenhao's Water Stream sword, the wide longsword couldn't even compare. However, Chen Wenhao still glanced at the myriad sword. As an emperor of the Emperor realm who entered the Dao with the sword, he intuitively sensed the power of the myriad sword. The four great emperors stood in formation. Feng Ming shouted at the largest building on the mountain peak below, "Gongyu, show yourself. You have nowhere else to go." After arriving here, Yang Kai didn't need to remind him. He had already sensed an obvious energy fluctuation. This energy fluctuation was closely connected to Yang Kai's aura. It was obviously caused by Yang Kai. It was the mark that Yang Kai left on Gongyu. With the mark here, Gongyu was naturally here too. After a shout, no one answered. Feng Ming shook his spear and sneered, "Since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, I wanted to leave you with an intact corpse. Since you are so stubborn, don't blame this old master for not giving you face." As soon as he finished speaking, a cold light flashed and his spear shot out like a dragon. There was no dazzling light. Feng Ming's spear was extremely simple. The disciples of the small sects couldn't sense much of the profoundness, but the other three from the Emperor realm could sense how powerful Feng Ming was. He condensed all of his power into a single point and didn't leak out at all. Under the attack of the spear, the barrier of space was wiped out. The mountain peak shook violently as if the earth had collapsed. Following that, the building shattered and turned into fine powder. At this moment, Feng Ming frowned. As if he had noticed something. Yang Kai also quickly shouted, "Elder Feng, please show mercy." Feng Ming shook his hand and instantly dispersed more than 80% of the power that he blasted out. He also guided the remaining 20% to the side. With a rumble, the building collapsed, revealing a half-grown old man who was trembling like a sieve and was dumbstruck. The half-grown old man was in a sorry state and his face was as pale as a sheet. He stood alone in the ruins and was covered in dust. The elderly man's cultivation was not high, only a third-order origin king. Obviously, his aptitude was not good and this was the limit of his cultivation and it was impossible for him to make any further progress in his lifetime. At this moment, on top of the collapsed mountain, there was no one else but this elderly man. The aura of the seal everyone sensed was actually coming from this elderly man. Feng Ming frowned as he instantly realized the truth and shouted, "Golden cicada shedding carapace." Yang Kai also sighed, "I was careless. It seems that Gongyu is in good condition." The seal he had placed on Gongyu had been transferred to this elderly man, leading the four of them in the wrong direction. It was impossible for the seal to be transferred for no reason, so Gongyu was the one who did it. Gongyu being able to do this without Yang Kai noticing meant that he was no longer in a muddled state. Either he had regained his consciousness, or he had been possessed by the demonic spirit and had perfectly integrated with his body. Regardless of which it was, this was not what everyone wanted to see. The four of them put away their emperor artifacts one after another. The elderly man standing in the middle of the ruins was scared out of his wits. At this moment, he cried out sorrowfully, "This little old man greets, several sirs, spare my life." He had no idea why Yang Kai and the others had come here, but he knew that these four were not people he could resist, especially the old man who called himself Orthodoxy Temple Elder Feng Ming. He naturally knew what kind of place Orthodoxy Temple was. It was one of the top sects in the Southern Territory. A small sect like him did not even have the qualifications to look up to it, yet an Orthodoxy Temple elder had come here personally and even attacked him. If not for the other party dispelling his killing intent at the last moment, he would likely be dead by now. He could not figure out how he had provoked Orthodoxy Temple to the point that such a powerful person had appeared. Fear and panic made him unable to think straight. All he could do was beg for mercy. "Old sir, don't panic." Yang Kai smiled lightly at the old man, his divine sense surging as he quietly released some of his divine sense to calm the old man's frightened mood. "We didn't come here to make things difficult for you, we just came here to track down a fierce man. We didn't expect some misunderstandings to occur." Fierce? The old man was comforted and calmed down a lot. His emotions were no longer as flustered as before. "That's right." Yang Kai's expression was solemn. Stretching out his hand, Yang Kai activated his Emperor Qi and an image appeared in front of him. It was Gong Yu. "This is him. Have you seen him recently?" Since the imprint had been transferred to this elderly man. That meant that Gong Yu had been here before. Now that the imprint was gone, it would be difficult to track down Gong Yu. This elderly man might be his only clue, so Yang Kai naturally couldn't let him go so easily. "It's him?" The old man was shocked when he saw Gong Yu. Yang Kai said, "You've seen him before." The old man said, "I thought I was dreaming." Yesterday, when this old man was meditating, he seemed to have seen this person, but when I checked carefully, he disappeared. I thought it was an illusion." Feng Ming quickly said, "I want to see your memories." As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the elderly man. The elderly man cried out in alarm. His body involuntarily arrived in front of Feng Ming. He was frightened. Feng Ming had attacked him just now and his attitude wasn't very friendly. He thought he was about to suffer some kind of mishap and tried to resist in a panic, but in front of the Emperor realm, an origin king like him couldn't do anything. He was instantly subdued. And couldn't even move a finger. Feng Ming pointed his finger at the elderly man's forehead, obviously trying to pry into his memories from yesterday. At that moment, Yang Kai suddenly felt a sense of danger and shouted, "Elder Feng, be careful." While Feng Ming was in a daze, the elderly man in front of him suddenly swelled up, and the energy in his body became chaotic and violent. The elderly man obviously didn't know what was going on, and he was at a loss for what to do, and his face was full of confusion. With a loud bang, the elderly man exploded. In the flesh and blood, a black ray of light rushed towards Feng Ming, who was very close to him. Although Feng Ming was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, he was still caught off guard by such a sudden turn of events. He was just about to check the memories of the elderly man, but he didn't expect the elderly man to self-destruct right in front of him. What's more, an inexplicable object flew out from his body. The black light was not big, but Feng Ming's vision seemed to be completely filled. He could no longer see anything. At the same time, there was a faint murmur in his ears, which shook his mind and opened the defense of his sea of consciousness. "Demon suppression!" Yang Kai shouted in a low voice. A beam of witchcraft flew towards Feng Ming and blocked his path. The beam of witchcraft collided with the beam of witchcraft and bounced off. It then turned around and charged towards Gao Shueting. The radiant sun mirror floated high behind Gao Shueting and emitted a dazzling light, just like a scorching sun. Gao Shueting's expression was solemn as she changed her hand seals. A beam of light shot out from the radiant sun mirror and directly covered the black light. The beam of light seemed to have a strong binding power. The black light was bound by it and struggled left and right. It couldn't break free for a while. Moreover, under the might of the radiant sun mirror, it showed signs of melting and emitted wisps of black qi. 3,000 Sword Dao Winding Silk. Chen Wenhao pointed with his flowing water sword, and streaks of hair-thin sword light shot out and entered the light, turning into layers upon layers of shackles that wrapped around the struggling black light. Chen Wenhao and Gao Shueting finally subdued the black light with their combined strength. Is this the demonic will? Feng Ming wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. He still had lingering fears. If Yang Kai had not reacted quickly and used a secret technique to block the attack for him, he would have been eroded by the demonic will. Feng Ming did not know if he could block the demonic will, but he had learned from Gong Yu's mistake. If the demonic will was really that powerful, he might not be able to break free from it. The four of them were here to hunt down Gong Yu, but they did not expect to be fooled by a little trick. They almost failed to achieve their goal, so Feng Ming's expression turned ghastly. This isn't a complete demonic will. Yang Kai frowned and carefully observed the restrained black light. He deduced it was cut off by Gongyu. Gongyu knows that we're hunting him, so he deliberately set up a trap here. The demonic will can be cut off? Feng Ming was shocked. Chen Wenhao and Gao Shueting's expressions turned solemn. If this was really the case, then the problem was more serious than they had imagined. They all thought that they just had to find Gongyu and kill him. However, if the demonic will could be cut off, then even killing Gongyu would not help them. This was because no one knew how many parts of the demonic will he cut off and where he hid them. Among the people present, only Yang Kai had confronted the demonic will directly, so everyone turned to look at him to see what he thought. Based on the information we have, the demonic will can be cut off. As soon as he said this, the other three people's hearts sank. However, Yang Kai changed the topic. There should be a limit to it. This is only half of the demonic will, so it can only be cut in half. Moreover, it should have to pay a price. Even so, it's still quite troublesome. Chen Wenhao frowned. Let's destroy this demonic will first. Feng Ming had suffered a loss once, so he was more afraid of this thing than anyone else. Hearing this, Gao Shueting increased the power of the radiant sun mirror. No matter how strange the demonic will was, it could always be destroyed. The current situation had proven this point. Gao Shueting also felt that as long as she increased her power, she would be able to completely destroy the demonic will. Wait. Yang Kai raised his hand to stop him. Gongyu has already disappeared. If we want to track him down, we can only start with this half of the demonic will. If we destroy it, I'm afraid we will lose track of him. Feng Ming nodded and said, "You're right. Gongyu wanted to use this trick to catch us off guard. He might even make one of us become the demon race. However, he didn't expect to leave behind a flaw. He was really too smart for his own good." Chen Wenhao said, "Even so, how can we use this demonic will to track Gongyu? Who would dare to casually come into contact with it?" The demonic will was too strange. None of the people present in the Emperor realm dared to directly contact it. However, if they didn't do so, they wouldn't be able to track Gongyu's whereabouts. Yang Kai said softly, "If you trust me, just leave it to me." Gao Shueting was shocked. "You? What do you want to do?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "Senior Sister Gao, don't worry. Since I was able to resist the corrosion of the demonic runes in the cave, I can naturally resist the temptation of this half of the demonic will." "Can you really do it?" Gao Shueting looked worried. It wasn't that she didn't believe in Yang Kai's strength, but no one dared to make any guarantees. If Yang Kai was corroded by the demonic will, it would be Gongyu's wish. "Are you confident?" Chen Wenhao also looked at Yang Kai seriously. Although Feng Ming didn't say anything, it was obvious that he had the same idea. Yang Kai said, "I'm at least 70% confident. Also, don't the three of you protect me?" Chen Wenhao nodded and said, "If you're 70% confident, then this method will work." Gao Shueting stared at him and said, "If you think it'll work, then why don't you give it a try?" Chen Wenhao coughed and said, "I'm not confident, so I can't give it a try." If they wanted to use this half of the demonic will to track Gonyu's whereabouts, they would have to have deep contact with it and even pry into its inner workings. In this way, they would be voluntarily opening themselves up to the demonic will. This wasn't a joke. "Destroy it." Gao Shueting was ready to take action as she spoke. She didn't want to see Yang Kai take the risk. Although Yang Kai said that he was 70% confident, what if he encountered the remaining 30%? Instead of letting Yang Kai take the risk, it was better to cut the chaos and destroy the demonic will. Although Gonyu's whereabouts were lost, it didn't mean that they couldn't track him down. At worst, they could mobilize all the cultivator in the southern territory to act together. By then, Gonyu wouldn't be able to hide no matter how well he hid. Gao Shueting was about to destroy the demonic spirit as she spoke, but Yang Kai had already arrived in front of it in a flash. He stretched his hand into the light of the radiant sun mirror and grabbed the demonic spirit. "Junior brother, you." Gao Shueting turned pale. Yang Kai grinned at her, "Don't worry, I'll be fine. I'll have to trouble you to protect me." Others would avoid this demonic spirit, but Yang Kai wasn't afraid. After several years in the thousand illusionary dream world, he understood that a trivial demonic spirit couldn't do anything to him, because he also had extremely pure ancient grinding qi sealed in his body. He even had an ancient demon's black pupil. As the saying goes, those who are barefooted need not fear those who are wearing shoes. But this matter couldn't be explained clearly, so he could only take action first. At this point, Gao Shuiting couldn't stop him, so she cautioned, "Be careful, if anything goes wrong, immediately let go." "I'll remember," Yang Kai nodded. He sat cross-legged in the void, closed his eyes, and communicated with the demonic spirit with his divine sense, hoping to spy on Gong Yu's whereabouts. Chen Wenhao, Gao Shuiting, and Feng Ming formed a triangle and surrounded him. Gao Shuiting's beautiful eyes were fixed on Yang Kai's figure, and as long as she found something wrong, the radiant sun mirror's light would immediately envelop him. Chen Wenhao and Feng Ming looked at each other and saw a trace of admiration in each other's eyes. There was no other reason. Facing this strange demonic spirit, the two of them didn't have the courage to do such a thing, but Yang Kai, who was the weakest in the group, took the risk, which was worthy of admiration. It was also at this moment that the two of them felt that there was a new generation of geniuses in this world. Now that they could cultivate to the second-order emperor realm, their aptitude and comprehension were naturally the best. When they were young, they were leading figures, the best of the younger generation, full of vigor and vitality, just like Yang Kai at this moment. Times were changing, but what didn't change was the endless stream of geniuses. The surroundings were silent. The dozens of cultivators from that small sect did not dare to move even until now. They were scattered in various corners of the mountain peak and watched with their own eyes as their sect leader mysteriously exploded and died. Fear and trepidation had already seeped deep into their bones. Looking at the four people in the sky, it was as if they were looking at gods. They didn't even have the thought of avenging their sect master. They didn't know that the death of their sect leader had nothing to do with Yang Kai and the others. They still thought that their sect leader was killed by that guy called Feng Ming. They only felt that these strong cultivators from the big sects were more detestable than the other. It was completely dark. Yang Kai seemed to be walking in the void of the netherworld. There was not the slightest bit of light in the surroundings, nor was there any sound to be heard. There was not even the slightest bit of feeling. He was using his mind to communicate with the other half of the devil's will. He was searching for the other half of the devil's will. As long as he could find the other half, he would be able to find Gong Yu. His progress was not very smooth. This was the first time Yang Kai had done this kind of thing. He had no experience and had to rely on himself to explore everything. He explored in this boundless darkness for a long time. Only then did he change his strategy and divide a part of his mind to perceive the outside world. This time it was finally effective. In the dark, Yang Kai felt that this half of the devil's will had a connection with something that he couldn't cut off. He followed this weak connection and continued to explore. The darkness slowly changed. Something seemed to appear in front of his vision, but it was too blurry and he couldn't see it clearly. Yang Kai urged the power of his spiritual sense more and more fiercely. He even took the half of the devil's will into his sea of knowledge and used his spiritual sense to wash it away all its disguises. Slowly, the thing in his vision became clear. It seemed to be a mountain peak, a lonely mountain peak. The scenery on the mountain was beautiful and pleasant, and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth seemed to be extremely good. Yang Kai suddenly felt that this mountain peak was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. But because everything in his vision was not very clear, he didn't dare to confirm where this place was for a while. This was what he saw through the omnipresent connection between the half of the devil's will. So as long as he could confirm the location of this mountain peak, he could determine the location of Gong Yu. He once again increased the power of his spiritual sense. This time, he saw more things. There was a figure on the mountain peak. The figure looked somewhat similar to Gong Yu. It was quietly standing somewhere on the mountain peak, motionless, as if it was dead. Yang Kai's current situation was very strange. It was as if he was in a thick water ball. He could vaguely see some outlines of things outside the water ball, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't see clearly. This made him quite anxious. Suddenly, Yang Kai seemed to hear something. This sound was like an image, vague and intermittent, making Yang Kai unable to grasp it. The sound came again, and this time Yang Kai could hear it more clearly. It sounded like a dog barking continuously. Moving his vision, Yang Kai really saw something similar to a puppy. It was standing not far from the vague figure and barking with all its might. After barking for a while, the little thing actually rushed up and bit the figure. The figure was still motionless, as if it didn't feel anything. At this moment, the figure seemed to have noticed something. It suddenly raised its head and looked in the direction of Yang Kai. Its sharp eyes seemed to be able to break through layers of obstacles and collided with Yang Kai's vision across the endless void. It was at this moment that the blurry scenery changed, becoming much clearer all of a sudden. Yang Kai's whole body shook, and he suddenly opened his eyes, dumbfounded. "Are you okay?" Gao Shuiting's palms were full of sweat. She hadn't been so nervous for many years after being promoted to the Emperor realm. However, at this moment, her voice was trembling, for fear that Yang Kai would be eroded by the demonic thoughts. Yang Kai shook his head, looking a little sluggish. "Did you find it?" Chen Wenhao asked in a deep voice. "Lingjian Peak." Yang Kai stared at Gao Shuiting and replied softly. Gao Shuiting was startled when she heard this. "What?" "Lingjian Peak, Gongyu is an Azure Sun Temple, on my Lingjian Peak." After Yang Kai said this, he felt that it was ridiculous. He always felt that what he saw just now was not real, but an illusion. However, he couldn't find any basis for it. Gongyu is an Azure Sun Temple? Feng Ming also widened his eyes, obviously somewhat doubtful. "That's what I saw." Yang Kai stood up and cast a spell to force out the half-demonic thoughts in his sea of consciousness. He reached out and pinched it. Since he had tracked down the whereabouts of Gongyu, this half-demonic thoughts was no longer of any use. "Why did he go to Azure Sun Temple?" Feng Ming asked. "I don't know." Yang Kai shook his head. Gongyu not only went to Azure Sun Temple, but also went to his Lingjian Peak. Lingjian Peak was the spirit peak that Yang Kai got after he became an elder of the temple. The entire spirit peak was located in a relatively remote location in the temple, but both the scenery and spiritual qi were extremely good, and it was protected by a formation. Yang Kai felt that the peak was familiar at first because of this. Although he didn't stay on Lingjian Peak for long, it was his territory after all. How could he not be familiar with it? Gongyu was the former patriarch of the Gong family, and his attainments in the Tao of formation were very deep. The formation on Lingjian Peak could stop others, but not necessarily Gongyu. If that was the case, Yang Kai still thought that everything he saw before was an illusion, and that it was Gongyu's means to mislead them in the wrong direction. But the last barking made him confirm that Gongyu really went to Azure Sun Temple and was really on his Lingjian Peak. Because there was indeed a small black beast that looked like a puppy on Lingjian Peak. Although the little beast was a bit strange, its strength was not strong. Yang Kai had only seen it twice, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Why did Gongyu go to Azure Sun Temple? Is he looking for death? Chen Wenhao frowned. Gongyu's strength was there. Even if he met the four of them, there was no possibility of survival. Logically speaking, he should hide, but he ran where there was danger, and suddenly ran to Azure Sun Temple. There were many masters in the temple. How could Gongyu survive there? I can't contact them. Junior brother, try. Gao Shuiting didn't speak. After learning that Gongyu might have gone to Azure Sun Temple, she took out her Elder Jade Disc and tried to contact her fellow disciples in the temple. To her surprise, the Elder Jade Disc didn't work at this time. Hearing this, Yang Kai quickly took out his Elder Jade Disc and poured his divine sense into it. After waiting for a moment, he looked at Gao Shuiting and slowly shook his head, no response. Although there was some distance from Azure Sun Temple, it was not to the extent that they couldn't contact each other. If any elder in the temple received the message, they would definitely give a reply. But in fact, the two of them tried one after another, but there was no news. Something happened to the temple. Gao Shuiting's face changed. Let's go. Feng Ming shouted in a low voice, realizing the seriousness of the problem. Yang Kai immediately summoned his flowing cloud shuttle. The four of them entered one after another, and the flowing cloud shuttle turned into a flash of light and disappeared. After the four left, the disciples of the small sect who had been on tenterhooks gradually calmed down and fell to the ground one after another, their backs full of cold sweat. After waiting for a while and confirming that the four masters had really gone far and wouldn't come back, the remaining dozens of people began to fight for the position of sect master. For a time, the fight was very fierce. Inside the flowing cloud shuttle, Yang Kai and Gao Shueting both had ugly expressions. Chen Wenhao comforted them, although we don't know why Gong Yu went to the temple, he is undoubtedly walking into a trap. With Temple Master Wen in the temple, Gong Yu can't make any waves. You two don't need to worry. Maybe by the time we get there, Gong Yu will have already been killed. Gao Shueting's worried expression didn't diminish, but she still replied symbolically, I hope so. Yang Kai observed their expressions and vaguely realized that something was wrong, so he quietly sent a message to Gao Shueting, what happened to the temple? Is there something I don't know? Gao Shueting glanced at him and replied, the temple master is too distracted at the moment. If Gong Yu really causes trouble in the temple master won't be able to do anything. But there's still Brother Qiu and the others. Yang Kai said. Gao Shueting said, Brother Qiu and the others are quite strong, but I'm worried that they don't know the secrets of the demon spirit and accidentally fell for it. We can't contact them right now, so we don't know what's going on in the temple. You said you saw Gong Yu on Spirit Sword Peak, so why was he there? I'm curious about that as well. Yang Kai shook his head. There were many spirit peaks in Azure Sun Temple, but Gong Yu just had to go to Spirit Sword Peak. Yang Kai even suspected that Gong Yu was deliberately taking revenge on him because he had been preventing the demon spirit from coming back to life in the ancient cave mansion. But that didn't seem right either. If it was just revenge, Gong Yu wouldn't take such a big risk. Senior sister, what did you mean when you said that the temple master was too busy to be distracted? Yang Kai asked. Gao Shueting pondered for a moment, as if she was considering something. After a while, she answered, since you're already a temple elder, there's nothing I can't tell you. Do you remember when I stopped you from using the Divine Ascension Mirror last time? Of course I remember. What does that have to do with anything? Yang Kai didn't understand. The temple master is related to the Divine Ascension Mirror, Gao Shueting explained casually. At that time, I told you that someone was using the Divine Ascension Mirror, so it couldn't be disturbed. Do you know who that person was? This was also what Yang Kai found strange at that time. The Divine Ascension Mirror was Azure Sun Temple's most precious treasure, and it was also the foundation of the temple. It was because of the Divine Ascension Mirror that the souls of the masters in the temple were generally higher than normal. However, it wasn't easy to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror to cultivate. Ordinary disciples needed to make a great contribution to receive a rare reward, and as an elder, every time they entered the Divine Ascension Mirror, they had to pay 3,000 elder contribution points. No one was an exception. Elder contribution points were relatively rare, and 3,000 was not a small amount. Yang Kai was a newly appointed elder. Naturally, he didn't have such a thing. Gao Shueting didn't stop him because he didn't have enough elder contribution points, but because someone was using the Divine Ascension Mirror at that time. At that time, Yang Kai was curious about who this person was, but he wasn't in a hurry, so he didn't ask further. He didn't expect Gao Shueting to bring this up at this time. Who? Yang Kai frowned and asked. He vaguely felt that this person should be an incredible person. This person is closely related to the Hall Master. He was the one who raised and taught the Hall Master. Gao Shueting glanced at Yang Kai faintly. She didn't mention that person's name directly. Yang Kai's body shook, and the image of a person immediately appeared in his mind. He suddenly realized, it's him. Gao Shueting looked at him curiously and said, you're much calmer than I expected. Yang Kai vaguely realized something. He asked, did that master enter the Divine Ascension world to separate his soul? Gao Shueting's tender body trembled as she looked at Yang Kai in shock. How do you know about this? Even she didn't know about this kind of secret. It was only because when Shan had unintentionally nagged her a few times that she was able to guess. She didn't expect Yang Kai to be able to tell the truth so easily. No one could have such terrifying deductive abilities, unless Yang Kai knew something beforehand. Yang Kai smiled bitterly, that master became like that because of me. Because of you? Gao Shueting was even more confused now. Her beautiful eyes were filled with confusion. She stared at Yang Kai like a diligent student seeking knowledge about territory that she hadn't explored before. Yang Kai gave a simple explanation of what happened in the Shattered Star Sea, then said, "It was a coincidence that I was able to encounter that incident, and it was even more fortunate that I didn't die. However, that master seemed to have formed a connection with another person's soul, so he had no choice but to share his soul. I didn't expect him to return to the temple." That's right, the Divine Ascension Mirror is a world of souls, and Tianyan is there as well. Perhaps there really is a way to separate two people's souls. So that's how it is. Gao Shueting suddenly understood. Many things that she didn't understand became clear after Yang Kai's explanation. However, she never would have thought that this matter would be related to Yang Kai. Moreover, Yang Kai was fortunate enough to participate in the battle between two great emperors, even though the two great emperors weren't at their peak at the time. However, this kind of opportunity wasn't something that just anyone could encounter. The most important thing was that Kai Yang had played a certain role in this. If it wasn't for him, that master's soul would probably have been destroyed and he would have perished together with his enemy. Although the current situation wasn't very good, at least his life was saved. As long as he was alive, there was always a way to separate the two souls. It was precisely because that person's identity was too sensitive that Yang Kai couldn't use the Divine Ascension Mirror. Gao Shueting continued, "Things didn't seem to be going well over there, so the temple master also went to help. Right now, the temple master's soul is inside the Divine Ascension Mirror, so he doesn't know anything about the outside world. If Gongyu really is doing something bad in the temple master won't be able to detect it. So that's how it is." Yang Kai nodded, understanding Gao Shueting's worries. He ended his divine sense transmission with Gao Shueting and opened his eyes. "I'm going to use the space divine technique. If anyone feels uncomfortable, please don't resist." Chen Wenhao and Feng Ming lightly nodded when they heard this and stared at Yang Kai curiously. Although they had long heard that Yang Kai was proficient in space principles, just like that person from Spirit Beast Island, they had never seen it with their own eyes. This kind of mysterious power wasn't something that could be easily seen, especially when it came from someone as skilled as Yang Kai. As such, they all watched with great interest and waited patiently. The power of space principles surged and enveloped the entire flowing cloud shuttle. This was Yang Kai's principles, and if he hadn't warned them before, Qin Wenhao and Feng Ming would definitely have resisted if they sensed it. However, with the warning from before, they all knew what Yang Kai was going to do, so they relaxed and didn't interfere with the flow of principles. The flowing cloud shuttle seemed to shake slightly, and for a moment, both Chen Wenhao and Feng Ming felt extremely uncomfortable. It was a feeling of desolation and fear, as if they had suddenly arrived in a world without sound or light, a world of nothingness. However, this feeling was extremely short-lived, disappearing in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the flowing cloud shuttle had already appeared 1,000 kilometers away. Chen Wenhao and Feng Ming looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. It was rumored that a cultivator proficient in space principles was best at escaping, and now it seemed that the rumor was true. They were all second-order Emperor Realm Masters, but they still couldn't teleport 1,000 kilometers in an instant. They might be able to do it with the help of some special artifacts, but they couldn't do it as easily as Yang Kai. With this divine technique, as long as the surrounding space wasn't sealed, who in this world could stop him? No wonder the great Emperors of Flower Shadow Island couldn't do as they wished, even though they were far stronger than the one from Spirit Beast Island. A cultivator proficient in the Tao of space was as slippery as a loach. If they missed their target, it would be impossible to track them down. The flowing cloud shuttle vibrated continuously, and after each vibration, it would appear 1,000 kilometers away. The people inside the shuttle realized more and more how powerful space principles were. In the beginning, Yang Kai's breathing was steady and his face was calm, but as time passed, he gradually began to feel exhausted. Teleporting with 3 people from the Emperor realm and an Emperor artifact consumed a lot of his energy. However, the situation was urgent now, so he couldn't care too much. He just wanted to rush back to the temple. Half a day later, he stuffed a handful of spirit pills into his mouth and motioned for Gao Shueting to take over the control of the flowing cloud shuttle, then he sat down to meditate. Chen Wenhao and Feng Ming saw clearly that the spirit pills Yang Kai stuffed into his mouth were all emperor pills, and each of them was very valuable, but he chewed and swallowed them as if they were jelly beans. Even though the two of them had always been in high positions, this scene made their faces twitch, and they cursed in their hearts. Looking at the flowing cloud shuttle they were in now, it was an emperor artifact, and its value was immeasurable. Even they didn't have it. They couldn't understand how this brat, who was so young and had only cultivated for a few years, had earned such a huge fortune. Compared to him, they were no different from country bumpkins. How could they have the advantage of being second-order emperor realm masters? The three of them took turns to control the flowing cloud shuttle, so it didn't consume much energy. They could maintain their peak state at any time to deal with any possible dangers. After Yang Kai recovered, he used the Space Divine technique again, greatly increasing his speed. After 3 days, the four of them finally arrived at the Azure Sun mountain range. After scanning the mountain range with their divine senses, they found nothing unusual, and it looked the same as usual. Among the scattered peaks, many disciples of the temple were performing their duties, and there were no traces of them being attacked. This made Yang Kai and Gao Shueting, who had rushed back in a hurry, breathe a sigh of relief. The flowing cloud shuttle stopped in front of the sect defending array, and the four of them walked out. Gao Shueting immediately noticed something wrong. There was an inexplicable barrier around the sect defending array. This barrier wasn't very strong, but it was very well hidden. If Gao Shueting didn't have a good understanding of the array, she wouldn't have noticed it. Moreover, judging from the traces of the barrier, it was obvious that it was only set up a few days ago. Yang Kai pondered for a moment, then took out his Elder Jade disc and poured his divine sense into it. After testing it, he said in a deep voice, "Gong Yu did something to it. It's this barrier that's blocking our connection with the temple." Hateful guy. Gao Shueting gritted her teeth and shouted. The radiant sun mirror hung high in the air, and a ray of light shrouded the barrier. With a series of rumbling sounds, the earth shook, and the thin barrier was immediately broken. Who dares to? Elder Gao, Elder Yang. A disciple flew out with an aggressive aura, but when he saw Gao Shueting, he immediately shrank back and bowed to greet her. Has anything unusual happened in the temple recently? Gao Shueting looked at the disciple and asked. The disciple didn't dare to look at her at all, and he didn't understand why she would ask such a question. He replied, "Everything is normal." Gao Shueting didn't ask any more questions. She knew that this disciple didn't know anything, so she said eagerly, "Let's go to Lingjian Peak." As she turned around and rushed out, she poured information into the Elder Jade disc to inform the others. Lingjian Peak was located in a remote location in the Azure Sun Temple. Yang Kai deliberately chose it, but he didn't expect it to become a loophole that Gong Yu took advantage of. Halfway through, streams of light flew from all over the Azure Sun Temple and joined the team. Except for those who were out or in seclusion, the other elders of the Emperor realm were all present. Qiu Ran, the deputy temple master of the temple, also came. After greeting Chen Wenhao and Feng Ming, he looked at Gao Shueting and asked, "What happened?" Observing their expressions, he vaguely realized that something big had happened. Otherwise, Gao Shueting wouldn't have rushed into the temple with 2 elders from other families. Moreover, as far as he knew, these people should be in the southern marsh. Last time, Yang Kai sent a message back and roughly explained what happened in the southern swamp, so Qiu Ran more or less knew the situation. Gong Yu is in Lingjian Peak. Gao Shueting replied. What? Qiu Ran was shocked. Gong Yu? Which Gong Yu? He couldn't believe it and wondered if Gao Shueting had made a mistake. It's the Gong Yu that junior brother Yang mentioned before, the old master of the Gong family in the Tianhe Valley. Why is Gong Yu in Lingjian Peak? Qiu Ran turned to look at Yu Kuan. He was responsible for the protection of the sect and the maintenance of the array, so if Gong Yu came to the temple and entered Lingjian Peak, it must be his dereliction of duty. Yu Kuan was in a cold sweat. I don't know. I have never received a suspicious report. Yang Kai said, Gong Yu is proficient in the array. If he really wants to sneak into any sect, there is always a way. The temple has been safe and sound, and the sect protection array has not been fully activated. There are loopholes in the protection, so it is normal for him to sneak in. Now what we need to figure out is why he came to the temple and why he is on my Lingjian peak. That's right. Gong Yu's actions are extremely suspicious. Moreover, we don't know his current condition, so we must be careful. Chen Wenhao nodded in agreement. Xiao Ren also nodded slightly, stroking his long beard as he pondered. Yu Kun glanced at Yang Kai gratefully, while his heart was filled with Gong Yu. There's one thing I need to tell you. The demonic will is mysterious and hard to guard against. Therefore, you must guard your mind. You must not give the demonic will any chance to take advantage of you. Gao Shueting solemnly exhorted. Several Azure Sun Temple elders nodded and secretly urged their soul secret techniques. He strengthened the defense of his sea of consciousness. After half a cup of tea's time, the group finally arrived at the Lingjian Peak. The Spirit Peak was no different from when Yang Kai left that day. Other than the fact that the Spirit Peak array was completely open, there was only one abnormality: a figure was sitting cross-legged on the empty space on the mountain peak, motionless. It was as if he was dead. Beside him, a small beast that was completely pitch black was crawling on the ground. It was happy and content, and its short tail was swaying from time to time. When the group of people came over, it only raised its eyes to look at them, and did not do anything else. Swish swish swish. Nearly 10 people from the Emperor realm spread out, surrounding the entire Lingjian Peak. Gong Yu slowly opened his eyes, turned his gaze, and fixed it on Yang Kai. Those dark eyes made people who saw this scene for the first time tremble. They felt that the eyes were like a bottomless pit that could swallow everything. They hurriedly circulated their power to resist. "You're here," Gong Yu said softly, as if he didn't have much strength and couldn't even speak louder. "Should this old man call you Gong Yu, or should I call you by another name?" Feng Ming sneered. Looking at Gong Yu's current state, he didn't know whether the other party had lost himself or whether he was possessed by the demonic will. He didn't even know if the demonic will could possess others. Although Gong Yu was a very good material, there was no way to study it now. "This old man is Gong Yu." "Gong Yu of the Gong family," Gong Yu replied. Feng Ming laughed. "You still have the face to mention the Gong family? After this, the Gong family's reputation will be ruined, and you will be the sinner of the Gong family." Gong Yu said, "Is it a crime to pursue power? If that's the case, then everyone here is a sinner." Feng Ming snorted. "There are 3,000 paths. The width is different, but you are walking in the wilderness. What kind of power are you pursuing?" Gong Yu said lightly, "One path leads to all paths. The path is a path, but the wilderness is not a path. Different paths lead to the same destination." "Nonsense." Feng Ming was so angry that his beard was in a mess. Gong Yu said proudly, "If there is no path in the wilderness, this old man will step on it." "I'm afraid you don't have that ability." Gong Yu smiled lightly. "Of course I can't do it alone. However, there will be more people following me." Chen Wenhao sighed. "Brother Gong, you have really become the demon race." He had some friendship with Gong Yu. Before coming here, he had wondered if he could find an opportunity to help Gong Yu. However, after seeing it with his own eyes, he knew that it was impossible. Gong Yu hadn't been possessed, or rather, the demonic will didn't have the ability to possess him. However, Gong Yu had become the demon race. His thoughts were wild and crazy. The demonic will that had invaded his body had affected his mentality, making him different from before. Such a person was very dangerous. No one knew what he would do. Chen Wenhao silently gave up on helping him. "Become the demon race?" Gong Yu smiled. "I just found a suitable path." "That's not your own path," Yang Kai said in a deep voice. Gong Yu looked at him. "Are you walking your own path? The path you are taking is also trodden by your predecessors. Who can prove that this path is correct? In my opinion, you are just picking up the wisdom of others." Yang Kai said solemnly, "Perhaps we are following the path of our predecessors, but we will work hard to reach our own heights. Old Master Gong, you are different. Your current path has deviated from the path. You will never reach the end. You will surrender to the demonic will and become its slave." It was unknown which sentence provoked Gong Yu. His face suddenly became gloomy, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He said coldly, ridiculous, this old man feels very good now. Who can enslave this old man? Xianxia pondered and decided not to entangle with him on this issue. He asked, why did old Master Gong take such a huge risk to come to Azure Sun Temple? Why did you come to Lingjian Peak? Is there anything here that attracts you? Gongyu smiled slightly and said nothing, looking unfathomable. Xianxia said, it seems that there is something here that attracts you. Is there something here related to the demon race? Is it possible that there is an ancient demon relic here? Oh? Gongyu looked at Xianxia with a little surprise. You actually know about the ancient demons. Xianxia smiled brightly. I may know more than you. No wonder. Gongyu looked at Xianxia with great interest. He seemed to have found something. No wonder I feel that you are a little different. It turns out that you are the same as this old man. Xianxia said, you are wrong. We are not the same kind of people. Your words can deceive me, but your body can't. I feel it, it is in your body. Gongyu's expression suddenly became excited. He couldn't help but laugh. It's really interesting, but why are you still so stubborn? Xianxia shook his head and stopped arguing with him. Gongyu was eroded by the demon will. All kinds of thoughts were different from ordinary people. There was no point in arguing with him. However, Qin Wenhao and others looked at Xianxia suspiciously. They didn't know what Gongyu meant. Especially the sentence about it being in Xianxia's body, they were very concerned. Gongyu laughed. One day, you will find that this old man has chosen the right path. This old man looks forward to that day coming as soon as possible. Whether that day comes or not, you won't have the chance to see it anyway. Feng Ming sneered and stretched out his hand in the void. The Thunder Goose spear bloomed with cold light. The tip of the spear shook and poked at Gongyu. He shouted in a low voice, this old man will tell you what is the right path. The spear was like a dragon, pressing forward with an imposing aura. This spear contained all of Feng Ming's strength. The few First Order Emperor Realm Elders of Azure Sun Temple were dazzled. They felt as if everything in the world would be turned into dust under the spear. Facing Feng Ming's shocking attack, Gongyu didn't dodge. He just smiled and said, although this old man knows that he doesn't have much time left, it is impossible for me to be captured without a fight. If you want to take this old man's life, you will have to show me some real ability. As he spoke, Gongyu reached out and grabbed the black puppy beside him, throwing it directly at Feng Ming. The black puppy was obviously stunned by the sudden change. It barked a few times, probably scared out of its wits. Its two round eyes were filled with fear, and its four limbs were flailing wildly in the air. It was extremely frightened. Feng Ming frowned. He didn't know what Gongyu meant by this. He didn't sense any threat from this little black dog-like beast. This was an inconspicuous demonic beast. Its strength was weak. Feng Ming could kill such an existence with a single breath. Therefore, Feng Ming didn't dodge. He only had Gongyu in his eyes. As for the black puppy that was thrown out, it would probably explode into a bloody mist if it was swept by the spear. Gongyu formed a complicated seal with his hand and pointed in the direction of the black puppy. A sudden change occurred, as if the ferocity hidden deep in the black puppy's bones had been awakened. The panic in the black puppy's eyes suddenly disappeared and was replaced by an indescribable ferocity. Its eyes were filled with an aura of destruction, as if it wanted to destroy the entire world. It no longer barked meaninglessly. Instead, it opened its mouth at Feng Ming. It wasn't big. It was at most 1 foot long. Its mouth could only fit a fist at most. However, this mouth suddenly split open and became bigger than a house. It completely covered the black puppy's tiny body. It was as if it was only left with a big mouth. This was an extremely strange scene. Everyone had been keeping their guard up against Gong Yi. Although they had seen the black puppy on their way here, no one had paid much attention to it. It was only now that everyone realized that the black puppy wasn't as harmless as it looked. Everyone was startled. Everyone, who had been on guard all this time, unleashed their respective divine abilities and blasted them towards the giant mouth. End of chapter 29-28. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.